History dates back to the bloody battlefield, where a warrior finally won a triumph over his opponent, only convinced of the final death of the enemy. The exhausted fighter relieved the weapon from trembling hands with relief. Clutching the bleeding wound on his shoulder, he felt a bitter disappointment. The enemy fell too fast, not making up the expectations of a worthy battle. However, the respite was fleeting. Unknown figures materialized from the shadow, surrounding the exhausted hero with a dense ring. Many blades aimed at him, like a steel teeth of a predator. The leader of these people finally gained confidence in the correctness of his plan. The warrior really had excessive power, which could not be allowed to power over influential families. What is happening on the battlefield was the last evidence that such a force should be destroyed. These words caused only a contemptuous laughter of the hero. He never heard a single reasonable reason for betrayal. A man in violet clothes only loudly proclaimed that the world does not need the Lord, because the warrior must die today. Having cleared his blood, the fighter laughed at such stupidity. The authorities never seduced him. However, he could not stand traitors. His hands shone with dazzling yellow lightning. The art of heavenly thunderstorms manifested itself in all its glory. Electric discharges instantly turned into deadly blades, which quickly rushed to the enemies. Opponents desperately erected protective barriers, barely holding on their feet with horror. The instigator watched as much as his allies bend under the onslaught of divine power. The enemies boldly believed that they could destroy him. But the fighter, not knowing exactly how much energy he had left, was strongly determined not to give these people mercy. As soon as he threw the lightning attackers by force, the strongest pain pierced his body, and a scarlet jet poured out of his mouth. A gaping wound formed right in the hero's chest. He understood that the reason was covered in excessive consumption of internal energy. However, he was pleased with the fact that he meets death with dignity, not allowing himself to kill. Having fallen to his knees, the god of thunder died. An unknown voice warned that the 9th rebirth was waiting for him ahead. At this time, the body in which he had to move was betrayed in a brothel. As soon as the warrior began to feel new flesh, he immediately prepared for the inevitable, and he soon experienced the usual, but therefore no less painful pain. The courtesan clearly did not understand the reason for such a frightened look of Mr. Pack. The hero realized that even this time he could not find peace. He was reborn again. First of all, he decided to find out from the woman what year now, but immediately asked her to shut up. At that moment, memories belonging to the owner of the new body poured into his mind. So he realized that the owner of the flesh was very vicious, and death overtook him at only 30 years. What struck a warrior was that before the intervals between rebirth were equal to the whole century, and now exactly 30 years. He was surprised by such a rapid return. But the main thing was that the people who destroyed him still walked on this earth. He was obliged to take revenge on them. In a fit of rage, the fighter even broke the mirror in the room. But he soon turned out to be immobilized due to severe pain in the body. When the memories surpassed him with a wave, he succumbed to all emotions at once. Then he investigated the new shell into which he got, and almost shuddered with disgust. Structural meridians were hopelessly disturbed, and the body owner clearly had fatal internal injuries that could not be healed in the usual ways. For this reason, he began in despair to heal grief in alcohol and consoles with women. The hero was ashamed that he ended up in the body of a man who was such a vicious life. But now it was impossible to give up. Otherwise, everything would definitely be over. Seeing hellish pain in the head after drinking, the man finally trudged home. Thus he ended up in Venzo. When the fighter entered the courtyard, the servants only gasped in fright, not believing that Mr. Pakmugun really saw. He arrived earlier than usual, so the servant decided that the courtesans today completely exhausted him. However, as soon as the young man looked angrily in their direction, they immediately fell silent. After which, barely leaning, the master politely greeted. However, the warrior saw their contemptuous views perfectly. This was not surprising in relation to a person leading a reckless lifestyle. Soon he noticed his personal maid, so he asked her today not to let anyone in. After all, starting from this day, a miserable existence in the body of Pak Mugen comes to an end. It was his 9th rebirth, and the first thing he was obliged to go to heal the new shell. He wanted to start a genuine life. For this, the fighter applied the technique of energy unity of the soul and body. With the help of this art, he decided to call for internal forces, and the bright light in his chest became a symbol of success. Now he could release the first blocked meridian. If he can restore the channel, he will gain full control over force. But as soon as the energy began to circulate through his body, blood poured out of his mouth. The meridians and channels of this flesh were too deformed. Even the slightest loss of concentration threatened the effect of return, so powerful that he could kill him. When he became interested in what before the owner of the body was engaged, he saw memories in his head. This young man tried to become stronger too desperately, and in the end it led to this result. However, the hero was quite understandable to the motivation of his 9th incarnation. Therefore, he mentally asked the owner of the body not to worry about anything. He could put his form in order. At that moment, he only had to return to a state of complete control over emotions in order to finally recover completely. But the process was interrupted by the unexpected intervention of Mok's younger brother. He knocked loudly on the door, demanding that the elder open him as soon as possible. He clearly wanted to urgently meet with Baek Mugun, but the warrior was now too busy. Shortly before that, the younger brother heard rumors and immediately rushed into the residence of the elder. Seeing a personal maid, he ran to her in order to ask everything. However, apologizing to the young master, she explained that Baek Mugun returned about an hour ago and is now resting. From this news, the young man only became even more angry. Therefore, he began to shut shamelessly at the door. While the young maid asked the younger gentleman not to disturb the elder, Mok continued to insist on an urgent conversation. It turns out that he found a way to heal the older brother. Obviously, the hero wanted to ask the younger to shut up and make it clear that he was already engaged in his treatment. But he did not want to lose control finally. Therefore, he tried to simply concentrate in order to continue meditation. At the same time, he understood how lucky he was that he had a younger brother in this reincarnation. In addition, looking at how caring he was, one could say that reincarnation was not so unsuccessful. After that, the warrior continued work. To survive in such a body, it was necessary to make a lot of effort. At first, he unlocked the remaining meridians with the help of the technique of liberating thunder energy. When blood flowed out again from the mouth, this became a signal that almost everything turned out. It remains to make a little more effort. Soon a bright golden light began to come from his room. After which, there was an explosion of such a force that the unfortunate maid with his younger brother was thrown away from the door. It seems that the girl even lost consciousness, but Mok quickly came to his senses, and he flew into the elder's room in order to understand what happened. However, the hero, as if nothing had happened, greeted the younger one. He could not even remember when they simply talked for the last time. Therefore, he invited his brother lunch with him. From such a proposal, Mok almost burst into tears with happiness. Soon they already went to a beautiful gazebo, drowning in greenery. There, a warrior, as if nothing had happened, poured them tea. However, he drew attention to the strange look at him by the youngest. Looking at how pleased Mok looked, the fighter decided to discuss it. The youngest was happy about how the older brother had changed. He had the feeling that he was a completely different person in front of him. After which he remembered that he was originally telling about the method of returning strength. However, the hero reassured him, telling him that he was already able to return emotional harmony, which means that forces should return in the near future. The embarrassed younger brother was obviously very happy for the elder. However, Baek Mugun had another important request for him. He asked today not to disturb him, because he needed to concentrate. Of course, Mok had many questions, but he did not argue with his older brother. For this reason, having talked a little more, the hero retired in his chambers. Today he learned a lot from his younger brother. For example, while the owner of the body drowned in wine and had fun with the girls, the situation in the house of Baek became very complicated. When the younger brother escorted Baek Mugun, he said that the number of minions of their uncle had increased very much. Everyone knew that he had long wanted to become at the head of the house of Baek, pulling their father away. However, since he was too old for this position, his uncle decided to appoint his son the heir. As it was known, recently the pirate group rules register, and the uncle, along with his son, decided to absorb the power of the pirates. So, with the help of the story of Mok, the warrior found out that the family troops would go to fight against these robbers. However, the hero doubted that the mission would be successful, so he wanted to join. After all, he perfectly understood that the forces of the house would not be enough in order to take revenge on the supreme families. However, if he can unite the forces of the PEC house with other clans of the region, then, perhaps, he will be able to defeat his enemies from a past life. But obviously the first thing for this is he needs to become powerful enough to lead the family. After all, he needed to rise to the very top, to the dominant position. For this, he had to become much stronger than now. In addition, only in this way it will be able to completely recover. At the end of one of the training, the hero noticed a sword in the corner. He decided to raise it and examine it. After all, it was a blade belonging to the owner of this body. Looking at his reflection in the steel, he honestly admitted that the type of weapon did not cease to excite his blood. And this despite the fact that he had already lived as much as 8 lives, fighting each time. Now the warrior was completely ready to pick this sword in his hands. Having dressed, he decided to go to test the blade. Somewhere at this time, the head of the PEK family was resting in his residence. He remembered the report from the assistant regarding the fact that the eldest son has been engaged in his health for a month now. It also became known that he was trying to restore control of the meridians. Obviously, his father doubted that he would be able to do it so quickly. As you know, to restore meridians, long months of diligent training are required. However, unexpectedly on the territory of the residents, he heard a noise, so he ordered the one who was practicing in the dark. Obviously, the man who trained in the night was his son. He had no desire to scare his father. He was just looking for a place for a secluded training with a sword. When the young man saw the head of the family who came to the sounds of his exercises, he was even surprised. But barely bowing, he greeted his father and congratulated him on the fact that he recently returned from the eastern border. But it seems that the head of the family was more shocked by the state of his son. Grabbing him by the hands, he decided to find out how things are going with the restoration of the meridians. The young man replied that he had almost restored them, and his father wanted to know how he managed to do this in such a short time. After all, as far as he knew, the restoration of the meridians takes months. However, the hero could not reveal the truth. Therefore, he translated the topic to more important events, asking for permission to participate in the mission to subordinate the pirate group. The chapter was only happy that his son personally showed the initiative. Therefore, soon the warrior was already on a ship with his younger brother. Looking at the sea waves, he was amazed at how long he was not at sea. From one glance at the water, it became easier to breathe. However, Mok with anxiety admitted that he would like to swim on the ship for a slightly different occasion. Obviously, Pak Mugun realized that the younger was simply afraid of pirates. However, he began to deny. After all, the warriors of the PEK family are not afraid of anything. But what he did not lie in was in his anxiety. The guy was clearly worried that the pirates could be stronger. As it turned out, recently, robbers willingly accept all refugees wandering idle, so their influence is increasing. The military families of the region, led by Mr. Yong-kun, are trying to confront them. But the pirates have significant superiority in the number of warriors. Their power was proved by recent skirmishes that occurred in the province of Fujian. However, suddenly the hero asked his brother to shut up, and he himself, wary, peered into the distance. There he saw a huge ship with black sails. Next to him there was a smaller ship, but both at all speeds rushed in their direction. In the appearance of the ships, Pek Mugen quickly determined their belonging to the Haga gang. Therefore, he immediately gave a signal to the soldiers that they were attacked by the pirates and ordered to add speed and go to the bay. However, immediately after these words, the robbers were already landing on their ship, starting to cut and kill people. They wanted to have fun on this ship, so that everyone knew. This is the case of their hands. They planned to kill everyone and take everything valuable with them. Mook was only angry that the pirates completely lost fear, deciding to attack them so openly. But the hero, although he did not hear their words, understood that they arrived to kill everyone, and not just for money or jewelry. He had to immediately intervene, because if this did not happen, innocent people would die. The warrior asked his brother to stay upstairs and fight off the advancing pirates. He himself, intensifying and accelerating with the help of the power of lightning, rushed to the enemies. At that moment, he saw a pirate who squeezed one of the people of the ship in the corner. The robber was already aiming at him with a saber in order to demolish his head to the glory of the pirate fleet. However, unexpectedly himself was not only without a head, but also without hands. Seeing such a treacherous murder, the pirates even stopped. Looking around each other, they tried to understand what kind of warrior this warrior joined the battle. However, they did not feel the difference. Feeling their numerical superiority, they wanted to kill him together. They obviously did not yet understand that they had run into the wrong person. With one light movement, the hero killed the one whom he considered the most arrogant. Then I also dealt with the others whom I managed to get. Seeing the death of his comrades, the survivors had diminished the motivation to conduct further battle. They obviously intended to surrender until a commander appeared behind his back, who was only happy with such a strong enemy. Then the commander ordered the rest of the pirates to move away from his road. He was clearly interested in a young man who knew how to skillfully wield a sword. However, he warned Pak Mugun that today luck was not on his side. After all, he ran into pirates, who were nevertheless called sharks. But before the man had time to finish, the hero pierced him with his sword, aiming straight into his neck. In the meantime, he fell, frozen under the horror distorted by his subordinates. The warrior only chuckled. He did not understand how the sharks were allowed to get out onto land or go on board. After that, the fighter turned to the survivors, who were still on the deck of his ship. He invited them to pray, because perhaps God will hear their prayers and decide to save them. Immediately after that, the entire ship was captured by its fierce force. which exterminated all those on the ship. By this moment, the fleet under the leadership of the cousin of the hero just headed for the pirate ship. Their leader ordered to take the ship for boarding and not to leave anyone alive. However, when they arrived at the place, they were madly surprised. There was already a hero who defeated everyone. Yun Kuban's face immediately lit up a surprised, but at the same time joyful smile when he saw his brother. The warrior, with restraining smiling, greeted him. Soon, since the problem was solved, these two were already sitting and drank on the deck. It seems that the cousin was sincerely glad that Pek Mugun finally restored his meridians. Judging by how easily he captured a whole enemy vessel alone, he was definitely in perfect order. However, Pek Mugun, not even boasting, simply made it clear that these pirates did not pose a serious threat to him. He was even slightly disappointed. He expected that they would be much stronger. After these words, Yong Kuban could only apologize and make excuses for the fact that the warriors under his command were still not strong enough to cope with the pirates on their own. However, the hero began to console his cousin, because he knew very well how much he tried to succeed. He also made it clear that he arrived here in order to help them. The fighter believed that if they gather together all the combat power of the PK family, then they will be able to repulse the pirates. But it seems that these words did not inspire Jan Swarf. After all, he knew that very little time had passed since the restoration of his cousin. And although he was grateful for his help, it seemed to him that Paku Mugun was still lacking in order to completely defeat the pirates. Such a distrust of the hero caused only a restrained smile, while the younger brother, who eavesdropped on their conversation, was already blushed with anger. At this time, two of the soldiers spoke late at night near the mast. Noticing a friend who was clearly angry, a longtime friend approached him. As it turned out, the fighter was overwhelmed by anger. At a glance at the pack of Mugun, he considered him a high-born upstart, and did not understand what a person who had recently returned control of his body forgot here. Of course, a friend tried to explain that Pike Mugun arrived in order to help them end the pirates. However, the warrior was convinced. He came here simply because he envied the master and wanted to prove that he was also capable of something. Of course, his ally tried to explain that Pek Mugun was really talented. After all, he was not only recovered in just a month, but also defeated the whole ship alone. But Pek Sangyeon still believed that the hero got rid of small children nothing more than doing nothing outstanding. After these words, his comrade was convinced. Pek Sangyeon was simply angry because he would like to chat with their commander behind the rum mug. And looking at his embarrassment, it became obvious that he was right. Pek Sangyeon began to declare that he did not think like that. In addition, the reason for his hostility to Pak Mugun was that he did not look at blood ties, but recognized people only by their efforts. And obviously, he believed that only their Mr. Yang Huan was stronger on this ship. And he was only an upstart. However, he was not lucky, because the hero heard all his words. Obviously, both warriors at the time were worried from the sudden appearance on board. Then they immediately bent in order to greet the young master. However, he, going down and approaching them closer, asked in the future to avoid all formalities. And with a smile, he added that he wanted to treat him like the rest of the team's members. Obviously, such a request forced the soldiers only to stumble, after which they made it clear that they would not dare to treat Mr. Pak Mugun informally. However, he bowed to his younger brother, explaining that he sees in them the same worthy fighters as they themselves, who bravely fought and deserved proper appeal. Therefore, in the future, he would like to avoid these formalities and to be considered a regular member of the team. After that, two friends looked at each other, as if deciding what to do, and in the end they agreed to follow the request of the master. After that, the guy in blue clothes introduced himself. His name was Nacilban. He also introduced his friend Gromel Pak Sangyeon. Looking around them, Pak Mugun saw that both warriors in good shape. If the rest of the team were at their own level, then there should have no problems. Nakilban decided to kindly conduct Pak Mugun in the cabin, where he could get acquainted with the rest of the team. And on the way, he decided to ask the young man why he did not stay on his ship. As it turned out, he wanted to meet his PEK family and share experience with them in the fight against pirates. Soon, the hero, descending, made friends with the rest of the team. They laughed and had fun, telling different stories about each other. And soon, Pek Mugun and his younger brother were already sleeping in a common bed. As soon as the sun rises, the hero immediately began his training. However, he quickly noticed that Muok seemed to look very depressed. Therefore, I decided to ask the boy about what happened to him. However, the younger one seemed surprising that his brother persistently continues to pretend that he does not notice anything. He perfectly saw that Yang Huan continues to doubt him, and many members of the team did not like him at all. However, Pek Mugun, like no one else, knew that a real gentleman would never be angry if others did not want to recognize his merits. Perhaps the brother has already met a similar expression in the books that he read. However, Moku was still very offensive for the elder. Everyone knows very well how hard it was for him to restore strength. He did a lot for Yongkon and his team, but they continue to doubt him. Of course, feeling such anger of his younger brother, the elder only thanked him for defending him like that. However, it was normal if people had doubts. In addition, Pek Mugun himself destroyed his reputation and recently restored the meridians, and understood why the warriors could not rely on him. But when Mok did not even understand this, continuing to argue, the hero asked him to calm down. After all, the soldiers were alien to such snotty conversations. They had principles to always confirm their power with deeds, not words. Yong Huan did not say anything bad. He just wanted to make sure that he could rely on him in this matter. The fighter knew very well that usually warriors who were uncertain in his strength behave in this way, so he asked the younger to not be offended and not paying attention to it. In addition, in the near future he was going to gather together the entire combat power of the Pek family. But unexpectedly about his plans, Pek Sangyun passing by. For this reason, he asked the master to demonstrate his abilities to him, and the hero did not refuse, asking Pak Sangyeon to attack everything he wants, with a sword, fists. He will answer the same in response. Of course, Gramila was surprised that the master of the sword wanted to fight in his fists, and decided to satisfy his request. Immediately quickly rushing at the hero, the younger brother panicked, because he knew the power of Pak Sangyeon. The same began to shower the older brother with quick, exact blows. However, Pak Mugen managed to reject them all without much difficulty. Then, having gathered his strength, Pak Sangyeon decided to use an enhanced blow. Somewhere at this time, an unknown from the ship sent a mail pigeon with a message. And after a few days of the journey, the letter finally arrived at the addressee. When the man turned around and looked around this message, he was horrified. Therefore, he immediately went to his leader. He was clearly angry with the only thought that the soldiers of the Peke family were heading to the eastern border. At the same time, Pek Sangyun already diminished his confidence. Pakumugun managed to stop his attack. In addition, he had a feeling that he was not fighting with a person, but with the impenetrable wall. Pek Mugen only sighed restrainedly, praising the enemy for such honed blows. However, putting the power of thunder and lightning into his fist, the hero was not going to stop. He forced Pak Sangyeon to bend to his knees and asked him to work on his technique. After that, the warrior, as if nothing had happened, threw the man into the air, and then he hit him with his back straight against the deck of the ship. The roar rang out throughout the deck, because of which the fighters woke up, and everyone immediately climbed out of the cabins, believing that the pirates finally attacked. They were about to have fun. However, Nakil Ban calmly explained that the guys arrived just in time in order to look at the performance. They saw how Pak Sangyun was standing on the ground, and his whole body shudders in convulsions. And Pek Mugun, as if nothing had happened, urged the boy to take a revenge. And obviously, he intended to do everything so that Pak Mugun repaid for such humiliation. Getting into the combat rack, he warned that from this moment he would fight in full force. Of course, his friend perfectly understood that Pek Sangyun would lose anyway, because even now he barely held on his feet. However, it seems that the man was determined to win. He broke from a place at such a speed that his silhouette began to double. Then he began to attack with his illusions in order to confuse the enemy. However, Pek Mugen discovered too quickly which of the clones was real, and soon the other crew members witnessed cruel reprisals. According to the results of this quick battle, the unfortunate P.K. Sangyun stuck his head straight in the deck of the ship, and the hero was not even out of breath. He only invited him to try to win again. And of course, he accepted this proposal, this time without even inventing some kind of married techniques. The hero was going to defeat everyone in his eyes, because he knew that the warriors of the PK family had one rule. What the strongest wanted, the others want. And he had to prove his strength. Therefore now, having woken up everyone, he demonstrated his skill. Looking at their battle, soon enthusiasm was clearly increased in the crew. Pek Sangyun could not believe that Pek Mugen was so strong. He had a feeling as if he was fighting with an iron wall. He was not that he could not defeat him. He could not even touch him normally. Therefore, although this infringed on his honor, he had to admit his defeat. Immediately after what was said, the hero instantly put a man on his feet. He admitted that Pek Sangayon has a great form, but he should work on dexterity and battle technique. The warrior believed that if he finds the perfect technique, he could turn the mountains. And since the fighter owned a huge number of different techniques, he could help him in this. From such generosity, Pak Sangyeon had nothing left but gratitude. After that, Ilban approached the hero. He decided to apologize for the behavior of the team, but the warrior asked them not to worry. For him, the battle with Paek Sangyeon was only a slight scumbag. The hero believed that morning is the most suitable time for training, so he could help other crew members to argue together. And surprisingly, Nakil Ban wanted to practice with him, fighting on swords. Of course, the fighter with reverence accepted a similar proposal. At that moment, one of the friends of Nakil Ban, so that his senior comrade would not disgrace, decided to fight instead of him. Mok, with a smile, watched what was happening. He saw that his brother was completely in his element, and his actions won the respect of the warriors of the PK family. The youngest perfectly understood that the hero initially started all this in order to prove his worthy. And of course, in order to maintain balance, which has recently begun to highly overtake the side of the uncle and his minions. In addition, the elder gained the confidence of the fighters by helping them, distributing advice in the development of military equipment. Soon the whole crew was in line in order to practice with the hero in hand-to-hand combat, and not only. Thus, the young man managed to win their location in a day. At this time, events are transferred to Tondo, to be more specifically, to the eastern border. After a few days, the hero on his ship finally arrived here, where he was met by the commander of the PEK family. He joyfully greeted Pak Mugun in good health. The man had already heard that the young man managed to destroy the whole pirate ship alone, and began to praise his returning abilities. In fact, Uncle at first did not even believe in these rumors, and decided to find out the secrets of such a quick recovery. However, the guy wrote off everything that this was too long. To begin with, it was more important to discuss the strategy for the fight against pirates. Hearing such determination, the military leader finally became convinced that everything was in order with the hero. Now there was nothing to worry about him. However, unexpectedly, climbing his uncle on the steps, the gaze of Pak Mugun was attracted by a girl of incredible beauty. And the most amazing thing, she knew Mr. Pak Mugun very well. Obviously, the young man, owning the memories of this body, was only embarrassed, because he also knew the personality of this beauty very well. The Yun family settled in the province of Banzhou as merchants. The girl who met the hero was the heiress of the Yun family. And like two large trading families, they decided to engage. Now she sincerely could not believe that after such a long time she sees Pak Mugun alive. The mistress bowed in order to greet the master. Pak Mugun perfectly understood why it looked so embarrassing, because due to the fact that he lost control of energy and began to lead a reckless lifestyle, the engagement was terminated. Now the young man, as if nothing had happened, decided to find out from the mistress what she was doing on the eastern border. However, suddenly he saw his uncle. He was clearly annoyed that the nephew first did not come to him and did not greet him properly. Hearing that the skirmish was brewing, the lady immediately decided to leave and retire. The warrior approached his uncle in order to greet him, and the military leader, part-time, the brother of the man, asked him to be softer, believing that Pak Mugun had not yet fully recovered. However, his uncle was clearly angry, because according to his feelings, the hero looked quite healthy. He also decided to find out if combat abilities returned to him, but at that moment his son approached his uncle. The man immediately changed in his face, joyfully greeted the young man, and he thanked him for the fact that he tried so well in the mission to subordinate the pirates. And obviously, Yong Plan was embarrassed to explain what had happened, especially considering that his uncle recognized only his contribution. However, he, as if nothing had happened, led his son away, wanting to quickly discuss a military strategy in order to finally destroy all the pirates. Then he viciously flashed his eyes to his nephew. It seems that he did not understand why the guy who did not restore to the end still decided to take part in the mission. It was noticeable for the hero that the man did not even try to hide his irritation about this situation. He could only hope that his younger brother did not notice anything. However, looking at him, I realized that the boy was in perfect order. The reason was that he was sure soon everyone in the family would be convinced of the hero's strength. These words cheered up even the warrior himself. Soon everyone was already in the rooms dedicated to them. The younger brother read when the hero decided to go to him. And then, rising from his seat, Muok began to crumble in thanks to the eldest for the well-done work. However, a fighter who returned from the meeting looked slightly disappointed. After all, he already predicted everything that would be there, thanks to the stories of Muok. But he now has a question: how the boy collected all this information alone. As it turned out, all this time he just listened carefully to what other people said, and selected the most important facts. The most important contribution was from the Yun family. At that moment, just the former bride of the hero was already knocking on his door. However, she stopped when she heard the younger apologize to the elder, trying to explain what she asked for help in order to at least somehow simplify her older brother. The hero did not see the reasons for the apology, because his younger brother really worked well. In addition, He knew very well how hard it was to draw the information from the merchants, and he was amazed at how cleverly Muak coped with this. He also asked not to worry about the boy about the connection with the Yun family, because what was connected in the past remained in the past. The warrior perfectly understood. Even though his brother had no inclinations to become a great warrior, he possessed outstanding intelligence and inner strength. The information collected by him made it possible to determine the location of enemy ships. It was very important. In addition, all information was received from books from other people. He collected and streamlined his own information network. Mok had a unique intelligence. He had all the makings to become a master. He was already capable of what Muram's best scouts were doing. Therefore, Pek Mugun in the future had enormous hopes on him, and also immediately decided to warn the boy that he has a task for him. He decided to find out and consult what the best strategy is suitable for fighting pirates. I wanted the boy to just report everything as he thought. He honestly admitted that they are inferior to opponents in quantity, so you need to send exploration ships to collect information about the movement of the enemy. When they understand the scheme for the movement of their fleet and the main paths, they will be able to attack. He also wanted to ask for the Yun family for help. However, at this point, Pek Mugun proposed to finish. He already realized that the strategy proposed by Mok was literally the most suitable. At the meeting, it was decided to adhere to this particular plan as the only true one. It turns out that the boy supported his idea, even without realizing. However, the most important thing is that this strategy was right at the moment. But in fact, they will only repeat what they have already done many times before. Throughout the war, ordinary residents of the province suffered most between the family and the pirates. Therefore, he decided to slightly change the question. What should they do in order to end this problem as soon as possible? And soon the idea came into the head of the boy. He believed in their strength. From there, and a similar proposal took up. Events moved to the island of Haran and the same rock. There, the pirates discussed the fact that 3 years ago, the main heir to the Pek family lost control of his own. He was also a man who was supposed to die from day to day, but somehow he managed to regain control of his body and equipment. Obviously, the head of the pirates could not believe it, because it was impossible for a person to recover so quickly. But the information was checked by the scout. Also, the Yun family gathered a council to develop a plan to combat pirates. However, the head of the pirate gang considered it literally wonderful news. At this moment, the hero and his younger brother finally thought out his plan. However, unexpectedly, the mistress burst into the room. As it turned out, she did not come to argue. The beauty was ready to support the strategy they proposed. Therefore, the next morning they went towards warships. The uncle Pakamugun persistently followed the inn, asking her not to rush. After all, they did not know where and when the pirates would attack the next time, so it was impossible to recklessly give the order to attack their ships. However, the girl only viciously glanced at the old man and reminded that he was not responsible for the fleet of her family. Then she added displeasedly that if the ships come out now, they would get a bit right. But even a small delay will cost them huge losses. However, even knowing this, the old man continues to try to stop her, not offering any alternative. As a result, the man realized that he had screwed up, and the lady decided to follow the further plan. In the end, leaving, Yun-san recalled that if a man from the very beginning did everything as it should, then this would not have happened at all. In addition, she added that he will not be responsible. Obviously, he was angry with how the lady was talking to him. He believed that she only began to pick up too much as soon as she got to the authorities. And the military captain only laughed that at last someone put his brother in place. Mok, however, looked after the floating ships, realizing that now his brother should act. As it turned out, the lady was already on the ship with the hero, and reported that she had done everything as he asked. The warrior asked the beauty not to worry, because he would not allow her to threaten any danger. At that moment, an ordinary fisherman watched the floating ships, but it turned out he was a spy. Noticing some strange actions, he prepared a mail pigeon, and soon the news that the Yun family fleet sailed reached the leader of the pirates. His assistant was sure that they would suffer too much losses if they stayed. According to reconnaissance reports, the opponents went without the support of the Pek family fleet. The pirate only made fun that money was more important for them than their own lives. But in his opinion, they themselves asked for a very good chat. Therefore, he sent his subordinates to intercept using the red and black dragon. However, unfortunately, so far the pirates did not know where the Pek family fleet was. The assistant believed that sending 2 ships at once was too risky. Therefore, the subordinate invited the leader this time to send a disgusting 3. In principle, it was a great opportunity to give beginners to show themselves. The leader believed that these guys should easily cope with 1 ship, so he offered an insidious strategy. First, the Red Dragon attacks fishermen to distract the Pack family and lure their fleet. In the meantime, the warriors of the family will save ordinary people. The pirates will fall on the enemy ships with all their power. However, such a trick, to a huge regret of the robbers, has already predicted Muok. Initially, the boy wanted to go with his brother, but remembered the task that he gave him. And now, when the elder believed in him and laid hopes, the youngest could only pray that his strategy helped the hero in the upcoming test. At that moment, there was a guard near the walls of the eastern border. The guards were already tired enough from a long shift and dreamed of returning home. But suddenly they noticed the attack of the pirates. The robbers attacked Rybakov from the south, so Yang Huan was immediately called, who decided to rapidly direct the fleet to defend them. Obviously, he was perplexed where Pek Mugun went, as well as Pek Sangyun with Nakil Ban. Just at that moment, the mistress reported that a suspicious ship was approaching them. Seeing the black sails, it immediately became obvious. These are pirates. However, the warrior asked the former bride not to worry, because the number of robbers did not matter. In any case, he will overcome them. Of course, the beauty only insulted that she was suspected of fear. After all, she was a representative of her family and is ready for everything. But still, the girl hoped that his words were not an ordinary window dressing, and she could really rely on him. Such arrogant speeches caused a smile on the hero's face. He only laughed at how much the lady changed. Now it has become more obvious that the blood of the Yun family flows in it. But, exposing his sword, the fighter still asked her not to worry. After all, even if it seemed that he was just working out with his strength, it was not so. Therefore, Pek Mugen proudly promised that together with his companions he would quickly deal with the threat. At that moment, the captain of the Black Dragon asked his pirates to prepare for the capture of the enemy ship. It was possible to kill everyone except women and children. However, the robbers were clearly taken aback when in the middle of white day and a clear sky they saw a huge lightning blow. Before they had time to do anything, when immediately after this, the mast of their ship was demolished, like a cane in the wind. And soon the lightning began to dance around their bodies, turning the deck into the underworld. The hero was clearly proud that he had the strength to destroy the whole ship with one blow. He expected that the main ship would arrive here, so he hoped for a worthy battle. However, it seems that it will not follow. The pirates immediately recognized the senior master of the Pack family, who was supposed to die from loss of control over energy. However, the robber was convinced that he had not met such a powerful person. A disgusting three appeared immediately, who drove the captain of the ship, believing that he would definitely not cope with such a formidable enemy. The hero only smiled at the gang that appeared. He saw that the ill-fated trinity was really strong, and he was pleased with the only thought of a worthy battle. At that moment, the hero's assistants looked around the enemy ships. 2 more ships loomed in the distance. They decided to distribute responsibilities. Everyone took it on the ship, and they even concluded a dispute, who will win all enemies faster. The disgusting triple tried to frighten the hero, believing that luck turned away from him since their paths crossed. However, the young man was already clearly tired of listening to these bore phrases, so he asked the opponents to attack as soon as possible. Of course, no one could but angry anyone that they were so brazenly interrupted. Therefore, one of the disgusting 3 immediately rushed into battle, like an angry beast. At that moment, the ship Yongkan continued to swim to the fishermen, asking them about the pirates. Obviously, the warriors were surprised. None of the sailors of the robbers met, although the speakers were sure that they saw the attack of the pirates. Therefore, it even seemed to puke that perhaps they were just fooling around. Their feelings were completely predicted by Muok. In principle, he expected such a reaction. For this, everything was thought out. The cousin clearly began to get nervous. After all, even if they believed false information, this in any case could be the work of only pirates. But suddenly a bright thought visited his head. He guessed that the robbers probably attacked the Yun family fleet and ordered to immediately change the ship's course. In parallel, the warrior blamed himself for so easily falling on this trap. However, 3 other ships have already blocked the path. It was also part of the plan of the brothers from the PEK family. Thanks to the signals from the lighthouse, which were sent in advance, they moved the PEK family fleet so that they were ready to meet with pirates. It was the most successful move with their limited powers. The pirates clearly panicked when they saw the fleet. They expected that the family fleet would not yet, because they were ordered only to sink a couple of fishing ships to lure the opponents into the water. For this reason, the unfolding robbers began to retreat rapidly, which shocked both the captain and all his subordinates. However, Yakvan decided not to ignore their appearance on the water. Therefore, he ordered to lower the sails and take a pirate ship for boarding. At this time, the captain of the pirate vessel urgently ordered his people to retreat. But unfortunately, they got stuck in fishing nets and could not get out. It seemed that these people specially lured them to the trap. The hero at this time continued his duel. However, the man was too arrogant, so the warrior instantly eliminated him. A sword blow fell straight into the enemy's neck, the most vulnerable place. The rest of the fighters could not believe that Pak Mugun dealt with one of them in a miserable couple of seconds. However, the second of the disgusting three could not cope with the loss of a friend and, distraught, rushed into battle. He used the technique of Shadow Ghost. With a war cry, he rushed to the hero. From his palm, the energy, an attack that no one had previously stood before, began to flow from his palm. However, it was extremely frivolous to come close to the hero. He slightly put energy into his blade, and when the steel sparkled with lightning, he completely dispelled this fog. At that moment, the robber realized that he could no longer be saved, and he was right. The warrior did not stand on ceremony, instantly cutting him into two parts. Finally decided to join the battle of the strongest of them. He used the technique of multiple fist strikes, which it was impossible to keep track of, but it was obviously hard to fight with fists against the sword. Therefore, in the end, he was pierced with a blade of Pak Mugun straight into the chest. Even the pirate himself, until the last, could not believe in his loss. And the captain of the ship did not know what to do against a man who so rapidly dealt with a disgusting triple. He was truly a real monster. However, it was too early for the captain to die. For this reason, he wanted to rush overboard, but Pak Mugun grabbed him in the last second. Obviously, the warrior did not understand how the normal captain of the ship could leave his comrades to die. The Sana, watching all these events, could not understand when her ex-groom managed to become so cruel. There was a feeling that he became a completely different person, and the lady could not understand. This is for the better or not. At this time, Yonghwan dealt with smaller pirate ships. However, before going after the dragon, they had to save the fishermen. It became obvious. The pirates clearly did not expect their attacks, so they suffered significant losses. The warriors who prepared for the attack of the red dragon coped with almost no damage. Soon, when the fishermen were saved, Yakvan ordered to immediately go to the ships of the Yun family. At the same time, he looked around with anxiously at the runaway pirates, rejoicing that he managed to arrive at the place faster than the enemy. Soon a disappointing report came to the pirate base. The leader could not believe that they were defeated. Even his assistant considered this an amazing fact. However, the Black Dragon and the Disgusting Three were completely destroyed by the leader of the PEK family. The leader literally lost his temper, not understanding how fighters with such a formidable reputation could have lost so sorry. He ordered to immediately send a red dragon into battle. However, he was also defeated by the PEK family and almost completely destroyed. Then, having finally realized the distress, the leader decided to calm down at least a little, and even the assistant considered it a wise decision. Now it was useless to be criticized. And so, after a moment of pause, the leader came to the conclusion that you just need to wait. After all, revenge is a dish that is served cold. In addition, he was sure that no one could step on their island if he did not give his permission to do so. At that moment, having dealt with the enemies, the hero praised the mistress for helping him, and also expressed gratitude for the fact that the beauty decided to go with him. However, it is obvious that Yunsana understood that it was they who were in non-payment duty to Pak Mugun. Having decided to take advantage of this, the warrior turned to the girl with a request. And obviously she was happy to pay off. She was ready to do anything. As it turned out, the hero would like to lend her ship for a short time in order to go to the main base of the pirates. Nobody expected such a news. Soon, Yonghwan also heard about this. The mistress calmly explained that Pak Mugun and two more warriors of the PEC family completely destroyed black dragons. They even managed to take several hostages at some point. But Yongkana was more worried about the fact that these three desperate brave men went to the pirate lair. Although they could barely cope with the whole team even with one red ship, and the Trinity dealt with a black dragon and a whole gang thugs, but it still seemed to him that the victory would not give them easily. The lady also explained that the soldiers took the captain of the ship hostage and went to the base of the pirates. In addition, Pak Mugun strongly asked to transmit Yongkuban a message. Shortly before that moment, Madame Yunsana approved the request of the hero. Then he asked to convey the message to his cousin. Obviously, the frightened girl tried to explain to Pak Mugun that he was acting too recklessly, because the operation was extremely dangerous. And although the warrior was grateful for the anxiety, it was necessary to stop the attacks of the pirates as soon as possible, after which he immediately turned around in order to move to their ship. However, at the last moment, the former bride stopped him. The beauty reminded the hero that she personally like the whole family, would always be on his side. And of course, the fighter was grateful for such supportive words. However, only when the warrior sailed, the girl realized that she regretted that she allowed him to leave. Therefore, now she reported that he went straight to the headquarters and asked to transfer to his brother, so that he would return to the base and was ready for the next move from the pirates. At that moment, the younger brother received a message from his elder. He rejoiced, realizing that he succeeded as planned. The hero managed to destroy the pirate fleet, who attacked the ships of the Yun family. He also captured their captain hostage and found out information about the whereabouts of their base. The island on which the Piratov stronghold was located was hidden with a foggy curtain, which the captain kindly spoke about. However, the main problem was that they did not know how to get there. But the hero decided to take a chance and try to lead the satellites directly to the base, using his ability to see through objects. As soon as Yonghwan returns, he asked the youngest to convey to him and his uncle this message, and say that they were ready. Of course, the warrior asked the boy not to worry much, because he believed in him and his strength. And of course, the younger in the same way believed in the power of his brother, who already managed to prove everything in full. The hero spent not in vain on the way, carefully training his soldiers. But when the late evening came, he decided to stop fights today. Thanking for the fight, and Pek Songyun and Nak Il Ban was immediately asked that Pek Mugun become their teacher. In fact, the warrior was pleased to see that they continued to improve, and the two themselves understood that they became much stronger. Even with a numerical superiority of pirates, they had already managed to win. However, the hero understood that these two still clearly did not reach the highest level of skill. First, they needed to choose the perfect suitable technique. However, since they were not afraid to go with him for this dangerous mission, in gratitude, he will help them choose military equipment. And the soldiers immediately realized that this means an even greater increase in their strength. So, soon talking sweetly, they sailed to the fog. It was precisely the veil that Captain Piratov spoke of. Therefore, Pek Sangyun immediately went down to the hold in order to bring the prisoner. And of course, the frightened man was ready to fulfill any request of his invaders. At this time, a strongly damaged black dragon ship began to return to the island. A bloody sickle who arrived on the ship was indignant about such a fatal loss of his allies. The last time they agreed on the division of duties, he shouted that he would destroy all the people of the Peck family. And in the end, he lost most of the team and squeezed his tail. Because of them, he even had to quit what he began in return. Although he was sure, if he continued the search, he would have found a goal. But suddenly they saw bright fireworks coming nearby. They knew for sure that this was nothing but a black dragon signal. Soon, having swam closer, they noticed the captain on the ship. Obviously, they were glad that he survived after meeting with the guys from the Pak clan. And the commander continued to lie that he not only survived, but also managed to escape from them. His colleague consoled his comrade because he crashed. He also got a lot from these villains. And he invited them to get to a foggy curtain together. So, following the ship, they managed to go through the fog. At that moment, the prisoner began to worry even more. Pek Sangyeon also noticed how strange this man behaves. However, Pek Mugun seemed to expect that he would betray them. Then Nakilban was worried. After all, if they do not follow the pirate ship, then they will continue to wander in circles in the fog. But as it turned out, their leader was not a fool, and already thought out everything. At that moment, Pirate just began to shout to his friends that there were people from the Pek family on his ship. But at the same second, the ship where the soldiers were located fell apart, and 3 figures climbing into the air jumped onto the enemy ship. Soon, all 3 were on board. The hero immediately ordered his students to kill everyone here. The captain of the ship, looking at the sparkling lightning around the hero, immediately recognized him. He realized that this was the same person who alone destroyed the Black Dragon. The bloody sickle was clearly indignant. How could such a person be the captain of the Red Dragon if he was so weak that he brought their enemies to them? Then he grabbed his sickle in order to quickly deal with Pek Mugun. Looking at his maneuvers, the warrior immediately realized that the enemy was strong enough. He also began to mock the hero, as if not believing that he had destroyed the Black Dragon. The robber wanted to check whether this person was really capable of this. Therefore, he rushed at him in battle in order to experience his power. Thus, the enemy applied the technique of the kidnapping soul. Getting to the hero closer, he threw out his sickles, which instantly lengthened thanks to the chains, because of which he could attack from a long distance. With the help of these links, he completely enveloped the hero's body. After that, he pulled them tightly in order to completely tie the enemy. At the same time, the blades were already rushing to his head. Obviously, the students were immediately scared for their master. However, in the last second he jumped, as if jumping on a rope. Of course, this weapon turned out to be quite annoying to him. He also appreciated the good possession of the enemy's technique. but saw that he was still a beginner. In addition, while the fighter was in the air, he did not have the opportunity to attack. But he knew that as soon as he descends to the ground, the enemy would definitely die. Of course, the hero could defeat him in hand-to-hand combat, but did not want to spend time on this man. Therefore, he decided to check how his original technique of Thunder God was restored. At that moment, bright sparkling lightnings noticed Paek Sangyeon with Nakilban. In the hand of their teacher, a shell of pure light literally began to gather. After that, the young man released this energy, creating a thunderous discharge technique. As a result, a pirate who had not seen something before did not know how to behave. Without understanding it, he was fated under the blow, without even trying to avoid him. His body was pierced through, blood flowed out of the formed hole, and he instantly died. Pupils could only stare in amazement, not understanding how Paek Mugun won without even using weapons. They didn't see this before. They did not even hear that this is possible. The captain of the pirate ship realized that he had nowhere to run. Having fallen to his knees, he prayed for mercy and admitted his defeat. But Paek Mugun in an icy tone reminded this villain that he had never spared those who asked him exactly the same. He and his team dared to kill innocent people, and now he decided that his life was important. Approaching the survivors, the warrior made it clear that from the very beginning, he did not plan to spare anyone. Then the pirate understood that he cannot be avoided, and since he had nothing to lose in any case, he ran and tried to jump from the ship, leaving a showdown on his subordinates. The hero began to search the corpses of fallen pirates. In the pockets of one of them, he found the book, 18 Ways to Take the Soul with a Bloody Sickle. This book interested him at least as a literary work, because he could hardly use this technique in battle with demons, but it could be useful to his students. But suddenly he saw a small note. She read The Man Who Went Down from Heaven, and on the map there was just the very place. It was there that the legacy of the divine messengers who came from heaven was there, and since it was impossible to pull more, he called his subordinates to inform them of the new business. As a result, they remained on a pirate ship, and the hero went on a road alone, leaving his friends to worry. Shortly before that, he asked them to return to the base. He had some more things to do, and upon returning, he asked to take the soldiers of the Paek family with him. Obviously, both were worried about how they would get through the lair of pirates, and the hero took this task with the help of the eyes of the god Thunder. For this reason, he began to inspect the territory around, and soon his gaze led him literally to the right place. The warrior saw that artificial trends were created near the lair. Of course, it was difficult to notice such a small detail from a regular ship as a cave. However, the hero could only swim there, so he quickly took off his clothes, and after a couple of minutes, Paek Mugun dived into the water. Soon the pirate ship was already moored near the eastern wall. Obviously, the hero's undead's uncle could not believe that he destroyed the red and black dragon. At this time, Paek Sangyeon with Enap Ilban explained Yongkwan that Paek Mugun still had business, so he stayed in place. He also asked them to return and bring the ships of the Paek family. Suddenly, Mook, who appeared behind his back, explained that his brother was preparing for the final battle with the pirates. The robbers were sure that it was impossible to overcome a foggy veil, which means that the warriors would have a great chance to attack their base until they were expected. The uncle only got angry, not understanding how someone dares to rely on the words of such a jerk. But Yakvan believed him, so he ordered his warriors to be advanced. Of course, his father tried to explain that he should not make decisions so hastily. However, Yakvan recalled that his cousin managed to figure out the fact that they could not do for many years. And if he tells the ships to advance, then he was ready to trust his decision. For this reason, despite his father's disputes, he moved away. The uncle, clearly excited, looked after him. He really hoped that his son would not repeat the same mistakes as his father once. Muok looked at his sadness without any sympathy, it seems, really not understanding what was at stake. By this moment, the hero finally sailed and emerged in some kind of cave. It was lit by bright luminous stones and separated by a huge whole stone door. Then Paek Mugun realized that he had arrived in the place he needed. Initially, the warrior tried to open the door with physical force. When this was not enough, he connected his power of thunder, which he possessed. However, unfortunately, the door was not going to succumb to him. Therefore, it became obvious it opens up in some other way. Without thinking twice, he again applied his heavenly gaze. His eyes were brightly shone with lightning, and after all the room, like radio waves, his power was parted in the district. And finally she stopped next to a small snake monument near the door. From the very beginning, he did not notice that the figure of the snake was mobile. But, twisting her, I realized that it was she who was the key to the door open. Soon the gates creaked and began to slowly open in front of him. And the hero only looked at this with a smile, thinking about what the heavenly messenger hid behind his 7 castles, like some kind of greedy nobleman. When the warrior went into the room, he saw that she was lit by a strange chandelier in the form of a cube, which literally levitated under the ceiling. The fact that she illuminated was struck by the gaze. A high staircase leading straight to the gold panel, as well as a small red box. First of all, he went to the shield and examined it, but at first he did not find anything special. But what was already more interesting is a miniature box, which he immediately discovered. There was a letter and another small bag. The message was written by the very heavenly messenger, who congratulated the one who discovered his divine heritage. It was a technique that he described in a heavenly scroll. She was incredibly powerful. She could not be seized with the help of ordinary martial arts. But the person who found this treasure has already proved to him that he was worthy, because he passed the foggy veil and was able to open the cave. There was also a heavenly shield from heavenly gold armor. The messenger really hoped that the founder could master the combat equipment described in the heavenly scroll, and would use it with wisdom. Looking around a small bag, the warrior immediately felt a powerful artifact. But he was responsible for mental power, so for him he could not represent. But the shield, which from the very beginning interested him little, could clearly come in handy. For this reason, he took up the shield and promised to take care of such a gift of heaven. And of course he promised that he would use it wisely. Taking the shield in his hands, he realized that despite his lightness, he certainly was not so easy to break through. Most likely, not only ordinary weapons, but even magical strokes will not be able to leave the slightest dent on it. But of course, he wanted to immediately check the power of heavenly armor. For this reason, the hero greatly promoted his shield, after which he threw it along the wall. He hit the stone walls, after which, like a boomerang, he began to return to the owner of the owner. The warrior quickly grabbed him in both hands, and immediately after that, the golden light shone around it. He was convinced that it was a very useful artifact. The fighter did not expect at all that he would receive such a valuable thing. Now he was finally completely ready for the upcoming battle with the pirates. Of course, he knew that only his strength was enough to completely destroy them, but such a help was only a plus. But of course, before the battle itself, he also needed to get out of this cave. However, it was interesting how this shield is to inconspicuously carry. As soon as he thought about it, his shield began to gather in a small handcuff in his palm, and then he completely hid, without giving out what power contains in himself. Having rejoiced at such convenience, the hero went to swim. At that moment, when the sky was covered with dark clouds, Yong Huan was already approaching his ships. Soon he saw a boat in the distance, which brightly flashed with white light. The crew members had already begun to indicate that direction, and Yong Huan only smiled, realizing, this is his cousin. Soon they approached, and indeed, Pek Mugun stood in a boat. He deftly jumped to his brother's ship and thanked that for arrival just in time. Immediately, on the ship, they bent in front of Pek Mugun, Mr. and the warrior of the Pek family. And obviously, having answered them with the same bow, the young man thanked them for following him and trusted him. Now finally the time has come to put an end to this long struggle with the pirates. At that moment, the leader of Piratov asked his assistant if the ship of the Red Dragon returned. However, recently they received news that the Bloody Sickle joined the Red Dragon. The leader knew that this was the same guy who was desperately trying to find the heritage of divine messengers, and believed that there was nothing to worry about. He was the second strongest warrior of the pirate islands after the leader himself. However, suddenly both heard strange loud sounds upstairs. These were alarming bells announcing the attack. Already at that moment, burning their ships, thousands of fire arrows rushed into the pirate islands. The boats were quickly destroyed and sunk. Some hardly managed to escape from them. After the first wave of pirates was defeated, the PEK family has landed from their ships. After that, the hero rushed forward, asking his comrades to cover his back. Immediately he strengthened his legs, and with quick jumps began to climb to the very top. At this time, the assistant, standing next to the leader, panicked, not understanding how the warriors of Pak were able to overcome the foggy veil and still bold attack. Obviously the leader has already taken out the eternal exclamations and lamentations of his assistant. But he tried to console himself with the fact that it was for the better. Such small skirmishes were already sagging him in order, so he was ready to meet with them one-on-one. Today he will either survive or die. The assistant imploringly asked the leader to think and get out of the island until the warriors of PEK got here. However, the leader was clearly not going to run away with his tail. He was even offended by such a proposal. He understood that if he was destined to die here, then it is so. But he will not abandon his pirates and island, to whom he dedicated his whole life. In addition, he was going to personally take revenge on the man who interrupted his ships and troops, even if it cost him life. He ordered his assistant to get away from his eyes. He was nothing more than a miserable coward. And obviously, an assistant who at least a little thought about his life acted, running away. At this moment, the hero was already keeping up with the leader of the leader. Failing, immediately took out his shield in case of an unexpected attack. But since there was no attack, he decided to use it in order to clean his way. However, to his surprise, the leader seemed to expect a similar maneuver on his part. Therefore, as soon as the warrior was in the building, he immediately ran into him face to face. The leader of the pirates, having stood a little, immediately realized that the person who had so impudently appeared to him was the same Pek Mugun. The hero also knew a man in front of him. Therefore, both exchanged oaths to kill each other. Of course, the leader only laughed at such the formidable words of the hero. Despite the fact that the young man had already proved his outstanding abilities, the man was sure that he could not win. In addition, he attacked with strong sweeping blows, from which the hero was easier to run away than to take them on himself. The whole reason was that after the first pair of strokes, he realized, the enemy is definitely stronger than the bloody sickle. Therefore, he decided to focus on killing him as soon as possible. Looking at the hero's maneuverability, the pirate was only angry with his miserable and cowardly tricks. Therefore, he rushed directly to the face of a warrior, who suddenly threw off his shield. The shield hit the enemy's shoulder straight, after which he returned to his hands with a boomerang. And at that moment, taking advantage of the instant confusion of the enemy, the young man applied the skill of a thunderous whirlwind. This thunderous whirlwind immediately enveloped the hands and body of a man. Until the last, he tried to recapture him with his blade. But when the force began to throw him away, he realized that he clearly underestimated the enemy. As a result, the blow was so powerful that he literally pressed the man into the ceiling. And the hero did not even let him get out of this trap, immediately applying the skill of lightning-fast discharge. And in the end, the skill was so strong that he completely struck the cave in the dragon's head. Bright light burst out. This dazzling surge was noticed by all the fighting. Both pirates and warriors of the Pak family opened their mouths, looking at what was happening. Of course, they did not see. But this bright explosion was created by a hero who, piercing the enemy, was already flying to finish his opponent. After such a piercing wound, the leader of the pirates has already begun to cough with blood. He admitted that the hero is damn strong. However, he was not going to die alone, so he decided to drag him with him to the next world, using the skill of the Sea Ghost clan. But the hero did not even let himself touch himself. Also throwing the shield, he hit the man straight into the Kadic. After that, he, like butter, flew off his swords and flew far away. And the warrior decided to finish him for sure with the help of his skill of a thunderous blow of a heavenly sword. And in the end, the strongest skill went in pursuit of his enemy, which ended that he fell powerlessly to the ground without the possibility of even the slightest move. Pek Mugun, looking at his enemy, understood that he was not even worthy of saying his last word. Therefore, the hero wanted him to just quietly and peacefully disappear from the water area that belonged to his family. At the same time, events moved to the eastern gates. There, in anticipation of the ships, stood the younger brother of Pak Mugun and all the other friends. The mistress literally held her breath into the distance. Everyone expected when their ships appeared. And finally, from the guard tower they announced the ships on the horizon. Everyone immediately held their breath with only one hope that they returned not to take revenge. And in the end they saw ships with white sails. And then they also noticed the hero with Yun Khan standing on this ship. Immediately after what she saw, Madame Yun could not stand it and ran to meet them. Already late in the evening, after their return, the feast still lasted. Everyone drank and celebrated their huge victory. Even the military captain raised the glass for the fact that they still could win in the war with the pirates, and raised a toast for the great warriors of the PK family. And of course, a man as the protagonist of this battle, called Mr. Pak Mugun. Therefore, the hero immediately stood under the joyful cries of his friends. After that, as soon as he gave them a sign, everyone was quiet in order to listen to his speech. Obviously, the warrior thanked for such praise. However, he could never win this battle alone. It was they, believing in it and spilling blood on the battlefield, that led them to this victory. Therefore, he wanted to share this glory together and to honor the memory of those who died in battle. After which, he decided not to bore warriors with his long speeches. Therefore, he invited them to stop chatting, but instead drink well. After that, a real holiday began. And soon, when the majority already drunk well, Pak Mugun went to talk with his cousin. Watching how they communicate, the uncle seems to have no longer experienced previous indignation. For some reason, the man seems to have experienced only sadness. At this time, looking at their festival, somewhere on the other side of the doors stood Yun Sana. Exhaled calmly, she finally gathered her strength, and she appeared in her chic scarlet outfit. The warriors literally opened their mouths with delight and whistled after her, but the girl confidently approached the hero, trying to hide her embarrassment. Having bowed, she congratulated the master on his great victory, and he thanked her for this with a response bow. After that, they went to the terrace to talk alone. The young heir, without any hesitation, began to shower the mistress with compliments about her beauty. The embarrassed girl only asked the young man not to tell her such things anymore. Then she honestly admitted to the master that his accomplishments were truly incredible. After all, no one had previously managed to defeat the pirates. However, Payak Mugen saw his merit only in the fact that he managed to unite all their strength together, nothing more. Suddenly, the beauty began to recall the passing 3 years of separation, and how he really turned into a completely different person. The young warrior perfectly understood that in those days there was simply not worthy of the lady, so their engagement could not take place. At that moment, the girl hesitated, not knowing what to say. It seemed that the hero was angry with her, and he had every right to that. After all, she literally betrayed him with the abolition of the engagement. However, the beauty regretted her decision and wanted, if possible, to resume their union. The heir to the PEK family only calmly touched her shoulder, forcing the girl to shut up. Looking directly into his eyes, he admitted that he could not answer her feelings. It was not at all in the mistress, but now the power over his family concentrated in his hands. All the attention was paid to him. The restoration of once cancelled engagement would seriously affect the reputation of his kind. Obviously, Unsana barely restrained tears. She was still on such conventions. However, the young man asked her not to succumb to emotions, because they could not be allowed. As they both knew, great responsibility comes with great power. The beauty perfectly understood this, being the eldest daughter of her family, so she had no choice but to grieve silently. Looking at her inconsolable, Pak Mugen hugged the girl. Although they could not be together, he could promise something. His family will always support her family. Soon after, the hero returned home, where he seriously engaged in training his warriors. He was impressed by the results that they managed to achieve, but it was only basic physical training. Despite the strength of the PEK family, it was too early for them to claim the title of the best warriors of the province. The goal of the young master was to make them unsurpassed in absolutely everything. To do this, they had to completely forget their past and start all over again. The heir planned to create an army, consisting exclusively of the courageous and strong in spirit of warriors who will glorify the PEK family. When he spoke about his idea to his younger brother, he admitted that he also dreamed of this, but always doubted the possibility of achieving such a goal. The hero only stroked the youngest on the head and asked him to never show his uncertainty. After all, the most important thing in life is not to be disappointed in himself. The young gentleman perfectly saw that their warriors will soon begin their long way to perfection. Soon, Madame Uni-san with her people granted the hero. Having bowed with all the honors, she greeted the warrior and turned to him with an official request. Pekmugen knew very well what was talking about. Therefore, bowing on behalf of his family, he accepted her request and agreed to accompany the beauty. Obviously, embarrassed girl was immensely grateful. Immediately after that, she retired to her people. Then the hero informed his younger brother that he would be responsible for the safety and support of the N family on the way to Nanjing, and he invited Mok to go on this trip with him. Of course, there was no doubt that the boy would agree. Therefore, he immediately ran with his older brother to collect things. Meanwhile, the heir decided to meet with Yong Khan, who was surprised by his current task. However, the hero perfectly understood that there was no point in worrying. After all, the best warriors of the PK family would go with the young master. The hero apologized for not taking Yong Khan with him, because he believed that he had a too important role in the upcoming changes within their family. However, it seems that Yakvan was not at all offended, especially considering that the cousin entrusted him with such an important matter. But it seemed to him that there should be some reason why he wishes to accompany the N family with such zeal, especially considering that the pirates do not threaten anyone else. It was a good question. The hero admitted that first of all, pirate groups were still in this area. For example, pirates of the Four Seas. Young Kvan heard well about them. Rather influential sea robbers, compared to whom the pirates that they overcome were just a childish babble. Initially, the pirates planned to join one of the warriors of the province of Zhejiang, a guy who is called a Fist of Rage. However, now that the threat from the sea robbers disappeared, the PEC family could calmly move around the sea, so they could not simply leave these waters unattended. In addition, this time Ms. Yun Sana will be with them. They should show their good intentions and further maintain good relations with her family. But of course, something was much more important than all this. And now, this was already interested in a cousin. In fact, the main goal of the hero was that it was time for the Peck family to finally go to Murim. Soon, before landing on the ship, the heir returned the cousin a small book, as well as a collar, and asked him to return to the residence of the Peck family to complete the task. He had to convey his words to his father, along with records and a small bag. In the end, Yonghwan warned that his father is clearly against such travels. However, the hero decided to take a chance and take up this business, even if he has to go against the will of his uncle. After all, the most important thing is that after this trip he will be able to expand the horizons for the Pek family. After many days of the journey, they finally reached the province of Zhejiang. There the hero finally met with that guy, a fist of rage. He clearly rejoiced at the meeting with the warrior, because he had previously heard that the young master was dying, and now he has come to him alive and more than healthy. The heir to the Pek family only laughed, noting that the guy clearly gained weight after their last meeting. But he only joked, attributing everything to the fact that these were solid muscles, and the hero only asked the old friend to keep himself in shape. After all, he would not have time to blink, as all his muscles will swim with fat. Listening to these jokes, Young-ho could not believe his happiness. His dear friend finally returned to him. Pek Mugen was almost embarrassed by all these courtesies, which obviously did not suit the image of his comrade, and instead suggested that they go well. After that, they all gathered together in the tavern. Then the young gentleman honestly admitted that he did not expect Young-ko to come out to meet him personally. However, the question concerned money. In these times, even some influential families barely made ends meet. After that, young Shillelagh decided to find out when Pek Mugun again managed to fall under the heel of a beauty from the Yun family. However, it seems that the hero until the last did not understand what was being discussed, given that a friend behaved like a 12-year-old boy. The fist of rage was only glancing up, where all this time was Yun Sana, and thought that Pek Mugun ran after her, fearing that someone would steal her. Then the hero honestly admitted to his friend that he did not think that he would become a great couple with a girl. After that, Young-ho immediately realized that Pek Mugun arrived here in order to increase the influence of the Peke family. Then he immediately exchanged careful glances with Mwok. However, the hero, noticing this, immediately ordered the comrade to stop. But he only laughed under the serious gaze of the young master, and explained that in any case he would advocate his well-being. However, he believed that the guy needs to be removed towards the current chapter and stand at the head of the family himself. For some reason, these words caused sadness among his younger brother. Soon these two went to the night patrol. The hero tried to explain that Moku did not have to be on duty with him. Instead, the boy could go and sleep well. However, the youngest believed that he did nothing particularly, and since he could not train with his brother, he wanted to stay near him at least now. Noticing how the boy compares himself with others, Pak Mugun only reassured him. After all this time, Mok helped him out his resourcefulness. The hero really was sorry that now he could not spend much time with his younger brother, but promised that he would correct this in the future. These words incredibly touched the boy. Thinking, the heir remembered the very first reason why he decided to go to Nanjing. The younger was surprised, considering that this was somehow connected with him, and he did not lose. After all, the hero went here precisely thanks to the talents of his younger brother and his resourcefulness. As you know, there is a group of people collecting information from soldiers and merchants from all over Murim. The composition of this group includes an organization that collects and analyzes important information. If you get the information with which she owns, you can compete in power with 7 great families. Their headquarters is located here in Nanjing, and the purpose of the trip is to enlist their support. The younger brother, until that moment, did not know about the existence of such an organization, and did not understand how the elder intends to convince them to help. As it turned out, the hero already had several suitable trump cards in the sleeve. In this situation, at all costs, they had to find the Chon Milgak group. Pek Mugun himself understood that since only 30 years have passed in his life, he could again see the head of the organization, Chon Yu Dra. It was a very unusual feeling, because for all his reincarnations for the first time, something connected him with a past life. Soon, finally resting in the residence, they reached Nankin himself. It seems that Young-ho was especially happy that this time they got here without problems. Although in his soul, of course, he would like to ripen a little. Pek Mugun tried to repose his friend for his excessive carelessness, and when he tried to transfer the topic to the recklessness of the hero, the young master only recalled that he recently exterminated the pirates and was much more responsible than his friend. After that, the heir, as if nothing had happened, said goodbye to his friends, promising to return in a couple of days. However, Young-ho clearly wanted to go with him. When the hero announced that he would go to a brothel, he not only did not fall off with his interest, but even more flared up. Therefore, the young gentleman, as if nothing had happened, discarded his comrade away. After all, he did not want to take him for this mission. Soon, the guy was already passing by the quarters of the Red Lanterns, asking local women about everything in a row. In addition, the most amazing was that over 30 years the Information Guild has already managed to change the location of the main headquarters. However, unexpectedly at the end of the lane he saw some kind of running silhouette. Looking back at the roofs, the young gentleman also noticed running people in black, who seemed to be persecuted. As it turned out, a girl in red clothes ran, who carried another beauty on her back. However, soon they were already surrounded by the fighters dressed in masks. Those asked the warrior to simply give them a girl that she tried to save. After all, it was useless to resist such a number of opponents. However, it seems that this beauty was so fundamental that she would prefer to die than to surrender to them. Therefore, the men had no choice, and they decided to simply attack. Then the girl had no choice but to arm her sword, directing the blade to enemies. In the last second, the beauty was lucky that the unknown intervened in a fight. It was a hero who was clearly indignant that even in this life he could not calmly rest. Seeing the young master, the warriors in black were immediately alert, trying to understand who he was. However, Pek Mugun pretended to be just passers-by, and he threw his golden lightning at the opponents. Electric discharges ideally walked around women, touching only enemies nearby. Quite soon their charred, lifeless bodies began to fall to the ground. After making sure that there were no enemies left, the heir went up to help two girls in trouble. Then he began to carefully examine the beauty in violet clothes, which they saved all this time. Looking at her face, the young gentleman realized that it was exactly the one he was looking for, Jung Yu-un. Therefore, he was convinced that he was incredibly lucky to be at the right time in the right place. Soon the hero was already helping to bring the victim to a small house, hidden in the bamboo grove. Madame in Krasnoy examined Jung Yu-un, trying to bring her to her senses. However, she was very weak, and looking at her condition, Pek Mugun could not help but find out what happened. As it turned out, the traitors poisoned the mistress and attacked the main headquarters. Now the girl was convinced that there was definitely a spy among them. Many of their people sacrificed themselves so that they managed to escape. Remembering this, the beauty failed to restrain her tears and began to sob. However, the hero comforted her, showing lightning in his hands. Thus, he could help young Yu and save her. The girl immediately found out in the warrior of the god Thunder, so I realized who he was. Having bowed, she apologized that she appeared in front of him in this form, and introduced herself. Her name was Tan Solayona, and she was the youngest Madame Chonmilgak. After that, the heir to the Pek family also introduced himself, promising to take care of her lady. Then he looked more closely at Tan Selyonu. She was a real beauty, looking like a girl from old portraits. The young gentleman himself did not notice how he began to frankly stare at her, but he did not have time to look away. The beauty herself asked him to put a little admiration for her appearance and engage in mistress. Therefore, apologizing, the hero immediately came up and began to explore the body of young Yu with his granted energy. Meanwhile, Tan Solyona pointed to the symbol on the forehead's forehead. He said that she was poisoned by the poison of a purple flower. The beauty hoped that even with such a strong poison, the heir would be able to help her. However, the warrior could heal the victim with the help of the revival of heavenly harmony, but he had to concentrate. Therefore, he asked the younger mistress not to bother him. Quite soon, the more effort passed through the body of a woman, the more she began to turn in a dream. And soon the flower on his forehead began to fade gradually, and then to her returned a natural pinkish complexion. In the end, everything worked out. And although Jung Yu was still weak, she will return to normal as soon as she sleeps well. Obviously, Tan Solyona also began to crumble in thanks. However, instead, the young gentleman decided to find out where their headquarters are now. As it turned out, it was located on the outskirts of Nanjing. However, the youngest lady was sincerely incomprehensible why Pek Mugun is this information. As it turned out, the hero just wanted to go to scout the situation, but the beauty tried to explain that it was too dangerous, especially when the Supreme Master is located there. And only when he heard what a person settled there, the heir realized that they would not live all. Soon he was already near the walls of the organization itself. The leader at this time, as if nothing had happened, was sitting inside, having fun with women, and his people stood guard, obviously not noticing the Mugun who ran past. As if nothing had happened, having passed straight behind them, the young master hit the core, and climbed onto the roof itself, where there were small windows. Of these, the hero was able to carefully consider the Supreme Master. Next to him were his subordinates, at first glance, first-level masters. Then Pek Mugun realized that it would not be as easy as he expected. If only the Supreme Master was in the room, the heir could win due to a sudden attack. But with all this pack, you will have to tinker. The warrior even thought about the possibility of using the technique of the phenomenon of the coffin. But unfortunately, it was still not enough. His body could simply not withstand this. All that he had left was to hope that the heavens will help to win. At this moment, just the Supreme Master began to hack a girl who clearly did not want this. Therefore, the young master did not wait and immediately burst inside. First of all, he attacked with the help of his golden shield. The Supreme Master managed to easily recognize the attack and fight off from it. But after the shield, the hero himself was already flying. The heir strengthened his technique by the reception of a multi-core thunderous shot and carried on enemies. Immediately after, this enemy was struck by several thunderstrokes that literally constrained his body. As a result, the man fell powerlessly to the ground in painful convulsions. The hero only looked at him with contempt. At this time, two frightened girls who were shaking sat in the corner recognized the technique that the hero used. At that moment, two first-grade warriors broke at the door. However, immediately a shield of the heir flew into one of them. After he caught him, the warrior had already begun on the second enemy, injuring him in the chest. Finally, the young gentleman realized what kind of equipment his opponents used. It was the technique of the bloody touch of the Sura. Only the Sura clan from the detachment of the gods of the other world fought in this way. And the hero was sure that 30 years ago he killed them all without leaving a single reptile. As a result, everyone was resurrected, and from his anger, the heir did not notice how lightning was almost through in two girls, those scared in the corner. For this reason, his anger immediately subsided, and the young master began to crumble in apologies. He also explained to the beauties that he was sent by Tonsol Yona, and asked them not to worry. Looking around the house, the warrior realized that at first everything here needed to be put in order. He also indignant that he killed everyone. After all, they could be useful to him to receive information. However, suddenly the heir noticed a small detail on the clothes of one of them. It was a small copper medallion with a miniature hieroglyph. Soon, the hero in the company of two unfortunate girls returned to the younger mistress. As soon as Tonsol Yona saw her friends safe and sound, immediately began to hug them. After that, the beauty also bowed to the young master for saving her people, and was ready to pay him anything. However, the hero had an idea how they could thank him now. In fact, the guy was insanely hungry and asked him to feed him at least something. The maids were clearly withdrawn, not understanding how Pak Mugun could make their mistress cook. However, it seems that she was not opposed. Already quite soon on the table was a fragrant noodles with her spicy herbs. The hero attacked this food like a wild beast, even though she was insanely hot. Finally, when the appetite of Pak Mugun was decreased, he praised Tonsol Yona for her cooking, because not only she was very beautiful, but her culinary skills were excellent. The youngest mistress was about to leave, embarrassed by the words of the heir. But he suddenly admitted that he had been more slowly than he wanted to enjoy her company longer. The girl only laughed awkwardly, believing that the master behaves in this way with all young beauties. But she believed that the heir to the PEK family would be the same modest. However, at that moment her maids ran up to the young lady with joyful news. Their eldest mistress finally came to her senses. When they entered another room, they saw that Young Yu was already enough and calmly sat in bed. Having modestly bowed, she greeted the heir to the god Thunder and thanked him for the salvation of their lives. However, the young gentleman calmly explained that he had just fulfilled his duties. In fact, the guy was more shocked by the fact that so many years had already passed, and the mistress was just as beautiful. At that moment, Young Yu was surprised that the hero had no blood ties with the previous thunder god, but his face so much resembled her past acquaintance. On her words, the heir only smiled weakly and sighed. And even despite the fact that he lived 9 completely different lives, it was incredibly difficult to meet a person dear to the heart from the past. But the warrior moved to a more serious topic. The main headquarters was attacked by the Sura clan from the detachment of the gods of the other world. They also used the technique of the bloody touch of the Sura, so there could be no mistake. They probably returned. And of course, the Supreme Madam understood that in this case the matter is bad. After all, the clan definitely hid among the warriors of Murim and waited for a successful moment in order to attack. Obviously, Pak Mugen immediately expressed a desire to simply erase everyone from the face of the earth, at the same time as the inhabitants of Murim who covered them. This was the main purpose of the heritage of the god Thunder. And of course Young Yu had stated that according to the contract, they would support it with everything they can. The hero was immensely grateful for her help. After that, the young gentleman also decided to demonstrate to Madam a small medallion, which he found among those bastards who attacked them today. And of course, the head of the Information Guild quickly recognized the family herself. She was in the Yanju Valley, and over the past 10 years has reached a certain power. They also conducted a secret investigation to learn more about them, but their motives and reasons for such rapid growth were still unknown. It was behind the family that the detachment of the gods of the other world stood itself. They watched them for a long time and chose the perfect moment to attack. Realizing this, the hero was already aiming to go there and deal with them. However, young Yu grabbed him. After all, the family itself is a strong enough opponent. They could not challenge 7 great families if they could not be underestimated. Tan Sol Yona also believed that they needed good evidence of their connection with the detachment. Otherwise, they would not be able to enlist the support of Murim. And the heir realized that he really hastened with conclusions. However, suddenly the youngest lady remembered a curious detail. Among the information received by their clan, one incident associated with the family herself appeared. It seemed that it was thanks to this incident that they would be able to get closer to the opponents. Meanwhile, the latest news reported to the chapter in the family estate. He was clearly disappointed that the shock detachment was destroyed along with everyone who was sent to the Information Guild. However, spies confirmed the death of all participants in the operation. Everything related to the intelligence organization was carefully studied. They tried to find at least some clues about the whereabouts of the survivors, but the efforts were in vain. The head of the family herself was boiling with rage at the mere thought that someone dared to intervene in their affairs. For this reason, the Lord ordered his military captain to immediately find everyone who was at least somehow involved in this operation. It was impossible to allow anyone to impede their plans. At this time, the heir to the Peke family, along with Tansol Yuno, were sent along the forest path to the destination. At some point in the path, the young master noticed that it was quite difficult for a beauty to keep up with him. The hero saw that he completely exhausted the girl, but he was clearly pleased with her perseverance. After that, the warrior decided to sit on a stone to rest a little. The young gentleman pretended to be slightly tired and invited the beauty to rest. Obviously, the mistress was glad that the heir himself proposed this. By that time, they had already reached the road leading directly to the estate of the Yakvan family, the safest path to their goal. Sitting on a high mountain terrace, 2 travelers watched magnificent mountain landscapes. The youngest mistress could not restrain herself and admired the beauty of the surroundings. But then she remembered that they had arrived here not for the sake of entertainment. The hero was extremely pleased with the fact that the girl liked their small journey. After a short, awkward silence, Tansol Yona admitted that as the youngest mistress, all her time is usually busy with Murim's affairs. She almost did not have the opportunity to go beyond it, and even more so to climb the mountains. The beauty was like a frog in a well, probably why her heart was beating so frantically. For this, she was even a little ashamed. Looking at her with understanding, the young master asked the girl not to be upset, because in the future she could visit a huge number of places and see many amazing things. Remembering their recent conversation, the heir focused on the essence of the matter. The youngest mistress said that the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Santa Dunya, had a daughter named Sangwan. At the same time, 2 influential families, herself and Kavanbo, began negotiations on engagement with this beauty. It was here that the problem arose. The hero quickly understood the essence of the situation. Given that the Sura clan was behind the family, they probably tried to enlist the financial support of the Chamber of Commerce. The intervention of the Huanbo family forced everyone to postpone plans. However, something unexpected happened. Mrs. Sangvan escaped with another man. This chosen one was Mr. Sun, who worked as a doctor. The Chamber of Commerce supported the hospital where he worked, so lovers met. A real scandal broke out from behind the beauty. As you know, Sona is a family name, meaning that the man was a member of the Yakvan family, who is engaged in the manufacture of various elixirs. For the heir, this was a huge success. He himself several times thought to go to the Yakvan family after visiting the Information Guild. Now everything has been contacted by itself, as if someone had touched everything in advance. Tansol Yona also explained that initially, everyone considered it an ordinary love triangle, until it found that a detachment of the gods of the other world behind the family was behind the family. Then the youngest lady thought that this incident can be used to bring the family herself to clean water. Obviously, the hero was delighted with how quickly the beauty came to such conclusions, especially considering that her life was recently threatened by mortal danger. She was not only smart, but also incredibly bold. For this reason, Pekmugun really wanted the younger brother to study Tansol Yona once. Young Yu just watched their conversation without hiding smiles. Then the heir realized that they can no longer just sit and watch the Sura clan trying to get to the Yakvan family. The young gentleman wanted to go on a trip right now, so as not to miss a similar opportunity. The warrior also asked Tan Sol-yan with the rest of the guild members to move to a safe place as soon as possible. It was best to go to his homeland, to the province of Wenzhou. The youngest mistress already hesitated from his determination and haste. Chan Yu had enough agreed to do the way the hero ordered. She believed that she would completely cope with the movement of the guild alone. However, she had a request to Pak Mugun, so that he would take her younger sister with him. Remembering this, the heir hoped that Yung Yu Unde and the rest of the organization would be able to hide. Tan Sol-yona reassured him. They were specially prepared for such situations. She was rather worried that those two could go the other way, but the hero knew that about this should not be worried. After all, this road was the safest route, along which Mr. Sun would definitely think of walking. Tan Sol-yona embarrassedly looked at how the words of Pak Mugun sounded confidently. There was a feeling, as if a young master never doubted and is not afraid of anything. The next moment nearby, the hero heard someone's intermittent breathing. The warrior instantly rose, realizing that those whom they were waiting finally arrived. Just at that moment, two fugitives ran straight towards the travelers. The heir calmly greeted Mr. Sun and Mrs. Sangwon. The man was immediately scared, deciding that they were conducted behind them. At that moment, enemy warriors were already approaching them behind them, surrounding the couple with a dense ring. The pursuers made it clear to the fugitives that they had nowhere else to escape. After that, the bearded man introduced himself as a Huanbo's son, who arrived with his people by order of family leadership. Then he politely asked the mistress to go with them. As soon as the young master heard about the Huanbo family, sparks of rage immediately rained down from his eyes. After all, these were one of those bastards who betrayed him in a past life. The blue-eyed beauty only screamed that she had already an oath of faithfulness to Mr. Sun and would not go anywhere with them. The man only sighed rather, and asked the girl not to stubborn. After that, he directed his subordinates forward, explaining that they needed an entire and unharmed mistress, and with her lover, they could do whatever they want. Being confused, the master immediately looked towards the hero. Although not knowing who they were, the man asked them for help, promising in return to never forget their kindness. Immediately after these words, the heir fell from his place, even causing a light breeze. The warrior reminded the doctor of his promise and that now he would owe him. Immediately after that, electric sparks dangled in the hands of the hero. First of all, the young gentleman aimed at Huanbo's son, who so proudly declared his name, and flew into him with his fists. With one blow, he knocked out several teeth to the enemy. Immediately after that, the man flew to the tree, simultaneously losing consciousness. Coming to himself, his warriors only scaredly called out of the master, who never spoke. The heir, taking his breath, proudly introduced himself to the master from the family herself, and immediately ordered these people to get away if they did not want to die. Obviously, Tan Sol-yona did not understand what the thunder is doing. At this moment, the hero himself counted from 3 to 1. And as he expected, these bastards hastily ran away. Although the young master, of course, wanted to beat them to half to death, he understood that he should first be dealing with the Sura clan. At that moment, the young couple began to bow to the heir, wanting to find out how they could thank him. The warrior was about to refuse, but Tan Sol-yona had a suitable request for both of them. And of course, lovers readily stated that they would do anything. The youngest lady needed a little. They wanted the fugitives to lead them to the estate of the Yakvan family. The man only hesitantly stumbled. But the beauty explained that the estate was now the safest refuge. Since Mr. Sun had no choice, the lady asked him not to resist and just help each other. Obviously, the man who made a promise had no choice, so he agreed to hold them. Thus, the problem with the estate was resolved. The hero was clearly pleased with the quick-witted beauty. After all, otherwise he would have to look for the road on his own. Soon, going through the forest and fog, the travelers went to the Valley of Thousands of Pines. There they were welcomed by the head of the Yakvan family, who sincerely thanked the heir to the thunder that he saved his worthless son. However, the hero perfectly remembered his obligations to the Yakvan family from past lives. Father was still angry. After all, before that his son said that he wanted to see the world a little, and he himself was stuck in such a trouble that the head of the family was even ashamed to look at the Pigun in the eyes. The heir only laughed, but warned that the Huanbo family would not be so easy to give up. After all, he seriously hit their authority. The family itself, or rather, a detachment of the gods of the other world that stands behind her, will not back down from Mrs. Sangwon. They needed the financial capabilities of the Chamber of Commerce. The head of the Yakvan family perfectly understood this, but alone they could not stop the clan herself. But the hero asked not to worry about it. After all, according to his oath, he would protect their family. In return, the young master had only one small request to the chapter. The man immediately suggested that it concerns the divine elixir of radiance. Meanwhile, the youngest heiress, along with Mrs. Sangwan, walked around the territory of the estate. Looking around, the beauties could not believe that they really ended up in paradise on the ground. But obviously, the young mistress still bothered, whether her pursuers would definitely not get here. Hearing her experiences, her lover asked his chosen one not to worry, since this place was well guarded by a magic veil. Those who do not know the road here will never be able to get inside. However, suddenly travelers heard a crack that burst out along the protective barrier. No one, even the young family of the family, knew what was happening. This had never happened before. However, the Pek Mugen quickly explained that the curtain began to crumble. The young Mr. Yakvan did not believe that this was possible. But the heir calmly explained. It was the work of the trackers. They tracked the fugitives by the smell of Mrs. Sangwan. This clearly confused the young beauty itself. Tansol Yona came up to seriously talk to Pek Mugen. She knew that he was strong, but even it would be too hard for him to fight with the Huanbo family alone. Of course, the guy tried to explain that everything is possible if his strength increases a little. He already asked Mr. Yakvan to make an elixir, which will help him become much stronger. Immediately, the young master of the family, Yakvan, said that he could make this elixir in 3 days, and the hero should hold out to this moment. Tansol Yona obviously noticed that the protective barrier could not stand for so long, and then Pek Mugen decided to come up with a cunning plan. Soon, disappointing news reached the Avengers of the Huanbo family. Obviously, the captain did not understand who and when he managed to attack their camp and do everything so stealthily. To great happiness, some fighters were still breathing for the destruction of the barrier, but their energy fell into decay. Now they could not take anything. The commander of the unit clearly panicked. They needed all people to win, so he ordered to do everything possible so that these warriors would stand on their feet. The captain herself was clearly disappointed that he was so nervous in front of the most powerful Huanbo family. After that, skirmishes began between the allies. Captain Huanbo accused the commander of the troops that he did not send the pursuit on time, while the commander reproached the man that they could not catch even one miserable girl. The military captain of the Huanbo family only said that he had trusted their reputation, but in the end he was disappointed. And this led to the current situation. After what was said, the military commander herself only bit his tongue and made it clear that the beauty had already escaped in any case. He clearly did not want to spoil the relationship on the basis of such trifles. The commander promised to send even more trackers to them, and he could also send an additional detachment of soldiers. After that, Captain Huanbo calmed down, but did not accept help. He did not want to be in debt. The man believed that their strength would be quite enough, so he asked to direct only the fellow citizens. Of course, the military captain herself surprised the arrogance of this fighter. He wanted to destroy all these impudent people right now and prove to everyone that the Sura clan was returning. But they were still not strong enough. The best outcome for them was if almost all the forces of Huanbo were destroyed in the attack. Then they would simply shift the responsibility to the guy who impersoned the family of the family herself. And in order to refute this, they needed to prepare well. By morning, Tansol Yona had already finished with the messages, which Mr. Pak asked to send. The beauty hoped that the plan, thought out by the heir, would work. Then she looked back at the man who trained on the site. They have not been able to talk normally from yesterday. All that remained was to hope that the elixir, who is now preparing the Yakvan family, will be ready on time. At that moment, the young master of the family diligently worked on the potion, and his bride was busy next to him, helping him in every possible way. Tansol Yona decided to check how the preparation of the elixir is going. As it turned out, by the end of the day they will already receive a divine radiance, but the elixir will be ready in 3 days. As expected, the youngest mistress thanked them for their work, after which she went to transfer the information to Mr. Pak. In fact, Tansol Yon was a little embarrassing from the fact that Madame Sangvan would go around her fiancé in every possible way, trying to help him. At the same time, the beauty felt guilty. After all, she could not do anything for Mr. Pak Mugen. All that was in her power now is to control the processes and, if possible, to contact those with whom it is necessary. However, unexpectedly, the youngest lady noticed that the barrier around the estate began to finally crack at the seams. At all pairs, she went to the hero, but he already realized that the Huanbo family found new thinkers. This time, it will be much more difficult for them to get rid of the pursuers. After all, you will have to fight with the warriors of the Huanbo family face to face. Initially, Pek Mugen was not going to start the battle before the use of the divine radiance, but there was no choice. Tansol Yona realized that the heir was going to join the battle alone. However, The hero saw that the effect of divine radiance would be sufficient for victory. Of course, the youngest mistress tried to reason him. These people prepared in advance for the assault. They are strong and dangerous. To rush into this battle alone was pure recklessness. The beauty was also about to go to his aid. However, the warrior, although he was grateful for her anxiety, forbade this. The young gentleman himself perfectly understood that the upcoming battle would be very difficult, but reminded that he was enough. Tan Salt Yona must be believed in him. In addition, the heir was sure that there would be not one in this battle. At that moment, the younger brother had already received the message of Pak Mugen, who kept him in the know of the latest events. It became obvious that the young master expects that Muak will independently draw conclusions and act. Although his brother was inexperienced, this time he had a worthy rival in the person of the Huanbo family. In addition, their real enemy is the family itself. Therefore, when the situation reached the limit, the younger realized that the eldest brother needed help. Soon, in the middle of the forest near the estate, a cruel battle has already started. First of all, the hero faced the strong warriors of the near battle of the Huanbo family. Among them was also their direct captain, who was noticeably different from everyone else with his power. In addition, the commander was clearly angry that the enemy only fights off. It looked like neglect by the name of the Huanbo family. The captain was going to teach the Pec Mugen for this, and warned that he would not return alive. Obviously, the power of the blow of this man struck the imagination. In addition, all warriors acted very harmoniously, and not surprisingly. The Huanbo family was definitely one of the representatives of the supreme clans. However, the hero perfectly understood that these people were still far from his predecessors. For this reason, during one of the joint attacks, he counterattacked, breaking out 2 fighters at once. Only after a while did they get to their feet again. And then it became obvious. Pak Mugen was on the same level with 3 opponents. And this, despite the fact that the heir did not particularly attack, which means he did not show what he is capable of. The captain of the operation perfectly heard that the detachment of the family itself was destroyed, and already understood who was perhaps behind it. At that moment, the Tan Salt Yona watched the battle of the battle. The beauty saw that Pak Mugen was clearly restraining, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the hero ordered the opponents to stop playing with him. The warrior made it clear that they could not defeat him, and offered to flee the other fighters of the Huanbo family. In addition, the young gentleman disgraced them, saying that they were unworthy of the names of the great families, especially after the innocent lovers were so arrogant, although they knew that the real enemy was the family itself. However, the leader of the operation immediately accused the hero of which he himself impersonated the family's member in order to divide them. But this statement allowed the heir to understand what their trick was. The stupid Captain Huanbo fell on a lie. Now it became clear that the family itself preferred a trick than the brains. Therefore, the hero decided not to pull the battle anymore. However, unexpectedly, the warrior felt something riding from the thicket of the forest. At that moment, other fighters covered with black clothes appeared in the clearing. They were led by a military captain herself, who ordered everyone to kill. Warriors from the Huanbo family, as well as the guy who abducted the mistress, had to die. Obviously, the leader of the team Huanbo panicked, not understanding what kind of reinforcements to them arrived. The hero immediately stated that he did not send these people. The family itself is deceiving them. The young master could not understand how this stupid commander still did not understand that they were driven by the nose. The captain still did not believe in the betrayal of his allies, so he rushed at the hero with his fists. However, he defended himself with the help of his golden shield. After that, the patience of the heir completely burst. Lightning rolled around him. He was so angry with an idiot. Obviously, even the strongest captain was thrown away from the hero. And then he finally found out who was actually an enemy. After all, it was the legendary technique of divine coming. The warriors did not have time to say anything. The hired killers crept from the shadows on them. They wanted to destroy everyone quickly in order to prevent anyone from escaping. After that, those who have already been freed rushed into the forest thicket. However, the hero quickly defeated them, simply incinerating with his golden lightning. After that, their exhausted and charred bodies fell to the ground. After what he saw, the captain of the operation was already stumbled, not realizing that he had just seen his own eyes. This dazzling golden light illuminated the whole meadow like a solar flash. Soon nearby, Ilbana, who calmly explained that the master apparently had a little fun, noticed. The hoe present nearby was just laughing. After all, he knew very well that his friend is a real master of his craft. But soon the comrade realized that this did not explain at all how, during the battle around the battle, lightning began to splash like sea waves. For this reason, having finished disassembly here, they agreed to advance to the aid of the hero. At that moment, One of the surviving warriors, Hwanbo, thanked the guys for having come to help. They refused to introduce themselves, instead called the guardians of the good name of Murim. Meanwhile, after using deadly technology, the heir finally reached his limit. Tansol Yona was afraidly watched this, not knowing how she could help him. At this moment, the hero tried to clench, but he realized that he could not even move his finger. Prior to that, he significantly increased his internal energy due to the divine radiance. But apparently, all this turned out to be useless. His supply of strength was still insufficient. Captain Hwanbo, seeing a guy who lost his strength, immediately reached for his blade in order to complete the duel. Noticing this, Tansalt Yona at all pairs rushed to stop him. In the last second with her body, the beauty obscured the hero, not allowing the enemy to strike a mortal blow. Then she explained the member of the Kwanbo family that her master was not going to fight with them, so she asked to stop the meaningless massacre. The youngest mistress also recalled that real enemies are the Sura clan standing behind the family herself. But the representative of Hwanbo continued to stubbornly pretend that he knew nothing about it. The man only evil declared that the Sura clan was destroyed many years ago by the god of thunder. But even if the girl was telling the truth and they returned, the leader of the operation could not leave the people who disgraced their family. Looking at how the enemy flies in the direction of Tansel Yona, the beauty only closed her eyes, but she did not retreat a single step. And when she opened her eyes, she saw a man on whose face a huge cutting wound gathered. As soon as the enemy fell exhausted to the ground, the hero with a smile turned to the mistress and thanked her for the salvation. And then, after these words, he lost consciousness straight into the delicate hands of the beauty. Looking at such a weak state of a strong man, the girl barely restrained her tears. And soon someone had already heard the voices that seemed to her by the voices of the Hwanbo family warriors. Tansol Yona did not know what to do, and was not sure that she could take the hero alone. Soon, several figures appeared from the forest thicket. They immediately saw how the young lady was worried. Therefore, having removed the masks, they introduced themselves as friends of the heir who came to his aid. For this reason, Pek Sangyeon grabbed the master in his hands, while Chongwo explained that in case of danger they would deal with this issue. They have nothing to worry about. Soon, the news of the failure reached the headquarters of the Kwanbo family. A man in orange clothes was clearly disappointed that the fighters Hwanbo Mun, Kwanbo Guan, and Kwanbo Gvon were destroyed. In addition, losses among ordinary warriors were significant. Therefore, everyone began to think who could withstand them. However, they also received information that their fighters were killed by the wrong guy who was imposed on a family member. According to the survivors, a detachment of unidentified warriors suddenly attacked them, and then that mysterious young man helped them. In addition, after examining the bodies of the attackers, it was found that they belonged to the family themselves. For this reason, the advisor tried to explain to the commander that Mrs. Sangwon was now not so important. They needed to find this guy as soon as possible, who pretended to be a member of the family himself. First of all, it was necessary to understand what connects him with his family herself and what are his motives. In principle, the captain agreed. After all, this girl could still be forgotten, while this unknown guy remained the main goal. Meanwhile, the hero lay in the valley on a soft bed. Next to him was Tansalt Yona, and, feeling the body of the heir, the beauty understood that he had a very strong heat, so that it seemed that the whole body would soon light up. In order to help him, the youngest mistress used the special technique of the god of thunder, which once long ago she was trained by her older sister. Soon the guy began to slowly wake up with oblivion. The young master was delirious, and he constantly apologized to Jung Yuun, promising that he would definitely return to her. Tansol Yona was partly touched by the fact that even in this state, the heir thought about the supreme lady of their clan. After that, the beauty decided to attach more effort using the technique inherited from the older sister. She could convey all her strength to Pak Mugun, if only he would quickly come to his senses. It was a well-known technique of harmony of heavenly thunder. After some time, the guy finally came to his senses, not even fully understanding where he was. Looking around the room, he noticed a young mistress who fell asleep near his bed. Soon, the lady herself woke up and did not believe her happiness when she saw that the master was awakened. After which she immediately rose from her place, scattering in an apology for appearing in such an unsightly form. However, this did not worry the hero at all. So he began to thank the mistress for the fact that all this time she looked after him. This gratitude obviously confused the young beauty. After all, she believed that she had done less of what she could in this situation. Remembering an almost lost fight, the heir realized the stupidity that he committed because of his self-confidence. Therefore, having risen out of bed, he was about to go on business, because thanks to his help, Tansol Yona was able to recover well. However, to his great surprise, the young master noticed that his body became much easier. Although the flows of internal energy were damaged, it seems that its strength has increased significantly. The hero guessed that most likely it was the work of the younger mistress, and was right. The girl admitted that she used the technique of internal revival, transferred to her by the supreme madame. Hearing this, the guy immediately took her hands and did not even know how to thank the beauty, who for the sake of him applied equipment, so complicated in execution. From such proximity, the young girl immediately blushed with embarrassment, but made it clear that she had done exactly what she had. At that moment, Young-ho finally burst into the room where the master was resting, who had heard his voice from afar and realized that he woke up. However, seeing a couple who holds hands, literally doused with awkwardness, he considered that he had come out clearly not at the right moment. And then, turning around 180 degrees, he decided a little later to visit his friend. Soon, Pak Mugen went to the training site of the Valley of Thousands of Pines. There he was waiting for Nak Ilban and Pek Sangyun, who reported that the preparation was completely completed. They were ready to send immediately after receiving the order. Looking around all the preparations, the heir joyfully thanked them for the work done. After that, he appointed his students as accompanying the Yakvan family in Nanjing. The young gentleman also warned the head of the family that the Fleet Pak, located in Nanjing, would accompany them in Wenzhou, where the headquarters was located. As soon as they arrive in place, they will be able to sit on the slopes of the mountain in the province of Zhejiang. Immediately, the future head of the Yakvan family began to crumble in thanks, promising that they would not remain in debt to the young master. He also decided to present a small gift to the hero. Compared to what the heir did for them was a trifle, but it was the only thing the man had with him. The hero was almost upset with joy. After all, this elixir was just because he was so necessary. After that, Pek Mugen also thanked Young-ho for the help that he had, although he was not obliged. However, the Fist of Rage only calmly recalled that they were friends. In addition, he simply, as usual, wandered idle and was glad to be useful. It didn't matter to him whether he helped the Yakvan family or anyone else. The hero only smiled, promisingly to return Young-ho debt, and wished him a successful return home. After that, the friends said goodbye, and the Fist of Rage was looking forward to the heir to keep his promise. While PK Mugun calmly escorted his comrades with his eyes, the younger mistress suddenly approached him. She heard that the hero plans to go on a trip alone again, and was right. The heir really wanted to meet with the representative of the Huanbo family. He was going to convince him to unite against the family himself, but he was not sure if he would succeed. Obviously, Tansol Yona understood that because of their long-standing enmity and betrayal, it would be very difficult to agree in a past life. And of course, the beauty was right, so the hero absorbed despair. But the youngest lady was sure that she could help convince the member of the Huanbo family. In principle, Pek Mugun had no doubt about this, as in the abilities of the girl as a whole. However, he knew that the trip could be dangerous, so he asked her to go to Nanjing with the rest. Obviously, the lady was grateful for this anxiety, but she was not afraid of anyone. After all, she was also the youngest mistress, and was ready to meet the danger at any moment. This was her purpose. But most of all, the beauty wanted to help the hero. Looking at her confidence and decisiveness, Pak Mugun had no choice, so he decided to approve the desire of Tansol Yona. The young gentleman also patted her on the shoulder, praising for determination, and promised that from now on he could completely trust her. The heir did not even notice that at that moment, the girl began to burn with embarrassment from intimacy. But even despite this, the beauty gathered all her strength into a fist, and confidently looked directly into the eyes of Pak Mugun. Soon, family members of Huanbo already burst into the Valley of Thousands of Pines. However, to their great regret, they realized that everyone had already managed to hide from here. So they are very late. The leader of the persecution group immediately ordered his soldiers to go in an immediate pursuit, realizing that the enemies could not go far. However, suddenly one of them found an arrow with a small note tied to its end, and handed it to the master. The harsh man carefully studied the note with his gaze and realized that it was a real invitation. Therefore, they soon ended up in the very house where not so long ago, the youngest mistress was saved by Yung Yu-un. After a while, the fighters already broke into the building and greeted the guy, which was called the Ninth Degeneration. The commander clearly wanted to deal with Pek Mugun for daring to attack the Huanbo family. However, the hero only calmly recalled that it was the warriors of their families that were the first to begin the conflict. The man tried to pretend to be unsolved, but the heir threatened him not to even try to bluff. They themselves have already noticed that the family itself was deceiving them, and he invited enemies to a meeting in order to stop true opponents as soon as possible. Looking at how, after these words, the old man got angry, Tan Salt Yona realized that they could not so easily establish relations with the Huanbo family. However, the beauty made it clear that now they had one rather serious common enemy. It seemed that they were already guessing. People who killed the warriors of the Huanbo family in the Valley of Thousands of Pines were members of the family themselves. In principle, they also knew about this well. Tan Sol Yona recalled that they intervened in battle from the very beginning, trying to protect these warriors. Therefore, it seemed to the youngest lady that it was necessary to slightly push their enmity and unite against the common enemy, and also embarrassedly told that because of this enmity, she had already lost her family. If they do not stop the clan itself, then the Sura will begin to act, and such a tragedy may be repeated. Listening to this story of the beauty, the soldiers could barely restrain tears. The old man agreed to what she was saying, but they did not know what her family herself had, and they could not trust them so right away. Then the youngest lady decided to find out how they are going to get confirmation of their words. Considering this a waste of time and seeing the doubts of the military leader who was at a dead end, the beauty proposed a brilliant idea. He and the hero will take on a detachment of killers and find out who they really are. Then the Huanbo clan will be able to trust them. After that, they continued negotiations in order to finally decide on further actions. Suddenly, Mrs. Tan Sol Yona proposed becoming a hostage to the Huanbo family to gain their trust. It was clearly not what he wanted or at least expected Pek Mugun. It seemed to the heir that the words of the youngest mistress were a real delirium. To the great relief of the hero, the old man refused to take hostages. Their determination has already proved that they can be trusted. It seems that Tan Sol Yona was about such a reaction. However, Pike Mugen asked the girl the next time to warn him about this in advance. After all, he was madly afraid for her. And of course, such an experience of the master could not but please the young beauty. Meanwhile, the events moved to Nankin, and specifically to its main square. The captain of the family herself looked around everything around, waiting for the appearance of a member of the intelligence group, who was supposed to capture at all costs. He also recalled the words of his chapter. He was angry at him, considering the idiot who failed the mission, and warned that this was the last chance to improve. Otherwise, he would receive a punishment along the whole strict of the laws of Sura. For this reason, the captain was here in order to catch the girl and that guy who passes himself as Mr. Klain Sura. If he fails, then the full end will come. Immediately after these thoughts, he saw two familiar figures waiting along the street. The man immediately recognized the girl, the younger mistress of the intelligence guild. Therefore, I was delighted that they fell into his trap, and immediately decided to act. At this moment, travelers, as if nothing had happened, went beyond the borders of Nankin. Obviously, all this time spies followed them, watching them here and there. When they finally went on a deserted path, the commander herself immediately ordered his soldiers to seize these people and bring alive. First of all the fighters flew into the young mistress. However, the beauty stood as if nothing had happened, as if she was not nervous. This was not surprising, given that next to her was a warrior who was able to defeat people without even approaching them. The military captain was clearly very nervous, seeing that the strongest of the fighters had died, not even managing to get closer to the goal. And the hero calmly stood with his blade, realizing that finally people fell into his trap. Despite the fact that the first three warriors were already saying goodbye to life, the captain sent a few more fighters on the attack. But soon it became obvious. It was a stupid decision, especially after some of them had already said goodbye to existence. Therefore, without even approaching the hero, the attackers immediately flew away, as if they were demolished by a shockwave. Only then did the military captain realize which monster tried to catch. However, Pek Mugun in time noticed his attempt to escape, and did not allow him to hide. The heir was aimed exactly at the one who came for the soul of his and the youngest mistress. After that, having knocked the man to the ground, he was convinced that he would be a great gift for the Huanbo family. Shortly after this capture, the hero appeared to the Yunen. However, the beauty was very angry that Pike Mugun suddenly went to another province, and then returned surrounded by incomprehensible people, and now asks to lend his ship to get to his homeland. In addition, the young gentleman asked to provide a wagon for transporting strangers, which could not surprise her. But as promised, the lady was ready to help him. However, looking contemptuously at Tan Sol Yon, she reported the hero that it was too frivolous to bring the girl from the house of pleasure to her house. After all, she could change her mind about their union. Pek Mugun obviously noticed contemptance in her words and reminded Yun-san, which is doing everything in his abilities for the Pek family. And as you know, everything that goes for the benefit of the Pek family will also bring the benefit of the Yun family. In addition, the youngest lady was a very important man for the hero who was next to him all this time and helped him a lot. Therefore, the heir apologized to the San for his unceremonious appearance, but asked to understand that he was committing all the deeds for the good of their families. These words forced the young mistress to be embarrassed. As a result, she allocated the ship to the hero and decided to do everything he asked for. However, the beauty had their own conditions, which could not be dispensed with. The lady wanted Pak Mugen to devote her to her plans in advance. Soon they left the Tan of Yanoi, and the hero began to apologize to the girl for having to listen to such a thing. However, this was not the first time that she was perceived as a girl from a brothel. In addition, Tan Solyona saw that the mistress values the heir, and considered it not surprising that she was jealous. After all, they change in places, the beauty would behave exactly the same. The youngest mistress herself did not notice how she said something so unforgivable. However, she was lucky that Pak Mugun took it as a joke that raised his mood. But the guy noticed that the words of Tan Solyona sounded as if she was already his girlfriend. The heir clearly did not expect that at that second the brain of the young mistress would literally begin to give distress signals. Therefore, immediately began to apologize that his jokes went too far. However, having blocked the beautiful path, the young master recalled that he did not lie when he said that she was dear to him. He also hoped that the girl could continue to help him in everything, and he in turn would pay off exactly the same. And of course, the young mistress embarrassedly promised that she would make every effort in order to continue to help the master. Soon the guy was already retired in his room where he had training. However, the words of the young mistress and the expression of her face were deeply crashed into memory. Obviously, the heir tried to drive out thoughts of a beauty, not understanding why he only thinks about this girl all day. But the hero realized that even having lived so many lives, he still could not stay away from human passions, although he did not feel any special feelings for the girl. Soon the young master took out his elixir, realizing that now he needed to focus on training and become stronger. And for this, the maximum possible concentration was needed. Only in this way he will be able to restore all his skill, which he owned for all 9 lives. Soon, the news came to the head of the clan that his captain, sent to the mission, failed everything. Now, unfortunately, a full-scale war with the Huanbo family was simply inevitable. Therefore, the head ordered his assistant to bring here Sura-kun and Sura to Chon. The hero, the day after the capture of the military leader herself, led him to the nobles of the Huanbo family. Thus, he fully fulfilled his promise given to him. Obviously, military leaders and other warriors did not even know how to behave after that. The heir hoped that now he proved everything, and they would attack the family together. In principle, the man was ready to do as they agreed. In addition, Kwanbo was surprised. After all, they saw that Pak Mugun became much stronger for a very short period of time. Everyone was wondering how he succeeded. Meanwhile, the mock with the tan of the salt sailed on the ship. The young boy noticed that the lady is clearly worried about her older brother. Hearing an appeal to herself, the beauty immediately greeted the younger young master. Then the boy introduced himself, after which he admitted that he was also worried. However, despite this, he believes in his brother. He always managed to surpass expectations, no matter how difficult the situation was. Shortly before this, Pak Mugun thanked Tan Sol-yon for all her help, after which he asked to go to Nanjing. He promised that as soon as he crushes the Sura clan, he would immediately return. And the youngest mistress really believed him. Mok hoped that during their path to the return of his brother, the lady could help him with study. The beauty was really ready to make every effort for this. Meanwhile, Madame Yun-san looked displeased in their direction. She did not like such a proximity between them, so she hastened to retire away. Soon, residents of the city saw a notification on the board of ads. It concerned that the Huanbo family sent the family the warning itself. Obviously, it was difficult for the townspeople to believe that the family itself acted at the same time with the Sura clan and the detachment of the gods of the other world. They were also sure that the family herself should bear the punishment for this. The head of the Sura clan himself, having learned about this, was beside himself from rage, not understanding how Huanbo dared to threaten him, and even so openly. However, this was great news to make them answer for their actions and finally give these shame. Therefore, he soon sent his spies on the soul of warriors, which, as if nothing had happened, led his usual bypass. The clan fighters themselves flew into them from behind, after which they killed 2 people. Soon, the news about this reached the head of the Kwanbo clan. They reported to him that they were attacked by the people of the family themselves. The man was amazed that they began to act so quickly. However, the hero knew very well. The animal driven into a corner would always begin to bite. But the leader was sure that their strength would be enough in order to withstand these villains. But the heir perfectly understood that the fact that the enemies attacked the first to mean that they were pulling time or want to prepare the ways of retreat for their leaders. Therefore, he proposed not waiting for dawn to attack directly on their base. In addition, there was still someone who wants to help them. Soon, the allies gathered near the headquarters of the family themselves. Thanks to the huge number of Hwanbo warriors, it was possible to quickly surround their base. In addition, they were very lucky. The Namjoon family decided to speak to the aid. Moreover, one of the strongest soldiers of their family joined her. Therefore, the hero and leader of Hwanbo bowed, thanking the master for their help. He answered with a polite bow to gratitude, but explained that with their help they were just fulfilling their duty to Murim. But he did not know whether he could really trust a person who used a fake name. Obviously, the hero had to apologize, although he was angry with such proud people who decided that now the right time to discuss it. But the guy had to justify himself, because for a long time he tracked the detachment himself, and in this situation he could not reveal his personality. In principle, the head Namjoon could not do anything about it. Now he had to just trust the hero. Paek Mugun looked at this man, hiding his hatred. After all, he understood that now is not the right time. He needed to be patient, and then soon he will already deal with those who betrayed him. The leader of the clan Namjoon was clearly worried, watching the young man who, at such a young age, had already possessed such an impressive power. The head of the family decided in the future to keep the guy under close supervision. But now he was to deal with the clan himself. The rulers of Hwanbo and Namjoon began to discuss the time of the beginning of a full-scale performance. But their plans were not destined to be carried out freely. Suddenly, the attack of the family itself fell upon them. At a critical moment, two powerful warriors appeared, to whom the head of the clan turned to for help. A short-haired fighter bore the name of Sura before Young, and the owner of long hair was known as Sura-kun. Having brought their warriors on the offensive, these fighters once again acted as instigators of the fight. Our hero perfectly understood that a cunning trap unfolds in front of him. While the head of Namjoon could not comprehend in any way, the opponents decided on such a reckless act. It seemed obvious that the soldiers intentionally tried to distract attention so that their leadership could freely hide. Understanding the importance of the moment, the hero decided to hurry forward in order not to miss the main opponents. Applying the technique of the god Thunder, the young master literally slid through the air to his goal. At first, the heads of influential clans froze with open mouths, watching such a sight. But then they realized the need to join the battle and support, as the hero paved their way. Soon they, together with the young Mr. Paek Mugun, burst into the building. While the leaders of the clans fought with the attackers of the fighters, our hero scanned the surroundings through the eyes of the god Thunder. Soon he noticed a small path of sparkling lightning, leading to the desired goal as if a luminous pointer. For this reason, the young man rushed forward, asking the masters to cover him. Having broken the doors, the hero finally burst into the long, carefully dug tunnels. These underground passages were clearly prepared in advance for a sudden flight from an unexpected attack. However, our warrior was not going to allow enemies to hide so easily. Throwing a shield to the ground, he used it like a homemade glide board and rushed along the tunnel in pursuit. At this moment, the head of the clan himself was already on the ship, along with its warriors and fighters of the Sura family. They reassured the leader, convincing him of the absence of signs of the chase. Everything went strictly according to the plan. This continued until the moment the chapter herself noticed a suspicious bright light, and then he fully saw the figure of a guy rushing after him. Without thinking for long, he jumped onto the ship of rats running from a drowning ship. The head of the family of Sura had just begun to lament, surprised at how this young man clung to his tail so, and wanting to know who he was. Having laughed, Paek Mugun was clearly offended by the fact that this man was so ignorant that he did not even know him. However, not wanting to introduce himself, the young warrior only explained that he was those whose task was to harvest all garbage. The chapter herself could not but be angry with the such self-confidence of the guy who could not even name her name. However, such claims looked very stupid from the side of the one who constantly hides his face under the mask of vicious spells. Then the leader realized that it makes no sense to hide more. A bright scarlet haze dangled around him. And finally the man appeared in his true guise, the keeper of the blood of the Sura family. He was still interested in how the hero unraveled his revolutionary magic. When planning to ask all these questions later, the ruler ordered the hero to attack the hero, to grab him, and if he does not present such an opportunity, to kill him here and now. The guy came down with his opponents in close combat, but only laughing at the arrogance of the head, who really believed that such people would be able to overcome him. Soon, a loud and bright explosion rang out on the ship. These were the consequences of technology entitled The Coming of the Thunder. Only then did the guardian of the Sura clan realize that in front of him was their blood enemy. The hero did not answer their questions, immediately attacked one of the closest enemies. He barely managed to fight back, and noticing this difficulty, a comrade came to the rescue. But even together, despite their strength, they could not budge, frozen under the attacks of the hero. However, our warrior was tired of playing with opponents in cat-mouse. Therefore, he made a powerful attack of thunder, which impressed and threw the bodies of these fighters. Then finally the keeper of Sura realized that he was close to defeat. He had no choice, so he used the technique of Sura's bloody blades in order to independently enter this fight. The young man immediately recognized the magic of blood that the enemy used. At that moment, a bright flash, which before was in the hands of the guardian, was already rushing towards the hero at full speed. He managed to reflect the first of the attacks using the power of his shield. However, this blow was only a distracting maneuver. In the next moments, using the forces of blood, the man began to absorb the blood of his comrades. Such was the technique, the embodiment of the flame of Sura. Seeing this, the hero applied the tactics of lunar light, instantly dealing with his closest enemies, so as not to let the enemy use their blood. Two began to exchange deadly skills, but there was no significant advantage in battle. Sura's keeper only screamed gloatingly and laughed, demanding that Mugun not look down on him. When they agreed in close combat, it became obvious. This warrior exceeded the strength of all past opponents of our hero. For the first time, someone managed to inflict a wound to him, which now flaunted on his shoulder. It became clear that the next blows would be decisive in this battle. At that moment, the keeper of Sura began to use the 40 paths of Sura. The corpses of his former comrades began to move under the influence of his will. However, the hero did not enter the direct battle with them. Instead, he moved behind him. And then he instantly cut off his head, using the technique of the thunder path of light. After that, the young master repeated the proven technique, the divorce blade of the god Thunder, rushing on the enemy. The keeper was literally distraught with fear, realizing that this god of thunder was a real monster. However, he failed to do anything. The skill of lunar light of heaven had already pierced his body. But even in this state, the keeper was not going to give up. He decided to discard the hero from himself, using the skill of a bloody gun. He succeeded. In order not to fall under the attack, the hero really had to retreat for a short while. However, in the process of retreat to our warrior, the art of blood came, which is why even dark blood flowed from his mouth. The keeper only laughed, realizing that now the hero would definitely go to the next world with him. However, the enemy warned that 9 detachments of the gods of the other world would live forever. The hero warned his enemy that he could rage as much as he wanted from his own impotence. But this would not change anything. After all, the young warrior was going to incinerate him and all 9 detachments, which were no more than garbage. Immediately after these words, the man was swallowed by lightning, splashing around the god of thunder. The last thing he managed to pronounce was, "The glory of 9 detachments." Then he was killed in an instant. The hero immediately after using the skill also exhausted to the ground. It is not known how much he lay there, but the sun soon rose and a new day came. A pink-haired girl on her white horse rode past this very boat and just saw a guy lying unconscious. She decided to help him. When the battle was over, the warriors of the Kwanbo families and Namjoon searched the estate in search of survivors. Soon they came to their leaders in order to report that no more living was found. By this moment, the body of the head of the family itself has not yet been discovered. However, soon one of the warriors Hwanbo stumbled upon his corpse. The body was very burned. Apparently the deceased tried to escape on the ship. The warriors considered that there was a fire on the ship, which indicated the state of his remains. However, the leader of Hwanbo recalled that the same traces were discovered on the bodies of the soldiers who attacked them in the forest, which means that this is definitely the work of the 9th rebirth. Of course, the head of Namjoon was hard to believe that some young man alone destroyed a whole detachment. Besides, after that he disappeared somewhere. The ruler of Hwanbo even became worried that the head himself decided to take the hero with him to the next world. And even the leader Namjoon understood that it was really not easy to withstand such a battle. But if the young man still survived, it meant that the world was waiting for huge problems soon. Somewhere at this time, the hero finally came to his senses. He began to look around, trying to understand where he was. Next to him, he noticed a beautiful pink-haired girl. She exhaled calmly when the guy woke up, because she initially thought that the corpse took out the current. Now that he was recovering a little, the stranger invited him to eat. The girl understood that if he lost consciousness and could not recover for so long, then probably during this time he was very hungry. As if nothing had happened, she explained that the fish was well fried, and he may not be afraid to eat it. After that, the traveler decided to ask the guy about how he ended up on a destroyed ship. The hero was silent for a while, looking around the mistress from head to toe until he noticed her sword. For some reason, this weapon led him to think that a girl could be from the Boda swordsman clan. As far as he knew, only chosen women consist in such clans. Many of them are quite brave. According to rumors, they have a tradition of traveling around the world. This pink-haired mistress noticed an attentive studying gaze. She considered that she might confuse the young man with her appearance. In principle, it was not surprising. After all, not every day you could meet a laughing girl. Only then, having come to his senses, the hero thanked her for his assistance and wanted to pay for his saved life. However, the girl refused, believing that strong should always help those in need. Then she introduced herself and invited the hero to repay for the service, naming her name. Of course, our warrior introduced himself and apologized for not doing this before, because he did not want to seem arrogant. He was not at all offended with Manhwa, since the hero still introduced himself. It means that he was present in his manners. In addition, since they looked like peers, she offered not to stand on ceremony anymore. After that, the girl threw the guy clothes in which he could change, and also offered from that moment to become friends, since fate brought them together. The hero was only surprised at the busyness of this lady. However, friendship with such an amazing girl was a real honor for him. Our warrior spoke in such a spirit that he even doubted that the guy was not older than her. When the misunderstanding was settled, she said that she was heading towards Hangzhou, and decided to find out about the plans of the hero. Pek Mugun perfectly understood that two families themselves would deal with the consequences of the battle. He already needed to return to the sea to his province. For this reason, he decided to continue the journey with her. Soon they heard the clatter of the horses. With Yanhahu, I realized that the soldiers nevertheless set off on their trail, which means that the guy whose guy met really belonged to the 5th detachment of black warriors. As it turned out, shortly before that, a certain impudent was pestering her, but the pink-haired beauty hit him and disappeared. Now he found her again. A similar situation was extremely unpleasant, given that the black warriors were one of the most influential Shiosi detachments. However, it looked very sorry that a fighter from the 5th detachment still continues the pursuit of the girl. Finally, one of the riders went down from his horse. Introducing himself to the beauty, he explained that he was looking for her for a long time. Last time, the man was very drunk and committed an unforgivable act, so he now came to her by all the rules with his detachment. Our hero clearly did not know that according to local customs, one needed to arrange a chase with a whole crowd of warriors for an unfortunate girl. At that moment, the young commander insisted that the lady take pity on him and forgive his ignorance. In case of refusal, he will have to take responsibility, but this could be very cruel. With Manhwa, she was clearly surprised that this impudent appeared to her and brought a whole detachment for intimidation. It seemed that such behavior was unworthy for the warrior of the 5th detachment, so she did not want to have anything in common with such a shameless. After that, the man had decreased politeness, and he decided to teach the manners, as he put it, such a daring girl. Immediately in the direction of the pink-haired beauty, our hero rushed. However, with Manhwa, she restrained his path. She made it clear that she could cope with such weaklings without any help. Obviously, the warriors of the 5th detachment greatly hurt the hard. Therefore, they immediately attacked a mistress with fists. First of all, the girl rushed on the attack on their leader. The leader of the 5th detachment certainly did not expect a similar answer. However, the beauty rapidly attacked him, simultaneously striking his fists directly into the stomach. It was not even a weak place, but the powerless commander collapsed to the ground. When the run-up associates looked at his face, they realized their leader lost consciousness from pain. Therefore, the soldiers immediately rushed to take revenge on the daring girl for the condition of their commander. The beauty was clearly disappointed that they now decided to attack one woman with the whole crowd. However, the Pek Mugen was not surprised by such dishonest acts of mercenaries. After that, the young master decided to help her, instantly defeating the 3 of the attackers. Although his blows were light and without the use of thunder forces, exhausted warriors still fell unconscious. Our hero only hoped that he had repaid his help for saving his life. Only at that moment she recognized with Manhwa in the rescued guy of a real warrior. Previously, she took him for a spoiled master, because he was too courteous. Our hero only laughed awkwardly, after which he pulled his hands to those lying unconscious in order to finally deal with them before leaving. The young man explained to the pink-haired lady that he knows such people well. If they spare them once, then they will not lag behind in life. However, for some reason, with Manhwa stopped him. She shook her head because he was not a beast to deprive the life of the losers. The hero tried to explain that these people are not just robbers, but members of a special detachment, and with Yonshu was clearly unlucky if they began to persecute. However, even in this case, the beauty believed that it was wrong to kill people. After all, even a complete villain can always give a chance to correction. After these words, our warrior only laughed. Apparently, it was worth guessing that, like rumors went, in their clan there are only good-hearted souls, and the beauty was immediately embarrassed, not understanding how the hero guessed who she was. However, this was not difficult. After all, it is infrequently in Murim you can meet a girl, warrior alone. At first glance, the young master understood everything, so the lady had to awkwardly apologize for not revealing herself before. However, our hero did not hold evil, yet he too did not tell his companion much. Therefore, sitting on a horse, he asked her to saddle his horse and together to head to Hangzhou. Immediately after this, the awkwardness between the two travelers disappeared. The mistress jumped on her horse, and they decided to compete who would arrive faster. Soon the couple stopped at a beautiful house on the outskirts of the forest. Immediately, two warriors settled down on the training ground in order to measure his strength. At first glance, the young man undoubtedly recognized the style of the battle of the Boda swordsman clan. With Eonha, she had speed and flexibility, but at the same time was no less elegant. For this reason, they trained a little more, until they soon exhaled it all and were exhausted. Then, for conversation, food, and alcohol, the lady finally realized that she had met the master from the Pack family. She was clearly interested in what made the prince leave his tribal lands and be so far from home. Although the hero did not want to spread, he honestly explained that he had accumulated a lot of things to do from home. At this moment, the beauty began to pour alcohol to our warrior. Although this was usually considered the height of a bad tone, especially in relation to an unfamiliar man, it seemed that such formalities did not bother at all with Eonchi. In addition, on the trip, she wanted to try everything that she had never had before. Immediately the hero suggested to taste alcohol who could not be found anywhere else. For this reason both clung glasses, after which they were drained at once. However, with Yonhwa, who first tried alcohol, clearly did not appreciate his vile bitter taste. This reaction caused only a grin in the air. But unexpectedly a slightly intoxicated mistress turned into some kind of quiet crack. It turned out that a small company led by Deadly Taysak was approaching. He came to deal with the one who disgraced their commander. Usually such things did not concern him, but he simply could not pass by such insults. The commander was ready for anything, if only the Deadly Taysak helped him. With Eonha, she was convinced of the words of Pek Mugun. It is really useless to regret such people. Now she realized the meaning of the phrase that Gorbati even would not correct the grave. After that, travelers distributed duties. Our hero took on the Deadly Taysak, immediately attacked him with a blow of his lightning. Thus he managed firstly to frighten the enemy, and also blindly blind. The pink-haired beauty at that time rushed at the warriors weaker. Moving between them instantly, she dealt with the enemies with her sword. After that, she also attacked the commander who continued to pursue her. When the Deadly Taysak heard the cries of associates, the same frightenedly turned around. However, in the battle with Pek Mugun, he means literally signing his death sentence. Therefore the hero instantly attacked a man, bringing his sword to strike. The enemy in the last second tried to defend himself with his blade, but in the end he fell with his weapon, split in two. The next second, the commander turned into a defeated warrior. So sorry for the loser began to curse not for his stupidity, but the comrades who brought him. It was clearly disgusting to watch this person with Eonha. But she saved him and gave a chance to correction. Immediately the man prayed for mercy, swearing that he would no longer pursue a pink-haired beauty, but the second chance could no longer give him. She hoped that this villain would go to heaven and would be reborn by a normal person. However, she was prevented by the blade, substituted by the hero. The young master asked the girl to leave the bastard alive. Obviously he ran into the extremely perplexed gaze of the lady. With Iana, she thought that Pak Mugen offers to let this man go again. But of course, our hero was not so merciful. He only regretted that he had not killed this warrior before. After that, the young man pierced him with his sword, while he began to recall his title commander of the Black Warrior detachment. This, of course, did not bother our hero. Therefore, having dealt with the scum, he explained to the mistress that she should not get his hands dirty with his blood. The young lady was clearly touched by such care. After that, the travelers decided to leave, so that someone still does not respond to the noise of the battle. While the beauty was in a hurry to her horse, her heart for some reason trembled at one glance at the Pek of Mugun, although she had not experienced like that before. Soon the road led these two to the picturesque rocks from which the waterfalls were cast down. It was really a look, breathtaking, from which with Ayanha could hardly take her eyes away. Now she also realized why many old people said that while they looked at the mountains and rivers, they did not notice how they flew by the year. Our hero only laughed at such metaphors and noticed that he considers the girl quite attractive and even more beautiful than the mountains. After all, looking at her beauty, he really could not look away for years. Of course, the beauty realized that the hero was so making fun of her. But despite this awe, he still originated in her chest from such a reaction to his words. Our warrior has already seen and heard such admiration earlier. Therefore, as once another companion, he suggested that you gain more experience during a trip around the world. Such a chance rarely falls out. At that moment, the mistress noticed that the hero was thinking about a person, according to his thoughtful face. It quickly dawned on her that most likely this person was a woman. He considered that woman as beautiful as the herself itself. However, saying such literally meant not to think about the feelings of his companion. But still, barely restraining embarrassment and indignation, the lady decided to find out if this woman was accidentally a lover of the hero. However, Pek Mugun could not say anything except that he would not mind admiring the local landscapes, traveling with her. This phrase forced the girl a little sad. But she did not indulge in sorrow for long. After all, the clouds were tightened soon and it rained. Therefore, a couple of travelers galloped on horses in search of asylum, which became the cave. Having hiding there, she trembled with Yanha because he got wet to the thread. The hero, in turn, suggested undressing in order to dry things. Obviously, the girl blushed from such a sentence. But the young man warned that walking in wet clothes is not the best option. He also fenced the fire and decided to turn away, despite the fact that she was left without clothes. She still did not know what to do, to undress or not. Nevertheless, no matter how noble Pak Mugen was, he still remained a man and will probably give in to a temptation. In addition, it seemed that she herself was madly embarrassed by the situation in which she fell. But in the end, having trusted the prudence of the hero, the beauty began to undress. She also noticed that Pak Mugen was completely different from other men. All Murim men whom she had to meet were continuous disappointment, so she never found a couple. These men either did not take her seriously or tried to use it. Because of this, the girl even thought to return to her clan. However, at that moment she was lucky, and she met our hero. She did not admit the young man, but he was stronger than anyone she knew, said what he thought, also cared for her. Therefore, the lady crouched her back directly to the back of the hero, and then embarrassedly decided to ask if he was going to marry that woman who occupied his thoughts. However, they have never been in a romantic relationship. With Ionhahu herself did not notice how this information brought her a huge relief. After that, she pressed herself against the hero's body, squeezing her chest right into his strong back. No longer able to endure the accumulated feelings, the pink-haired beauty honestly admitted to the young man that she really liked him. Pek Mugen was the first to arouse such feelings in her. The heart literally broke out of her chest, and she herself did not understand what she was doing, but could not calm this heat. Her soul rushed and did not obey the mind. Our hero calmly looked at her and decided to find out what the girl wants, and embarrassedly lowering the gaze, she asked for the warrior to hug her. At this very time, Tansol Yona stood on the terrace of her home, thoughtfully looking around the night sky, strewn with stars. The speaker approached her, and seriously said that the whereabouts of Mr. Pak Mugun was still not established. Of course, such news filled the mistress with deep sadness. However, she ordered her spies to report to her if they recognize even the most insignificant trifle. The beauty herself rushed about in the experiences, wondering where her lover is now. She did not even know that right at that moment in a cave, near a crackling fire, he was in the arms of another woman. While with Yanha, I slept peacefully in his hands. Our hero felt in tormenting guilt. Even after so many years lived, he failed to cope with his desires. Let the pink-haired beauty be the initiator of what was happening. But he did not stop her, so he felt guilty in front of her, as well as in front of Tan Salon. At that moment, as if reading his thoughts, the girl decided to find out what woman he was thinking about. It was clearly visible that she was offended by what he thinks of another when she was next to him. The hero had no choice but to apologize for his actions. It seemed that approximately such a reaction with Yonchi expected, so she only laughed barely. Then she attacked the neck of our warrior in a strong arms. Of course, she asked for the young man to hug her again. Then Pek Mugun realized, it is unlikely that there is another girl in the world, similar to this pink-haired beauty. After a turbulent night spent together, both in the morning climbed on their horses in order to continue the way. From time to time they stopped to eat, drink, or just practice. After that, together they continued their journey. The road, wriggling between picturesque hills, gradually led them to the goal. Soon the travelers reached their destination. The girl with genuine surprise looked at this crowded city, where trade was noisy and life was boiling. When our hero decided to find out what matters brought her here, The beauty explained that the Boda clan never leaves her followers without a livelihood. Therefore, she came to the bank in order to receive money for personal expenses. At a minimum, she heard from her friends that the funds can be taken here. Pek Mugun also decided, since he arrived in the bank, look for his past savings. His finances were scattered through the banks of the entire continent, and the institution that he had come to was one of them. The young master already understood that he would clearly have to fork out in order to get information about the affairs of the Yakvan family and the information organization. While he was thinking about the upcoming expenses, he finally returned with Eonha, holding a small bag of coins in her hands. She first saw such a huge amount, and therefore invited the hero today to spend the night in a good inn. However, he was too embarrassed to burden his companion with similar expenses, so he decided to pay himself. After that, our hero introduced his sign to the bank's manager, and explained that he had come for an old contribution. This plate served as evidence that he was the depositor. The mistress immediately recognized the golden seal. She was given to customers who invested more than 100,000 yangs. But the employee awkwardly asked the guest how much he wants to take off. The hero had previously left 200,000 yangs here, so he asked him to give him the entire amount along with interest accumulated in 30 years. Soon, when the news of such a large client reached, one of the owners of the bank hurried to the council. He came to his brother in order to report a huge problem that has arisen. The golden magnate was clearly indignant that he was disturbed at the moment when he dealt with his money. However, the banker understood. Now was not the time for such games. Soon, the man found out that their client came for 200,000, left 30 years ago, and interest also requires interest on top. In addition, they checked his golden seal. It was genuine. And over 30 years, only interest amounted to 300,000. In total, they had to give out as many as 500,000 yangs. Then the banker realized that even possessing all gold, they would incur huge losses. In addition, he considered it unfair that the interest exceeded the contribution itself. They were not farmers to grow similar. For this reason, the employees did not know what to do and even thought to ask for a delay. But it seemed that the tycoon had conceived something else. In principle, he did not see the need to pay the entire amount. The dead do not present accounts. And his brother guessed. It seems that they plan to eliminate the hero. The owner decided to entrust this business to his people from the Piok clan. He promised that he himself would settle this issue, and his brother asked to continue to follow the client. Soon, our hero and beauty retired in a small tavern in order to eat. The girl sincerely enjoyed the taste of exquisite dishes, which was not surprising. After all, it was the best food in the entire province. However, in fact, she liked not so much food as the atmosphere itself. It turned out that the food is always tastier if you have a meal in the company of a loved one. The hero only grinned at her words, after which he decided to find out about further plans with Yonchi. As it turned out, since there were many beautiful places in this city, she wanted to stay here for a short time. Our warrior also decided to stay for a couple of days until he was paid the money, so he wanted to join her tour in the province. However, it seemed that the pink-haired beauty was clearly sad. Then she admitted her thoughts that the young man would leave as soon as she gets the entire amount. But he could not stay. It was necessary to return home where he was already waiting. At that moment, the bold lady decided to offer to go with him. However, suddenly two men blocked their way. Looking at this sweet couple, the soldiers barely managed to restrain the contemptuous laugh and a fit of disgust. Our hero sincerely did not understand what kind of couple this belle attacks the couples peacefully walking around the city. With Yonch, however, I quickly realized that there are much more than two attackers. They are surrounded from all sides. Then the hero understood. This is the work of the traders from the bank, who only like to receive. And when it comes time to pay in accounts, they prefer to kill customers. He was clearly disappointed that people go to this because of some miserable money. It seemed sad to him even the fact that human life was so depreciated compared to gold. As soon as the armed men attacked him, our warrior immediately cut the swords that were in their hands. After that, both with Yanhuhu and Pak Mugun got into the combat rack, overcoming the other attackers. However, no matter how much they fight, the new mercenaries continued to advance, like an endless wave. Therefore, soon, the travelers preferred to simply retire away. Obviously, the killers rushed in pursuit. After all, it was impossible to miss such an important prey. And in the soul, their captain was indignant. What kind of work this time was thrown away? Soon the chase intensified, and even more soldiers joined it. It was useless to run away from them, so our hero gave a sign to his friend. And in the end, they sank to the ground in order to brave this battle bravely. First of all, they dealt with those who got too close. However, the captain, having received this information, with the remaining chased to the persecution. With Eonha, she was surprised for which they clung to them, although they were not even enemies. However, the hero perfectly understood that the money was doing terrible things with people, and offered to return to the inn for weapons. It seemed that she was sincerely perplexed with Eonha. Why the hero of the sword in the struggle with such weak opponents? It seemed to her that they could handle their bare hands. However, when she already decided to join the battle with one of the pursuers, she realized that she could clearly not be able to recapture the blow of the sword directed directly to her chest. Fortunately, from this danger, she was protected by a hero who instantly activated his power of the god Thunder. As a result, he threw the enemy away, and his sword scattered into small pieces. Immediately after that, they ran on. Along the way, Pekmugen was convinced of the safety of his girlfriend. The next time he asked her to be more careful and less reckless. After all, these guys were not simple vagabonds. They all turned out to be warriors. So, in silence overcoming narrow streets, they broke away from the chase and flew into their inn. The pursuers found them soon and completely surrounded the building so that no one could escape. The captain warned his subordinates so that they would not relax for a second. After all, their opponent was far from easy. However, he had a very simple way to lure them from the building. At this moment, the attackers have already begun to set fire to the building. The mistress was clearly outraged by their impudence, but it became obvious they need to go out because they had personal scores with these people. But Pekmugen could not allow the innocent guests who stayed here to suffer at the same time. The young master also explained that the leader was the most powerful among the attackers. The hero decided to take on the task of dealing with him, and with Eonhach asked to help with the rest. The girl was obviously angry that the warrior considers her weak, so she remains to deal with all kinds of garbage. For this reason, the beauty grabbed her blade and rushed into battle as a true warrior of the Bot clan who can defeat any enemy. Immediately after that, she jumped out of the window, intending to attack the first enemy in front of her. The captain looked at her insolence with a satisfied smile, realizing that she had a trap. After the girl aimed at him, the man immediately beat off her subsequent blows. The power of counteraction was really great, so the beauty immediately landed on the ground. And there she was already waiting for two warriors who attacked her, ambushed. Then the mistress finally realized that she was mistaken. All these people were not small bipods, but represented worthy opponents. She really had to sweat in order to fight off all enemies rushing at her. At that moment, a leader flew to her at full speed, who was amazed at the courage of a woman who decided to attack the first. After that, he began to apply stabbing blows with his sword. For some time, Eona managed to avoid them, but she already saw the next attack, from which she could not dodge. But at that moment, our hero arrived in time. Using the power of the god of thunder, he threw his shield in order to neutralize the enemy's weapons. As a result, the power of the stroke of the golden shield was such that the enemy's sword fell apart. Next, the young master instantly dealt with two more enemies who aimed at his girlfriend. After that, with the expression of extreme discontent, the culprit of the celebration appeared. The captain only opened his mouth, not believing how the hero managed to defeat two and still neutralize his sword in a matter of seconds. With Yonsk, I was insanely grateful for the fact that the warrior came to her aid. She began to apologize for acting in a burning room and was reckless. The leader perfectly realized that they were literally not opponents to our hero. Therefore, he had no choice but to fall to the ground and say that he was surrendering with the guys. The hero quickly recognized that, judging by the style of the battle of these people, all of them belonged to the clan of the swordsmen of Pyok. He was disappointed with insignificants who, for the sake of money, were ready to take away even human life. Of course, the young man did not know that many in this city had a reason to hunt him. However, if the leader is the road of his life and the life of subordinates, then he should admit who ordered the attack. Somewhere at this time, the tycoon enjoyed the dream in the arms of one of the courtesans. Suddenly, an assistant knocked on him who tried to wake the master. The man was clearly angry that he was bothering at such a late hour, and already threatened to kill him behind the door. Immediately after these angry words, Pakmugun burst into the chambers, knocking the door with his foot. Then he calmly greeted the owner of the bank, and coming closer, he offered a man quiet and peaceful negotiations by Tet-At. Soon they all sat in a well-known tavern. The young master explained that their commander kindly posted all the information as it is. He also said that the assignment was given by a scrogue who prefers the death of customers than payments of debts. Therefore, our warrior came to him for a serious conversation about such a dismissive attitude towards other people's money. Obviously, the banker did not know that the client was so strong. He began to crumble in apology on behalf of the whole bank. However, the young master did not need any verbal apologies. He decided to move on to the monetary issue. The man also said that the contribution with interest was 500,000 yangs, and he agreed to pay everything, as well as compensation for the inconvenience. Of course, he could not do everything that the son of the Peck family wish, so he agreed to any of his requests within the rational limits. Then Peck Mugun demanded compensation in the amount of 500,000 yangs. It was so much he evaluated his life. The banker tried to explain that even one contribution to 500,000 would greatly undermine the bank's business. However, the heir lost himself from such impudence Torgash, who tried to bargain with him. He recalled that he did not come here to offer any transactions, and he made it clear that, if desired, their bank with the ground can be cut off in one night. And now the banker offered him to agree. Therefore, not wanting to wait anymore, Pak Mugen decided to put this businessman in place. The captain, who brought him here, perfectly saw that the young master was not joking at all. If he really needed, then he will kill this person. This was understood by the banker himself. He even cried because he realized that he would burn out if he pays a whole million. However, he already understood that he could not help him. In the evening, he literally woke the sleeping beast. At that moment, the heir stopped with Yanhua sitting nearby. She clearly did not want the satellite to become the same as these people, ready to kill for the sake of money. It seemed that before that, the young gentleman guessed that in this way he would be likened to his enemies and only smiled. In principle, deep in his soul, he hoped that the pink-haired companion would stop him. Therefore, the warrior proudly announced that although he could erase them into powder, but, being a noble swordsman, would not allow blood to be spilled in vain. So he will show mercy to the banker and respond to his pleas. Immediately, the magnate began to crumble in thanks. However, our warrior made it clear that they should repay him for trust. Otherwise, he would not spare them anymore. After that, both began to negotiate, and with Yonshich experienced a huge relief that the blood would no longer spill. Soon they were already sitting in one of the decent entertainment institutions of the city. Pulling alcohol, the young master admitted to the companion that he was not going to kill anyone. All he wanted was just to scare the banker. However, the beauty knew very well that the warrior was able to realize his threat to life, so she was worried. Peck Mugen was stronger than anyone she had to meet earlier, and all that was left for her was to reason him. The heir sincerely apologized for making the mistress worry. However, he recalled that he was a warrior from a respected family, and would not allow himself to commit such a contradictory act. His words sounded so sincerely that the young lady trusted him. Finally, she realized that now the time had come to return to his native lands. After all, here the satellite did not hold him anything else. Only after thinking this, with Aonhahu, she immediately sat down on her knees and stated that she would like to go with him. Then, smiling sweetly, she decided to find out if the warrior would take her with him. The young man only grinned at her unobtrusive perseverance. Obviously, he could not refuse, so he asked to prepare for the long journey. The very next day, collecting all the necessary things, they went to the port. Travelers decided to sail on the ship, because it would be very inconvenient to control the wagon, which would be packed with silver to capacity. Therefore, the heir looked around the port in search of a huge ship, which would deliver them to the province of Wenzhou. As if nothing had happened, he approached the administrator who all this time carefully recorded something on paper. As soon as the employee found out that guests needed a ship before Wenzhou, he immediately began to delve into the papers in order to find their names. Soon they found a passenger recorded as Pek Mugen. Therefore they bowed and greeted him. In his name, a huge ship was reserved, on which he could sail at any time convenient for him. This ship was truly majestic. However, our warrior did not book him, and even considered that this was a mistake. But as it turned out, the heiress of the Yun family took care of everything in advance. At this moment, the events of history moved to the flower garden located in the province of Wenzhou. One of the maids quickly ran to Tansel Yona in order to report the news related to the young master. Therefore, she joyfully told Madame Yun that Peck Mugun sat on the ship, and after a couple of days, she would already arrive at them. The owner was clearly glad that it was not in vain that she had taken care of this. The ship was still useful. After that, Yun-sana decided to seriously talk to Tansol Yuno, because she had been disturbed by one question for a long time. The noble lady was always interested in why the girl shared information with her. She began to say that she only passed the words for the master, because the courtesans were not allowed to imprison the nobleman. However, Yun-sana immediately sensed a lie in her words, because she was not blind, and had long guessed that Tansel Yona was far from a simple girl for entertainment. Of course, she did not care about the secrets of the interlocutor. The noble mistress was interested in something else. She wanted to know why Tansol Yona gives her a chance to somehow please the master, and demanded that the girl did not even think to cunning. They were women, and Yun-sana perfectly saw that Tansol Yon was yearning for him. However, the girl only wanted to pay the master for his mercy, and therefore turned to the lady with a similar request. In addition, Tansol Yona believed that the Yun Sana is perfectly suited to the young master. They were both from noble families, and the girl had the opportunity to support him. Yun Sana was embarrassed when she found out that Tansol Yona really had such an opinion about her. She even apologized because initially there was a different opinion about this girl. But now she is sure that she sincerely cares about the master. However, it seemed that Tansol Yona misunderstood her, because between her and Mr. Pak, everything was long over. For this reason, the noble mistress considered the girl quite naive, despite her amazing talent for the production of information, and decided to give her advice, so that in the future she would be a little more honest with herself. Only after the noble lady left, Tansol Yona began to think about her words, and she realized that in her heart all this time was only one young master. Soon, when the others learned about the arrival of the heir, they gathered in order to meet him from the ship, especially rejoiced by the return of his brother, the younger Mwok. He was impatiently expecting their reunion all this time. In addition, he had a lot to tell, because he wanted to hear the opinion of the elder about the news. Soon, the young gentleman and the companion finally went down the ship. Everyone was already bowed in order to greet the young chapter. Pek Mugun only smiled joyfully, responding to warm greetings. Immediately after these words, Mwok jumped off his place, approaching his brother. Suddenly, the heir first came close to his father in order to find out how he feels. Father also transferred the topic to his son. He was more often worried about him and was glad to see in good health. The elder only laughed, not understanding why he was worried, although he had already grown long ago. However, it is obvious that for his father, he will always remain a child. At that moment, looking around, the warrior noticed the figure of his brother, who flew into him, and from this, the elder did not jump out. The brother barely restrained the tears of joy when our warrior hugged him and stroked his head. The boy was very happy that Pak Mugun returned in complete health. The heir understood that his oversight was that he did not write letters to them for a long time. Looking at them, the father could not help but rejoice, and also explained that Mwok was busy recently, because he was entrusted with one thing associated with the investigation. The eldest was incredibly proud that his brother had already begun to work, and began to praise the boy. But he only attributed all the successes to the help of Mrs. Tansol Yona. Once, when they were sitting and doing business, the boy decided to ask if a woman wants to meet her brother. However, she had a lot of things, so she asked Mwok to go instead of her. Remembering this, the boy was embarrassed and apologized to his brother, explaining that he already needed to go to help Mrs. Tansol Yon with business. Pek Mugun was incredibly proud that while he was not there, the younger brother became much more adult. The father was also proud of this, because he was glad that Mwok finally found his way. The heir was a little sad, so, looking after him, he said goodbye to his little and innocent brother. Father was clearly pleased that Pak Mugun now knew how the fathers of their grown children usually feel. Then he drew attention to the pink-haired beauty, and decided to find out from his son where he found such a skilled swordsman. Our warrior only laughed awkwardly and made it clear that everything was the will of fate. Father even more caught fire to his son, who not only traveled, but also the novel managed to start. Soon he and his father returned to the estate, where the soldiers, lining up, greeted the senior and young master. Pek Mugun was clearly proud that all the fighters were well trained. As it turned out, they were selected, as the heir ordered. The son understood that all this was possible only thanks to the instructions of his father. Then he went to his companion and asked her to go without him to rest, because he still had to talk about a lot with his father. Of course, the worried old man would like his son to rest a little from the road, but there were more important things to do. After all, the young master could no longer wait to get his father's instructions. For this reason, they met on the training ground. The old man attacked his son with the skill of a kaleidoscopic blade, and the heir, standing against him, used the well-known power of the god of thunder. After that, two began to exchange a wide variety of blows, and they stopped only when the entire training site was already in smoke and dust from their constant exchange of techniques. Looking through this veil, the young warrior saw that his father was slightly tired. He invited him to continue their duel, but the head refused. He recognized his defeat. The old man was no longer at that age to fight so easily. Of course, his father was a little sad, because it turned out that the son became much stronger. Compared to the heir, it turned out that he simply stomped on the spot. However, the hero reassured the old man, telling that his strength increased thanks to the help of one person. For some reason, the first thing the old man thought about the Yakvan family. The thing is that Mwok told him a lot about the Pek Mugun. The father also heard that in the future, the Pek family and the Yakvan family will strengthen their connections. However, he was worried that this could lead to huge expenses. Our warrior assured that the past rebirth of the god of thunder took care of the savings that they could use. Obviously, this could bring them closer to the Yakvan family, as well as to the mysterious organization of Chonmilgak. Pek Mugun did not cease to surprise his old man, but the man was worried that their family of swordsmen would be hard to cope alone. Therefore, he decided to find out the further plans of the heir. Then the young man decided to ask whether his father knows about the detachments of the gods of the other world, who again appeared in Murim. Of course, the head of the family heard perfectly about 9 sinister detachments, and it was difficult to believe that this evil gang returned. In the past, they almost managed to defeat the god of thunder himself. If they cannot be stopped, Murim will drown again in the blood, and Pek Mugun understood this perfectly. To resist the detachments, they had to increase the power of their swordsmen. It was about a force exceeding 7 supreme families. The father perfectly understood that ambition plays in the soul of his son, but their family would hardly cope with the detachments on their own. For this reason, Pek Mugun planned to make a 7-leader among the clans and unite common forces. But the head immediately noticed that this plan sounds more like a pipe dream. Although he was sure, the heir can bring the plan into life. The old man gave him goods so that the young man acted as he sees fit. In response, the father will support him in everything. Then he decided to ask about the girl who came with her son on the ship. Our warrior described her as a girl from the Bot clan. They met by accident, and feelings broke out between them. However, the young master promised nothing about marriage, staying with her quite sincere. Father did not argue in any way. He believed that the heir had the right to choose the bride for himself. When Pek Mugun returned home, the girl hugged him stronger, and then she admitted that he had a very comfortable house. Therefore, the young gentleman invited her to take a little walk, because he would like to show his native lands. It seemed that with Yanhe, she was only glad of this proposal. She was pleased to know the place where Pek Mugun lived, where he grew up, and was formed as a warrior. Soon they had already visited different corners of the Pek family estate. After that, they even went into a cozy restaurant to eat out with exquisite local dishes. Also, along with the beauty, the heir visited his good friend from the Yakvan family. Looking at their conversation with Yanhe, she was sincerely amazed at how Pek Mugun knew how to conquer the hearts of so many people. It was obvious. For all his friends, he was a real hero worthy of admiration. Of course, this was good news. However, it seemed that it caused a kind of sadness in a pink-haired companion. The whole reason covered that, against the backdrop of the Mugun pack, she felt very inconspicuous. There was a feeling as if a young master moved further away from her, becoming unattainable, like a star in a sky. However, our warrior seemed to not at all understand the experiences of the young beauty. He gently recalled that he was just a guy whom the girl saved at death. In addition, he was happy to just be next to her, so he asked not to pronounce such sad words anymore. Such a sincere recognition was very touched by the heart of the young mistress, so she even apologized for her strange words. However, Pek Mugun did not accept her apologize, as he felt guilty that he made her sad. After that, he decided to take a little walk with Yanchi a little, as well as introduce her to someone important. On the way, the girl finally calmed down because she realized she'd just be next to a young master, and it seemed the young man felt the same for her. Soon, travelers arrived at the majestic walls of the Information Guild, where Tan Sol-yona was already waiting for them. She was clearly glad to see Mr. Pek Mugun. But with Yanhe, with the fault of her, I immediately felt an injection of discontent and misunderstanding. Who is this woman? As soon as Tan Sol-yona saw Pek Mugun, accompanied by a pink-haired beauty, her heart immediately fucked painfully. However, the girl pretended that everything is fine, carefully hiding her feelings in the depths of her soul. After that, she bowed respectfully and thanked the heir because he tried so well. Obviously, she was happy that he was not injured in his wanderings. Then Pek Mugun introduced his companion, with Yanhe as a girl who saved him a life with whom they arrived on the ship together. Tan Sol-yona immediately felt guilty in front of the Bot clan and apologized that she did not immediately introduce herself properly. The hostess was named as the youngest lady of the flower garden, and also apologized for holding guests at the threshold. Passing them inside, she noticed that they had something to discuss. While they walked along the corridors decorated with graceful ornaments, the girl also apologized for not managing to meet the heir from the ship. However, Pek Mugun knew very well that she had a lot of things now, and apologized to the beauty for not making itself felt for a very long time. While they were walking along the crossings lit by torches, she threw the siren glances at the young master and the younger mistress, not understanding why this girl lies to her man so much. She also had many painful questions. For example, Why did our warrior even brought her to this place? Soon, Tansol Yona wrapped one of the workrooms, where she needed to finish several urgent affairs. She promised to reunite with the heir as soon as it was over. In another room at that moment, Muok was sitting, so Pak Mugun considered it a good opportunity to introduce his girlfriend to his younger brother. He also explained that the younger brother helps him with important matters, and would like to introduce these two to each other. Only then, with Yonhwa, finally realized why they came here. Soon, going into the spacious room, they saw Muok, who joyfully greeted his older brother. The boy was surrounded by many scrolls and volumes, recalling the legendary tactics from ancient treatises. At the wide table of the red tree, cards, reports, and various documents were neatly laid out. The young man understood that he was still lacking in the art of analysis. All the documents that he studied related to the activities of the Information Guild, including the report of spies and various rumors. He collected them, grouped, and drawn conclusions. At that moment, the boy turned to the pink-haired beauty who courteously greeted him. Then Pak Mugen finally introduced the girl his younger brother Muok, as well as the young mistress from the Boda swordsman clan. After everyone exchanged greetings and courtesies, they sat down at a massive table to discuss important matters. Soon as promised, the youngest Madame Tansol Yona joined them. She was glad when she realized that she had not forced the heir to wait. After all, it seemed that conversations with her student helped the guests have fun a little. After that, our warrior made it clear with Ianhawu that he needed to talk with the mistress to face, and asked her to stay with his younger brother for a while. Obviously, this caused a girl an attack of jealousy and sadness, but she did not argue. Soon, the young master was already talking with the eldest mistress in her personal chambers, richly decorated with silk curtains. The woman thanked and praised the warrior for the well-done work in Hanzhou. She was also grateful for the fact that Pek Mugun did not perceive them as enemies and provides all support. However, the heir only humbly bowed, realizing that he was doing exactly what he should. He also seriously warned that the detachments of the gods are too dangerous. If the storm will soon come to the world, the consequences would be catastrophic. As it turned out, after the attack of the Sura clan, they already carefully monitored the situation. After the incident with the family, the clans Namjun and Huanbo herself decided to pay attention to two suspicious clans. However, no one wants to act too hard. Therefore, unfortunately, so far it has not yet been able to find any hooks. The mistress knew perfectly well that it would simply be difficult to grab the tail of Sura by the tail, especially considering that the gods of the gods managed to root in many spheres of influence. As it turned out, for this reason they examined the clans that have grown sharply over the past 10 years. The woman promised to report to the young master about any interesting finds. PK Mugun, in response, also decided to gather strength in order to withstand the gods of the gods. To begin with, it was necessary to combine 10 clans and settle here in the province of Wenzhou. As it turned out, the younger Mr. Mok already predicted the desires of his brother. For this reason, Tansol Yona has already collected information about these clans. However, the most information about them was owned by Mook. Admiring their talents, our warrior also asked to continue to collect information about 9 detachments. Of course, for help it was possible to turn to his younger brother at any time. Now it was necessary to discuss the most important thing, the most significant issue between the PEC family and the organization of Chonmilgak. The youngest and older mistress already held their breath, without even realizing what Paik Mugen wanted to tell them so seriously. It was about investments and investments in their activities. Both girls made it clear that even without payment, they would continue to supply information to the master, and are not going to violate the conditions of their union in the absence of financing. However, the heir believed that strong warriors should receive information at the price of gold, and not for nothing. Fortunately, the past rebirth left him with fair capital, and together with interest, the fee for them will be 100,000 yangs for a year. Immediately, both girls screeched with happiness, and decided to accept this fee with great gratitude. They hoped that after receiving this money the guild would begin to flourish more than ever before. In principle, the conversation was over, so Pek Mugun was about to leave. Tansol Yona immediately rose to escort it. The embarrassment of the youngest mistress did not go unnoticed by the eldest, who only smiled slyly. As if feeling her piercing look on her back, the indecisive girl still spoke. She honestly admitted that she wants to know what relations connect the heir to the girl from the Bot clan. However, suddenly the pink-haired beauty, who called them lover, entered the room. She also recalled that she had saved the young master life, and they decided to go on a trip as a couple in love. After what was heard, Tansalt Yona just exhaled calmly. After that, pulling a smile on the lips, She made compliments to the couple, that they are perfect for each other. Looking at the girl's face, Pak Mugen could only hope that this fact did not really sadden the beauty. However, she only laughed. There was no reason for sadness, because she and the young master were literally no one. Immediately after that, with Eonha, she began to withdraw a warrior away in order to look at the night landscapes under the starry sky. Looking after them, Tan Salt Yona understood, even if she was unusual as a girl, but still remained a commoner. So for no reason he will beat the lover from the lady from the Bot clan. However, her heart already belonged to the master, so it was so painful for her to observe how he was in the company of another woman. At this time, events moved to the main house of the PEK family. There, the head of the Mechnikov clan turned to representatives of 10 clans with an important message. He said that the other day in Murim's valleys, unusual airflows were seen, foreshadowing the upcoming changes. Therefore, the old man considered it necessary to revive the ancient union. He invited representatives of 10 clans to hold a meeting with the young generation and hoped for their imminent answer. Soon the letter was delivered to all representatives of the clans. However, the message received very angry was the head of the clan of the swordsmen of Pyok. He was so angry that he did not even read to the end, immediately tearing the paper in his hands, trembling with rage. Having folded all the rumors together, the man finally realized that it was the master from the Pak family that devastated the gold reserves of the bank in Hangzhou. There could be no mistakes. Both the appearance and the weapon used were identical. The leader was even more angry, because the assistants said that the guy would get stuck in meditation for a long time. However, no one could even assume that he would advance so much in spiritual practices. The leader understood the whole seriousness of the situation. Not only did the young master recover the forces, but he also took away the enormous state, unknown from nowhere. And he already guessed why the head of the PEC family unexpectedly convened an ancient union. It is clear as the day that the man will not limit himself to the place of the head of the community. He decided to take the rest of the clans to his hands. And everyone understood that in this case something terrible for their opponents would happen. But the leader saw in this golden chance for the swordsman clan Pyok. After all, the chapter could be replaced at any time, for example due to ignorance or pride. In addition, he was sure that their allies would be especially happy if they still disgraced the jump out of the PEK clan. Pek Mugun approximately represented a similar reaction, so that with this invitation he placed cunning traps with his enemies. Now the time has come to prepare a very seductive bait. At this time, with Eonha, she lay in her chambers on silk sheets and languished with boredom. She has not seen the young master for several days. Each time he came home, the young man only awkwardly apologized, because he had urgent affairs before the early assembly, and then he was urgently called somewhere on important issues. In principle, she should have expected this, given that the head of the swordsman clan always has many responsibilities. But she was worried about how their life would turn out if they got married. In addition, she was interested in, having connected her fate with the heir, can she continue to proudly call herself the sword of the Bot clan? However, unexpectedly in the chambers of the lady, our warrior showed up who delicately knocked on carved doors. Immediately a joyful beauty ran towards him, like a fluttering butterfly. She was already happy that the young master was free today and wanted to reduce her somewhere, or invited him to share the bed together as they did before. However, Pek Mugen suggested leaving Lovejoy's for later. He asked that she had a sword with Eonu with him and follow him. As it turned out, our warrior came up with an interesting activity for the girl, so he came to her with a special request. He wanted the beauty to teach young fighters the fencing techniques of the Bot clan. The men were struck by contrast, because the beauty without a sword looked like such an innocent cutie. But as soon as she picked up the blade, she immediately transformed. Ilban even had a feeling that he was fighting a 1,000-handed goddess of war, which means that rumors about the skill of the Bot clan were true. But still, the warrior decided to test his strength, so he rushed to the attack on the mistress. However, the girl masterfully retorted all the blows that rushed in her direction from Enak Ilban. Then she made an elegant attack and completely knocked out the weapon out of his hands. When she gracefully assigned the tip of the blade directly to his throat, Nak Ilban admitted its crushing defeat and admired the fact that the Batu clan's battle style was really incredible. The beauty also praised the abilities of Nak Ilban. She liked the technique that he owned. However, it seemed that he puts too much power in his sword, forgetting about subtlety and grace. Pek Mugun was surprised watching their fight. It seemed to him that with Eonha went into training too far. However, I soon realized that the girl only boasted of her skill. Apparently, she was very bored to remain alone all this time. At this moment, Paek San-gyun also decided to join the training. He hoped that he would receive valuable instructions from Eon-ha, which would help him in future battles. Therefore, after the signal, he immediately attacked the beauty with sweeping blows of the sword. The blows of this warrior were much more powerful than that of his predecessor, and Paek Mugen noticed that even in training battle, the girl's fighting ardor was clearly flared up. Watching the fight, it immediately became evident that Paek San-gyun fought in full force without sparing the enemy. However, it seemed to be absolutely all the same. Without the slightest work, she evaded every attack, as if dancing a deadly dance. At the same time, the girl did not notice that Paek San-gyun was very heated, and puts more power than usual. Of course, a simple warrior could no longer withstand such combat intensity. But still his opponent was a swordswoman from the legendary Bot clan. Soon, in order to complete the duel, the beauty used the branded technique, the shadow tread of the white flower. She seemed to dissolve in the air, moved behind the enemy's back and prepared to apply a final attack for him. However, in the last second, Paek San-gyun managed to defend himself, demonstrating a good reaction. Looking at their exciting battle, our warrior could accurately appreciate the level of forces of his fighters. However, they still had to learn a lot. But unexpectedly, the young master was hastened by Madame Yunshana, emitting aristocratic grace. Soon, Paek San-gyun had already lost the duel, and with Eon-ha condescendingly reported that he was very too far from Bruder with rough force. The enemy could not be crushed with one power. He needed to hone the technique of owning a sword. After that, the pink-haired beauty with a look began to look for the heir in order to discuss further training of fighters with him. However, she saw that Paek Mugen was talking with some other young lady. As usual, this picture did not have a jealous woman very much. At this moment, our warrior just promised to send the soldiers to reconnaissance to the ancient altar, after which they began to agree on the delivery of healing potions. But with Eonchi immediately intervened in their conversation, reproaching the Paek Mugen for asking her to work, while he did not even look and did not try to pay attention to her. The young master tried to apologize and justify himself that he was distracted by important matters for only a minute. However, it was not to stop that. She continued to pour with reproaches like an angry tigress. The beauty said that she agreed to conduct training only for the sake of her beloved. She considered him too cruel, since instead of watching her skill, he only did that he continued to coo with other women. Paek Mugen again attempted to explain that Yunsana cooperates with their clan on business issues. However, it seemed that everyone was tired that the young man always covers his work. After that, the angry scandalist proudly turned around and went away, leaving the tension train. The heir could only be awkwardly apologized to his former bride. Apparently, he was very ashamed that because of him, the San had to listen to such accusations. However, the mistress expected such behavior from the representative of the Bot clan. Nevertheless, she decided to help the young master and try to talk with this eccentric girl. Soon, the aristocrat found with Yonhuhu sitting in a marble gazebo among fragrant flowers, with a sullen expression on her face. Although a little was late, Yunsana decided to introduce herself as the heiress of an influential family, and also asked the personality of a pink-haired beauty. After that, the lady decided not to waste time on empty formalities and go immediately to the essence of the matter. She clearly saw that he was jealous of Mugen's peg of Mugen. The noble lady understood that it was ordinary experiences for couples in love, but asked the girl not to worry. After all, their connection with the master had long remained in the past, and now they were only business partners. However, of course, from the side of the San, there could be no doubt. It seemed to her that this girl did not suit the master from the Paek family as a life partner. Obviously, after that, she also flared up with Eonwa because she did not understand what the noble lady was interpreting. However, she was calmer, with a soft smile on her lips, asked not to be angry with Eon-ha. After all, she said this was not at all with the aim of humiliating the interlocutor. The aristocrat was really a high opinion of the swordsman. Even alone, she was able to pacify the whole army. The beauty was the exact opposite of the delicate gateway from the harem. The only thing that of the Sana could notice was that she did not know how to wait with Eon-ha. By nature, she cannot tolerate separation and cannot stand it when the satellite is not next to her. Therefore, it became obvious. She was destined to return to her clan, and there can be no talk of any attachment. The noble mistress invited the girl herself to think about whether she could endure such a life, becoming the wife of the master from the PK family. Is she ready to try on the image of an ordinary humble woman? Also, the aristocrat calmly recalled that the Lord was a national hero. Beautiful girls will always hang around him. And there was an open question. Is it ready to burn with jealousy every time with jealousy? Without even hearing the answer, Yunsana already knew that the interlocutor was simply not able to endure this. That's all that the noble mistress wanted to say, after which she recommended how to think about her words properly. However, unexpectedly with Eonha, she lost her temper, loudly rising from the table. She was convinced that Yunsana specially tells her this in order to fall off from the Pek Mugun. However, such suspicions caused only a bitter grin of a noble lady. She recalled that she and the master do not connect her, and she also has no plans for his expense. And she ordered that in the past, Yunsana also loved him, and could not just silently look at what was happening. As a result, her feelings led only to mental torment, and she sincerely did not want the same fate to befall with Eonha. After that, the aristocrat left, and with Eonhawa spent the Yun to the bathroom with a long, attentive look, immersed in heavy thoughts. At this moment, our warrior calmly trained his fighters on the sandy platform, explaining how they need to correctly master the art of the blade. Suddenly, his father visited him. After all, an answer came to their proposal about the general meeting. The head opened a scroll that arrived even faster than he thought. However, what he read there made him smile slyly and made it clear that it was time to prepare for the solemn opening of the meeting. Soon after, the heir was already heading along the stone laid out with a stone to the next destination. Suddenly along the way, he met a mistress with Yeonhwa, wandering with a dull look. The young master immediately began to apologize for being inattentive and hurt her, and the mistress apologized in response for being very excited and arranged a scene. After asking the Pek Mugun, she found out that he wanted to look into the flower garden in order to transmit important information. With Eonhahu with longing, she realized that she would again have to wait for his return. However, our warrior apologized for his absence. After all, important things were brewing in the clan. In return, he promised to return to her in the evening, as well as finding time tomorrow to go somewhere together. After that, they said goodbye to the servant with the master, and our beauty was amazed at the fact that each time she hears the same words about his employment. Soon, Pek Mugen arrived in a fragrant flower garden, and reported that the council of the community of 10 clans was convened. It will raise the issue of leadership and new areas of the alliance. In addition, Tan Sol Yona expected that the majority of the leader should approve the majority. After all, the reason was significant, and some clans were quite ambitious. Mwok proposed to pay special attention to the clan of the swordsmen of Pyok. Thanks to resources in Hangzhou and profitable marriage unions, they gathered impressive capital, which made them frighteningly influential. The Pek clan was part of the 3 strongest clans of the community. Only after that our warrior finally realized why the clan Pyok acted at the same time with the merchants in Hangzhou, and also told his brother and Tan Sol Yon that on the way here they defeated losers from that clan and at the same time ruined local dealers. After that, Mok only laughed merrily. He did not doubt the abilities of his brother in the least. However, I was sure that the Poke clan would do everything possible to prevent them from becoming the leaders of the alliance. Also, the clan of the Chekunin, Chan, and the Man family followed the clan Pyo. All this was connected by cash ties, because it is impossible to manage the clan without solid financial resources. Tan Sol Yona was sure that the Pyok clan would not miss the opportunity to take the leader's place. They will unite with the family of Man and the Yunho clan, and also try to draw into the case of the Biran clan. To become a leader, they needed to get the support of at least 6 clans. However, the beauty was convinced that no one would dare to take that place if the PK family showed their interest. Muok was also convinced of the support of Chonmu and Hogan clans, so he proposed to start small and increase the number of supporters. Therefore, our warrior asked his allies to find out about the remaining clans. After all, if they understand what they want and what they need, they will be able to lure them to their side. Tan Sol Yona promised to make every effort to this matter. The heir did not know that the girl was so busy with the detachments of the gods of the other world, so he was insanely grateful for his help. Suddenly, when the mistress rose in order to spend the young master, she found out that he was leaving after a couple of days. The beauty embarrassedly decided to ask for permission to also go to this mission with him. However, she fell silent on the semi-fraud, never daring to complicate the already difficult relationship between them. However, young Mok quickly noticed how the expression on his mentor's face changed. Therefore, as soon as the heir left, he also ran out of the flower garden in order to talk to him. Then they retired in a large, luxurious gazebo. Sitting there, Mok decided to honestly ask if his brother knows with what kind of trepidation Ms. Tan Sol Yona relates to him. Although it was an unexpected question, however, our warrior knew everything perfectly. After all, he was not such a fool to not notice this. Obviously, Mulk was wondering why the older brother did not answer the feelings of the beauty, instead choosing a girl from the Bot clan. Of course, the youngest could be mistaken, but it seemed to him that his brother had tender feelings for Madame Tan Soleon and really in love with her. However, Pek Mugun is not used to rejecting other people's sincere feelings. With Eonha, the first to open her heart for him, and he reciprocated her, Mok considered it too cruel, and he was even sorry for the beauty in love. However, the heir believed that there was a reason for everything, and he took care of the girls in love with him. He also recalled that in the future, when he led the community, he will have to face the detachments of the gods of the other world. It was extremely dangerous, and if he leaves his wife alone for a long time, she will have to put up with such a life. For this reason, he could not show the initiative first. He could only wait for the one that would be ready to share this difficult fate with him. Therefore, his behavior was a kind of way to answer the feelings of these girls. Soon, our warrior finally returned to the magnificent residence of the Pek family. There he warned with Eonhawu that he would soon go to Jinhua for the council of the community, and he offered to go to the beauty with him on this journey. The girl only smiled radiantly, rejoiced at the fact that the young master considers her part of the family of the Pak clan. She jokingly noticed that Pak Mugun was going to deprive the Bot clan of one lady. However, it was not so important, because now she wanted her beloved to hug her. The young man only smiled affectionately, realizing that a long, passionate night was waiting ahead of their two. Only with the onset of dawn did the heir finally came to his senses. However, looking around, he did not find with Iana in his bed. Soon he discovered a note written by her elegant handwriting. There, the girl apologized for so unexpectedly left, but she felt that this was the right decision. After all, being close to his beloved was happiness, but the expectation of his return was caused by unbearable pain. Of course, she understood that perhaps she simply could not wait. The beauty would like to be his faithful companion, but could not abandon the Bot clan. And to blindly wander, without understanding her feelings, she considered it wrong. But she was sincere in her experiences. Our warrior became her first and only love. Therefore, she said goodbye and hoped that once the time would come when she would confidently take a place next to the hero. After reading this touching letter, Pak Mugun realized that to keep such a girl next to him would be a great egoism. With a sad smile, he will wait for their new meeting when she completes her journey and mature. And he promised that the next time he would appear in front of her in the best possible way. Soon, the heir on an elegant ship had already arrived in the lands of the Fundo clan. Jung Ho joyfully went out to meet him, who only chuckled at a friend for his delay. Our warrior joked in response that now the relations between Chonmu clans and Pek came to an end. After all, he could not see the noble face of Jung Ho for so long. However, he showed him the people who Pak Mugun will be more happy than his face. These were the head of the Bichan clan, as well as his little sister. Men immediately warmly greeted each other, and the head of the Bichan clan admired that the young master really restored his meridians. After that, his friend's younger sister ran up to the heir, who was surprised at how Pak Mugun had become buried during this time. The girl did not even say such words even to her native brother. After that, all three decided to celebrate their meeting with a luxurious banquet, as well as discuss why the Pek family was the initiator of the collection. However, our warrior made it clear that they wanted to take advantage of the chance and unite the general forces of the clans. The situation every day became more and more critical. Soon, approaching the majestic palace, Pek Mugun met the head of the clan of the swordsman Pyok, the head of the clan Choljan, the head of the clan Chonyan, and the head of the Me family. They were clearly hostile against the young hero. The head of the family, Pyok, without any hesitation, greeted the heir, sarcastically calling him a revived dead man. Pek Mugun in the same way restrainedly answered his greeting. Then the enemy made it clear that although he did not know what the Pak family conceived, again creating the community advice, he warned that nothing would come of them. Our warrior was only surprised. It seemed that the clan Pyok considers himself an expert regarding intrigues, although this was not strange, given their diverse pedigree. The man was clearly offended by such a daring words that sounded from such a boy. Therefore, he immediately intended to hit the hero directly into the chest, forcing him to bend in agony. However, Pek Mugun with lightning speed stopped his fist, and small sparks of electricity rolled around their hands. Then the head of the family, frightened, began to guess where the young man had such an awesome power that he had not had before. They were lucky that soon the emerging head of the Clan Fundo clan, who asked his old friends not to growl on each other and solve everything in peacefully, corrected such an unpleasant situation. The heir immediately accepted the proposal. After all, he himself would not want to celebrate their meeting so violently. After he released the chapter, he immediately retired with humiliation. However, he ordered that the young man does not amuse himself with hopes. After all, no matter what he conceived, the leader's place will belong to them. Pek Mugen only hoped that his friends would not think to bend in front of this idiot. Young-ho just sighed awkwardly, because his friend always acted on opponents like a red rag on a bull. In addition, he warned that he would always be on the side of the hero, and believed that it was better to hurry and get reinforcements. However, first of all, our warrior wanted to have fun. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time, and the business of the community Pek Mugen could be calmly left on his wise father. Soon, at a solemn meeting, the hero's father said that he convened this advice, since ominous anomalies were seen in Muram's valleys. They were sure of the return of 9 detachments of the gods of the other world, who had drowned the whole world in the past in the blood. And he reported that his sons split the clan Sura. Even to defeat one clan Sura, I had to unite with the families of Hwanbo and Namjoon. They lost to the detachments in force, so they had to stay together. However, the leader of the clan Choljun recalled that Muram's lands were under the supervision of great families, and other clans did not understand why to intervene in this. But the head of the Pek family recalled that the enemies act secretly, hiding behind the power of political clans. Therefore, they cannot be calm. Moreover, the existence of all Muram was at risk, and the community also. Therefore, they must have power to protect themselves. Immediately, the head of the family, Me, spoke with the question of what the head of the Pek family offers them. The wise old man had one way with which the community could survive. They had to unite, but not only in words. Therefore, the Pek family nominated their candidacy for the place of the head of the community. In principle, everything happened, as many expected. The heads of hostile families only looked at each other significantly, realizing that this is in perfect reason for confrontation. Whereas it was stipulated by the head of the family, Pyok proposed to hold a secret vote. Those who gain the most votes will converge in a duel for the place of the chapter. It was a great way to test the ability and influence of candidates. Before that, the head has already discussed a similar method. Mok wanted to know how a duel would take place, and the old man proposed a competition not only between the chapters, but also between the heirs of the clans. According to the plan of the sage, the head and heir will unite in a team of 2 people and join the battle. Hearing this, Pek Mugen almost laughed. After all, he understood that he would not even need to try much. There was no one who could compete with him. However, the old man clearly wanted to get a chance to show his honed skills. Mok, not paying attention to these outskirts, realized that this plan would endow the chapter with great powers. Thanks to this plan, they will be able to boldly manage the whole community. But I also understood that you could not worry for tests. You need to get most of the votes. Therefore, he asked his brother and father to hurry and recruit allies. As it turned out, Pek Mugen has already come up with a plan. But for this, he needed the permission of his father. Of course, the man immediately allowed the heir to act as he wanted. However, the young man awkwardly explained that he would like to do some charity. Having received permission, he went to Young-ho in order to meet his father. The guy immediately led a friend to the house of the head of the Chonmu clan, where the heir frankly asked to support the Pak family. Obviously, the chapter agreed. After all, his son was very persistent, constantly talking about the young hero. However, the man needed guarantees that the Pek family would win in the competition, and he wanted to know what benefits they would have from this. Our warrior perfectly understood these requirements and decided to answer both questions at once. He knew that the level of combat mastery of the clan of Chomu was not the same as before, and this was exciting the chapter. And Pek Mugen could help them change it. In fact, the young master learned about this delicate information from Tan Sol-yan, and now a dispute began between his father and son, where Young-ho swore to his parent that he had not said a word about the problem with a friend. Our warrior, understanding their skirmish, realized that he could actually prove his abilities. After that, he demonstrated his friend's father the highest level of skill. The chapter looked after everything, opening his mouth with amazement. Even the style of owning the sword of the Pek family was incredible, and he realized that the words of the young man were not empty promises. He had every chance to win in the competition for the place of the chapter and return to the clan Chonmu and the former power. It seemed that even without the help of this warrior, their clan had no future. Therefore, the head with his son immediately bowed, and as promised, agreed to support the patient family. This was the first brilliant beginning for our warrior. Soon he'd already arrived with his loyal friend Young-ho in the majestic house of the Bichan clan. The head of the clan carefully listened to the request of two young people. And as a convincing gift, the heir showed a man bright white, shining like pearls of pills. If the head supports the PEK family, they promise to provide them with constant supplies of various healing elixirs. The man thought about, plunging into deep thoughts, so the young master realized that he clearly doubts. In return, our warrior invited him to supply something else besides precious elixirs. Shortly before that, Tansol Yona told that the warriors of the Beechan clan owned the art of spears. However, in the Middle Kingdom, there are no more clans that improve this ancient skill. Therefore, the art of owning a spear falls into decay and begins stagnation. The heir was insanely grateful for such a valuable information. After all, he himself would never have managed to solve the internal environment of the clans. Paik Mugen also realized that if the Beechan clan would help improve their combat skills, he would enlist their unshakable support. Tansol Yona clearly surprised how the master from the family of Mechnikov was going to improve the technique of spear possession. What he did not confess to the beauty is that in a past life he owned spears with virtuoso skills. Therefore, the young man showed his impeccable possession of the spear in the same way, thereby impressing the head of the Beechan family. After all, the skill of a young warrior who was a swordsman turned out to be even higher than that of their own spearman clan. It seemed that even his friend did not understand when Paik Mugen managed to learn such elegant possession of a spear. Soon, having cleared all these cunning moves, our hero hoped that this was enough for the head to trust his sincere words. And then the man realized, the skill of Paik Mugen will allow their clan to improve in geometric progression. In addition to everything, there was still a regular supply of healing elixirs. For this reason, he could not miss such a golden chance and vowed to keep his solemn promise. Thus, two doubts of the clan were already on their side. Now they needed to win just one place. When all the things were finally settled, the heir with his father met in a battle with the first opponents, the Yanho clan. Our warrior perfectly understood that he had to climb to the top, defeating the rest of the clans with the help of his outstanding abilities. Soon after the defeat of the younger representative of the Yanho clan, their new opponent appeared. It was the father of the loser young man. And he, although he was worried, was strongly tuned to fight to the end. After all, nevertheless, the honor of their ancient clan was at the stake, so he could not give up so easily. Attacking with the fury of an angry beast, the man used the formidable technique 18 blades of the dragon and tiger. In this fatal second, our warrior stood in order to protect himself and his father, with a gold shield sparkling under the rays of the sun. In the last second, the old man jumped high into the sky, wielding his spear like lightning. And in the end he fell on the enemy, crushing him with all the weight of his hardened body. Soon he managed to find an enemy's vulnerable place and quickly defeat him. For this reason, in the first fight of the decisive battle for the title of the head of the community, the Peck family came out triumphal winners. Seeing their amazing skill, the son of the head of the clan Pyok clearly became worried. The leader himself did not expect that the young man had become so stronger in such a shortest possible time. The situation was extremely dangerous, and they urgently needed to increase their combat power. Soon he came to his influential matchmaker, from whom he asked him to get a mystical elixir. The leader explained that they were extremely necessary for them to be guaranteed victory in the decisive battle for the place of the chapter. It seemed that the man was clearly worried that the matchmaker, who exposes himself to the best merchant in the whole region, was so not sure about victory. He just began to awkwardly explain that he would definitely not lose, but he believed that it was better to hesitate and increase the chances of the triumph. As a result, an influential businessman nevertheless agreed, but he recalled that cash reserves are going through the best of times, all because those to whom he trusted were defeated to the fluff of an unknown warrior. The leader immediately realized that the reproach was in his direction and apologized for the actions of his stupid relative. However, he explained that this time, the head of the chapter stood at the stake, and he would not allow oversight. He also warned that if suddenly the merchant could not get an elixir, the clan of Mechnikov Pyok would not stand at the head of the community. This can cause problems not only to him, but to all the merchants in Hangzhou. The matchmaker clearly did not like such words that looked like a frank threat to him. However, the frightened chapter immediately began to explain that this did not mean at all. Then the case recalled that they rely on not one single clan of Pyok. And the man was clearly very mistaken if he believed that, despite the family ties, the chapter was special for him. For this reason, the leader immediately dutifully bowed his head and began to apologize for his rash, daring words. Immediately after this, the displeased merchant rose from his luxurious place. However, having calmed down, he realized that his matchmaker was right. they should be fully armed with a serious battle. Therefore, he asked him not to worry and promised that he would get a precious elixir. After all, as soon as they achieve victory, this will become their common triumph. In fact, the leader of the clan Pyok barely restrained boiling anger. He was already sick of the fact that he should put up with some miserable bargaining. Therefore, he was going to brutally take revenge on them as soon as he took the place of the head of the community. While the matter was not tolerated, he was forced to bow his head. However, when it takes its golden throne, these insignificants still run in front of it. After all, he was ready to arrange a real hell on earth. Soon the second fight of the decisive battle for the place of the chapter came. In this battle, the Bichan clan showed himself from the best side. However, the Pyok clan managed to defeat his opponents, even despite their significantly improved skill. For this reason, they won a convincing victory over the swordsmen of the Bichan clan. Our hero with his father understood that it was a rather decent battle. However, it was obvious. The clan Pyok with his leader was not opponents, despite the fact that they fought bravely. The leader of the clan Pyok was still in shock. Initially, they increased force for the sake of a great detachment in victory. But even with artificially increased power, they almost lost to these miserable enemies. The son, of course, asked his father not to worry. The leader himself wondered how weakly from the Bichan clan could become so stronger in such a shortest possible time. He guessed that perhaps the damned PK Mugen really helped them improve their military equipment. At that moment, the head of the clan Bichan experienced a huge shame in front of the hero, who was invested in their preparations so much strength, and they were able to win a brilliant victory. Our warrior understood that they had achieved excellent results, and promised that he would continue to help them improve. After that, the young master asked his father to rest while he was going to visit the representatives of the Yahello clan. When he met with the heir, he began to sincerely praise the incredible power of the hero. After all, rumors that he became more powerful did not lie. In addition, the young man saw that in the battle with the clan of Pyok, even the Bichan clan kept to the last. They could not even recognize them. Pek Mugen honestly admitted that it was he who improved the combat skill of the Bichan clan. He asked their clan to support his candidacy. Then he can also easily improve their equipment, and will also supply healing elixirs if his family takes the place of the chapter. Obviously, these generous conditions more than arranged the heir, so he gladly agreed to support their family. This is how our hero managed to enlist the support of 4 influential clans, also through the efforts of the Bichan clan and their convincing victory. The followers of the Fundo clan gave Slaben. At this pace, soon the PEC family could enlist the support of the majority. Soon another exciting battle took place, in which the Kundo clan won. After that, the clan Chonmu also performed, who won a triumphal victory. Our warrior was clearly proud of them, because significant progress in their skill was noticeable. And since the Khan and the clan Chonyan refused to participate, the quarterfinals were completed on this. The PEK family, clan Pyok, clan Fundo, and clan Chonmu entered the semi-finals. At this time, events moved to a fragrant flower garden. Tansol Yona received a letter that reported that the battle for the place of the chapter was completed, and the PEK family got into the 4 semi-finalists. Yun Sana quickly noticed that the news was excellent on the young girl at a young girl. She also asked the beautiful help. She urgently needed to transfer an important message. It soon became clear that the merchants from Hangzhou behaved extremely suspiciously recently. The mistress often intersected with them, so she followed all their movements. Recently, merchants intensively wanted mystical elixirs. Tansol Yona immediately realized that this was definitely done so that the Poke clan had an advantage in the battle. But this is not all. 2 suspicious men sailed on the ship of merchants towards Jinhua. The beauty felt that all this was for a reason. Obviously, the girl thanked the mistress for this valuable information, but decided to find out why she came in person. The aristocrat understood that this important information would be more reliable if she transfers her herself. After all, nevertheless, this was also partly done for Mr. Pak Mugun. Looking at the expressive face of Tansol Yona, she explained that she personally did not come at all, because she sympathizes with the girl. It was just on the success of the master and their prosperity depended. Tansol Yona only laughed softly. She perfectly understood the true motives of the mistress, and promised to convey this information as soon as possible to the young master. Meanwhile, their matchmaker finally arrived at the leader of the family, which brought with them a mysterious elixir. Obviously, the man was very pleased with the prey, but something embarrassed him. He never met an elixir radiating such an ominous dark energy. Therefore, I wanted to know where the matchmaker dug him. However, the merchant was clearly not going to make excuses and even threatened to pick up the elixir back if the leader treats him so biased. Of course, the man did not want to take risks, so he took an ominous elixir. After all, he was ready to go to anything for the strength that would lead him to the place of the chapter. When the tablet was in his trembling hands, he even thought that it was possible some kind of fatal poison. After that, the leader already fell on the cold floor, choked with a painful cough. However, it seemed that the matchmaker was expected. Therefore, he calmly left a tormenting man alone and advised him to wait for the final result. Late in the evening, the merchant left his residence, calmly walking to the exit with a satisfied smile on his lips. At that moment, our hero received a letter that informed him of everything that Tan Solyona managed to find out. The next day, it was finally time for their next battle. Their enemy used the formidable technique 18 Windy Streams, which was attacked by the head of the PEK family. However, the wise old man managed to evade all the attacks rushing at him like a hurricane, after which he quickly approached his opponent. At this moment, the fierce battle fought out two heirs. However, suddenly one of them pushed our hero in order to defend his father. After that, both of them crossed sparkling weapons in their hands. The head was clearly happy that his son helped him so, after which he was about to fall on the head of the PK family with all his power. However, the unexpected intervention of a sparkling golden shield between opponents seriously prevented his plans. During this time, Pek Mugen managed to use the elegant technique Heavenly Blade of the Lunar Light. In order to take revenge on such a vile trick in relation to his father, the young master attacked this dazzling technique of the enemy chapter. As a result, obviously, after a collision with such a destructive attack, a man quickly fails, like a broken tree under a hurricane. And now the enemy heir was left on the battlefield completely alone, like an abandoned wolf. Immediately, noticing the confusion of the enemy, the head of the Pak family attacked him with the help of the Sword of Rage of the Sea Wave. A powerful wave of energy threw back the young man away, and as a result, the victory was solemnly recognized as a clan of the swordsmen of the Pak family. Immediately, after a triumphal victory, Young-ho came up to them, praised them for such a magnificent battle and a brilliant victory. After which he himself decided to start a duel, promising our hero that he would do everything in the highest category. Although Pak did not show a look, he internally worried, looking at the leader of the Pyok family, who entered the arena like a demon from the underworld. The young warrior saw an ominous aura that oozed from him with dark tentacles. However, clearly could not remember that this man had previously had such an awesome force. It was power as if from some other world. In addition, the enemy looked like a completely different person. His eyes burned with inhuman fire. But Pak Mugun was sure that the Jeonmu clan would not give up so simply. After all, it's not for nothing that all this time he cooked them so carefully and coached them. Soon our hero came to the loser in order to enlist their support. They agreed to vote for the Paces family if they keep their solemn promises. While they were talking peacefully, the young master interested the loud cries of horror rushing from the battlefield. When he approached, he saw how the whole crowd lurked his breath, unable to look away from the incident. In the arena, the heir noticed how the head of the Pyok clan, completely defeating his comrade's father, held his friend by his face with an iron grip. The whole face of the young man was already covered with swollen blue veins, and it was clear that the ruthless leader was not going to retreat. He was not even afraid to publicly call their clan miserable insignificance, and throwing the defeated away, he only reproached for the fact that they dared to challenge him. Even the son could not recognize his father, who clearly changed in the person beyond recognition, and he already took his bloodied blade in order to finally finish off the young heir so that they no longer dare to go across him. In this critical second, our hero understood. It was no longer possible to hesitate. Therefore, he rushed into battle like a lightning, cutting out thunderclouds. After that, he loudly stated that the Jeonmu clan could no longer continue the battle, and reminded that they were here in order to shine with their skills, and not to arrange a bloody massacre. Therefore, he ordered the leader to immediately lower the sword. Otherwise, he would encounter the all-powerful force of the fury of the PK family. The leader only laughed ominously, reminding the miserable boy that until recently their clan was an insignificance, nothing of himself. Therefore, he suggested not to wait for the end of the battle and fight him here and now. Our warrior immediately armed himself with his sparkling blade and warned his father that the head of the clan Pyok was clearly not in himself. Therefore, he will conduct the main part of the battle, and the father will focus on support. Having agreed on the strategy, both immediately attacked their obsessed enemy, like two angry tigers. After the first furious clash, our hero clearly felt dramatic changes in the enemy's strength. Therefore, he understood. The energy that enveloped the body of the enemy like a poisonous fog was clearly angry and unnatural. He wanted to know what happened to a man. However, he only laughed wildly, realizing that the future dead people did not make sense to know this. At this moment, the head of the PEC family was already fighting on swords with the heir to the Piok family. He asked the young man to immediately stop his father, because what he did is contradicting all the norms and principles of honor. However, since the heir himself was powerless against the obsessed parent, he decided that the best strategy would simply win in battle. After that, our hero and his father stepped back for a while. Peak Mugun perfectly understood that the enemy leader was not in the state to hear someone's reasonable words. Therefore, they again distributed the roles and already more confidently rushed into the battle, like two formidable dragons. Watching how the leader with a crazy smile flies at him, our warrior had no choice but to apply the skill of the Sword of Lightning of Heaven. This skill was obviously useless against the enemy leader. However, he clearly blinded his offspring with a bright radiance, because of which he could not notice an approaching attack. In this decisive second, the father of Pak Mugun already flew into the young man, using a sword reinforced by a water wave. After that, he wounded the heir, and he quickly dropped out of the battle, crumbling in pain. The leader was clearly angry with such an arrogant act of enemies. Therefore, he began to attack our hero, using the deadly technique of dissecting the sword of the desert city. If Pak Mugun had not defended himself with a gold shield, he would be seriously wounded. It became obvious. The power of the enemy really increased strongly. But despite this, in order to reach the level of our warrior, he was still far away. At this moment, the enemy himself was amazed that the usual shield was so easily able to repel his destructive attack. For this reason, because of his carelessness, he let Mugun's pack too close to himself. Therefore, these two again converged in close combat, like two angry demons. Soon, the leader realized that Pek Mugun was significantly superior in strength, and the defeat would be inevitable. From the very beginning, our hero made it clear to the leader that although the elixirs gave him strength, it was useless against true skill. He believed that it was not too late to apologize to Chonmu clan and admit his defeat in order to maintain the honor of the clan. However, the old man was only angry that some arrogant Molokossos was distributing advice to him, and realizing that the enemy was not going to listen to him, our warrior instantly attacked with the power of the destructive hurricane. Of course, the leader managed to evade at the last moment, but his sword was seriously damaged and could not stand even another blow. Seeing his panic fright, the young master decided to throw his shield forward. As a result, in this way, he finally broke the blade of his opponent, and then he knocked it on the cold ground, like a chopped tree. After that, the enthusiasm of the unfortunate leader was clearly diminished. He could not look at our hero without animal fear in his eyes, and Pek Mugun calmly repeated his fair request again. He demanded that the head of the clan recognize the defeat and apologize for the misconduct. The son only looked scared at his father. It seemed that he himself already wanted him to finally recognize the defeat and stop this nightmare. However, a man could not afford it. Therefore, he rose to his feet, and around him an ominous dark aura immediately dangled around him, as if the victorious snakes. Father Paik Mugun wanted to know what is happening with the head of the Piok clan. Our warrior did not know exactly what to call it, but he felt that something was going on extremely wrong. In fact, he approximately understood what was happening, but he could not believe it. Instead of improving combat skills by honest labor, the man recklessly used the murderous elixir of 9 detachments of the gods of the other world. Of course, the young master wanted to know how this damned elixir found himself with a given person. At that moment, his son went to his father, in order to finally bring him to his senses. However, instead received a crushing blow in the face, and also lost several teeth. After that, the unfortunate heir fell to the ground, finally losing consciousness from pain and shock. And the obsessed man was even more angry, even ceasing to be like a person. And the first victim he was aimed at was, of course, our hero. However, even despite all the devilish power of the enemy, the young man quickly hit the man with a clear blow right into the solar plexus. After that, he immediately called his dazzling aura of the god Thunder, and then he began to methodically beat the enemy, distributing precise strikes along the entire perimeter of his body. The last final blow in this epic battle went right on the head of the old man, and the blow was such a crushing force that not only forced the man to lose consciousness, but literally buried his head in the ground, like an ostrich hiding from danger. After that, the obsessed lost consciousness, and the victory was solemnly recognized behind the clan of the swordsmen of the Paquet family. The frightened fighters immediately ran to their defeated master. However, our warrior made them understand that their leader's damage was insignificant, but he was more worried about the internal organs. Therefore, I asked to call the best doctors. The father of our hero quickly realized that his son probably guessed what happened in the final. Pek Mugen honestly admitted that perhaps all this was the harmful influence of the elixir of 9 detachments. However, it seemed strange to them that the enemies certainly could not intervene in the election of the chapter. Therefore, the young master could only assume who was behind it. But now they decided to just wait for time and pretend that they do not understand and do not know anything. At this moment, the merchant shook with impotent anger, looking at such a useless piece of garbage, who could not cope with the task even under the influence of an expensive elixir, on which he spent so much money. His assistant also understood that the result was very disappointing. Also, people in black warned that if the PEC family becomes the head, then the merchant himself would be in an extremely difficult position. Therefore, now it is their turn to act decisively, and obviously a miserable merchant had to help them in this. Soon after the triumphal victory, a solemn meeting of chapters was convened. Mr. Pak thanked everyone who voted for him for confidence and promised that he would now unite forces in order to fight together with the highest threat. And he vowed that he would devote his mortal body to the service of their community. He also invited the heads to arrange a magnificent banquet in honor of the resumption of the community, and invited everyone to himself. For this reason, the party soon began in a luxurious banquet hall located in Jinhua. The gathered nobles spoke busily among themselves, joked, and simply celebrated a historical event. Our hero, who was so distinguished during the competition, was already surrounded by admiring ladies, squandering compliments. However, unexpectedly, the same sinister merchant intervened in their conversation, apologizing that he interrupted such a pleasant fun. He introduced himself as a representative of merchants from Hangzhou and decided to apologize for his matchmaker, as well as congratulate the community on a magnificent degeneration. As a gift, the case brought them excellent alcohol of the rarest exposure. He also bowed respectfully in front of our hero, wishing to spend time well. Pek Mugen only smiled softly, pretending that he did not understand the connection of this man with all the oddities with the leader of the Piok clan. Then he thanked him for the exquisite drink provided. The warrior perfectly understood that there were disagreements between them, but decided to accept this hint of reconciliation. The merchant took a small bowl of rare wine, after which he poured it to our hero. Then Pek Mugen raised a solemn toast for the bright future of the community. At that moment, the case barely hid his predatory smile, realizing that they would not have any future. Immediately after that, he hastily ran back to people in dark mantles. The merchant told them that the case was successfully done, and these idiots drank poisoned alcohol, even without suspecting anything. Then the conspirators realized that it was time to bring the matter to the bloody end. After all, they obviously did not want to do the affairs of the family herself again. Men in the team perfectly understood that everyone should know their place. And since the head of the family did not manage to please, they will find a new obedient puppet that will replace them. At that moment, another warrior in a dark mantle came to his comrades. He reported that everyone at the banquet drank alcohol with paralyzing poison and were completely immobilized, so it was in perfect chance for a decisive blow. Therefore, the soldiers decided to start a bloody hunt as soon as possible. After that, everyone finally threw off their hiding mantles, and it became obvious that they were followers of the ominous clan of Sura. Soon they broke into the banquet hall, literally knocking out massive doors. And they rushed inside, expecting that now everyone who would meet them in the way would be cut. However, they were insanely surprised when they saw that the entire luxurious banquet hall was completely empty, like an abandoned tomb. As it turned out, all this time among them was a cunning spy. It turned out to be a Nak Ilban, who, with his branded crafty smile, explained to Sura's shocked followers that they were largely and gracefully deceived. Immediately after that, all the chapters, heirs, and guests armed themselves to the teeth and appeared in the banquet hall like an Avenger army. The soldiers of the Sura clan only panicked, not understanding how people guessed that they would come, and why the paralyzing poison did not work. However, Pek Mugen calmly explained that the PK family has his own faithful ears and eyes everywhere. Then I decided to deal with small rats, whose dirty thoughts he saw from afar. Immediately, after these contemptuous words, both fighters became furious, and they attacked our hero, considering him too arrogant and unworthy to call them that. However, the faithful warrior of Paik Sangyeon with his father immediately stood up to defend the master. Our hero at this time prepared for the use of the destructive technique of the god Thunder. This technique was so powerful that the dazzling radiance spilled from it throughout the banquet hall, like lightning during a thunderstorm. After such a crushing attack, only 2 enemies managed to escape in the last second, using a protective barrier. They were literally shocked by the incredible power of this opponent and understood If they are inadvertently fighting, they can seriously suffer. In addition, they perfectly recognized the divine energy emanating from the young master. So they quickly understood. In front of them was a real enemy, the god of thunder himself. However, our warrior understood that now their knowledge has no meaning. In any case, they will not get out of here alive and will not be able to report anything to their leader. In this critical second, fighting off multiple attacks, the enemies finally realized that they had met the very person who destroyed the clan herself. Therefore, they decided to attack together. Someone will go from behind, and someone in front, distracting the enemy. After that, they distributed and rushed to the attack, believing that they would be able to overcome the hero with numerical superiority. They only laughed at the young master, realizing that he made a fatal mistake, contacting them, and now he was literally doomed to death. The enemies did not expect that while the young man would defend himself in front of a sparkling blade, he would be defended in the same way as a golden shield. After that, his shield threw the enemy, using the response power of his blow against him. In the same way, he rejected the enemy, attacker in front. As soon as they settled on his feet after this destructive attack, the enemies of the Sura clan finally realized that this invincible fighter was not equal to this invincible fighter. Even if in some way they could not get rid of the hero, they were obliged to report his appearance to their leadership. In addition, the opponents were surprised that even their coordinated attack using Sura technology did not work against this monster. Therefore, they decided to somehow distract his attention, so that at least one of them managed to escape and convey the news. One enemy continuously attacked our warrior, and also gave a sign to his comrade, so that he would leave as soon as possible. Therefore, a short-haired guy immediately rushed to flee in order to report about his whole leader. His partner, on the other hand, was aimed at even the cost of his own life to win time to escape a comrade. However, the young master understood that their cunning plan was clearly unsuccessful. He decided to quickly deal with this brave man and continue the persecution of the second. Therefore, in the entire banquet hall, the thunder flurry technique immediately dancing, which is a sparkling lightning of lightning, flying from the ceiling. At the same time, the young man threw his golden shield after the runaway. As a result, the shield hit him right in his neck, which is why he instantly lost consciousness and collapsed like a knitted one. His comrade exhaustedly knelt down, begging for mercy with trembling in his voice. However, Pek Mugen made it clear that he would not allow any of them to escape and would not leave any souls alive. After that, he instantly cut off the man's head with one exact blow and asked his comrades to engage in the rest of the fighters. As a result, they tied everyone with the strongest ropes, preventing anyone from leaving. However, unexpectedly, Pak Sun-gyun, among all these captives, found someone from the clan of the swordsmen of Pyok. Also, Jung-ho, who went in order to catch the traitor, finally brought with him a merchant shaking with fear. As a result, the secret operation took place exactly as planned. After that, our hero explained to the audience that what happened today was the work of 9 sinister detachments. Therefore, they considered it extremely important to deal with this deadly disease, which spread throughout Murim. After all, these detachments manipulated by any means those who invite them. In the end, they show their true faces and arrange such bloodshed, and there was no reliable way to protect yourself from them. Then Pek Mugen finally revealed his true personality, the god of thunder, who found irrefutable evidence of the resurrection of 9 clans. And now, when this problem has become especially critical, he decided to fulfill his sacred duties as a god of thunder. Also, the father of Pek Mugen explained that even their clan was no exception to the threat emanating from 9 detachments. Therefore, he believed that the clan of Mechnikov Pyok was also a victim of manipulations. To finish them completely, they had to unite all their forces. Therefore, the old man asked the community masters to help in this righteous business. Immediately after that, all those gathered in the banquet hall respectfully bowed, expressing their unconditional support to the Pek clan. Soon, our hero told this long, exciting story Tansol Yon, and told that the union was successfully united, and all subsequent measures were also executed on time. The head of the clan Pyok did not know anything about the 9 detachments of the gods, but still assumed all responsibility for his actions. As it turned out later, the Konzo merchant was also a helpless puppet of the Sura clan. The perpetrators were rightly punished, and money from Hangzhou was introduced to the silver bank of the main community. They proposed to repair and build a large mansion, and the father of Pak Mugen will also take up the construction of headquarters. The uncle of our hero headed the operation to investigate the Pyok clan, and his younger brother analyzed the information and shared it with the Information Guild. So all that Pak Mugen remained now is to enjoy kaj and tea for his pleasure. Of course, Tansol Yona only laughed melodically, realizing that the gentleman, who was so busy all this time, finally earned the long-awaited rest. Then she honestly admitted that she would like to talk a little with him alone. The young master was clearly awkward from such attention of the beauty. However, suddenly she remembered that she had prepared something special for the hero. Namely, she recognized the whereabouts of one of the messengers of the Strawn clan. Now they need the strongest masters, so they were looking for the most talented of them. Strekon fought against the demons in the past, and were the faithful allies of the war. Our hero knew this very well, and he recalled these guys with warmth, rejoicing that they were all still alive. Therefore, he praised Tan Sol-yon for excellent work. After all, he was just trying to find them. The young master wanted to know what specific location was tracked. This man was well familiar to the hero Hanbek. As it turned out, this warrior retired and lived with the adopted daughter in the mountains. Tan Sol-yona found out about this thanks to a happy chance, but could not find out the whereabouts of the other envoys of the Nakhon. However, if it was true, then this hero was enough for this precious information. Therefore, he sincerely thanked the young mistress for her zeal. After that, the young master immediately got up, because he was going to hit the road. However, he noticed that the girl was clearly not happy with this news. As it turned out, she wanted to spend a little more time with him. Therefore, the embarrassed mistress suggested making him accompany on this journey. In addition, with regard to security, she could protect herself from any dangers. Our hero only smiled indulgently, and then decided to find out whether the girl would cope, even if the path is difficult and full of tests. However, it seemed that the lady was ready, in spite of everything, to follow the hero at least to the ends of the world. At that moment, their younger brother watched their quiet negotiations along with the particularly pleased Jung Yu-un. After that, as promised, they began their journey together. Soon, the road led them to a small cozy house in the picturesque region of Aponyan. It was exactly the place where, according to the beauty, and was the legendary Hanbek. Therefore, Pek Mugen entered the territory of the house and loudly introduced himself as the lord of the Pek family. He explained that he arrived in order to see Hanbek, and asked to open the doors to him. However, when there was no action after that, they even thought that there was no one at home. After that, Tan Sol-yona invited the young master to look around in the picturesque environs. However, unexpectedly they saw a man who was called the Noise in the Forest in the Wind, who considered the people who came with suspicious spies, scouring near someone else's house. Pek Mugen barely restrained his boundless joy when looking at Hanbek. Even after a whole decade, he remained the same, although by age he had to develop senile farsightedness. Hanbek calmly warned that any person would not be at himself when he sees someone snooping around his house, and he asked them to stop so brazenly examine everything. At that moment, a small child appeared after the man. He told Uncle that they had serious problems. Seeing the boy in tears, Hanbek rushed to ask him about everything. As it turned out, cruel robbers came to the village, after which a bloody battle began there. For this reason, the warrior immediately rushed to flee to the fellow villagers and asked the strangers to look after the child. Tan Sol-yon was impressed by Hanbek so easily rushed to the aid of others. He was really the real representative of the Nachon clan, and was clearly famous for his noble reputation. However, the beauty was clearly worried that robbers appeared in a peaceful village. She suggested that perhaps they were attacked by the infamous group of robbers Gorenchan. Obviously, Pek Mugen could not just let everything go past his ears. Therefore, he asked Tan Sol-yon to look after the child and followed the warrior. At that moment, several houses were already burning in a small town. The robbers grabbed women and children, taking them captive, and their husbands mercilessly killed. All that remained people was only to fall to their knees, begging to be left alive. And the villains only laughed, realizing how lucky they were that there was not even one real defender in the village. However, such was their fate, and the robbers could not help them. So the man, who was preparing to kill a rebellious woman, thought, until suddenly a crushing blow flew to him. Obviously, this appeared the same legendary Hanbek. After that, he growled angrily, driving away the robbers away, and vowed that they would kill them all if they did not immediately retreat. Then the warrior immediately embodied his threats into action, and he attacked opponents with energy, similar to the one that the god of thunder used. The robbers scaredly asked him to stop, promising that they would leave right now. However, Hanbek had already played in earnest from their impudence and began to take revenge, as if obsessed with righteous anger. One of the robbers shook scaredly, realizing that the next blow would have to be on it. Therefore he was bewitched not to take his miserable life. The warrior decided to mercy on them, realizing that such miserable people did not stand even his little finger. However, in the end, Hanbek realized that these cowardly animals lured him into a cunning trap. Enemies were already crept up from behind him, like the victorious snakes. He noticed a danger too late and would not have had time to avoid a serious injury if Pek Mugen had not come to the rescue, like a lightning that cuts the darkness. The young master only reminded the old man that he was almost seized by surprise. This was clearly a signal that he began to grow old. However, he was lucky that at least his appearance remained the same. Hanbek, who obviously did not recognize his former comrade, was very angry with such impudent words. However, at that moment they were distracted. After all, one of the robbers continued to threaten them, waving a bloodied sword. Immediately, having decided to eliminate this small bipod, our hero got to him literally in a moment, overcoming several tens of meters. Then he squeezed his skull so much with an iron grip that the man literally at the same instant died of breaking the internal organs. Everyone else, looking at this sight, experienced animal fear and could not even control the trembling throughout the body. Using this as a golden chance, Hanbek immediately rushed into battle and, as a result, in a matter of moments defeated everyone with the ease of an experienced warrior. When there were so many defeated bodies left behind him, our hero noted that his acquaintance, even when he was in his 60s, had a lot of vital energy. Although Hanbek was sincerely grateful to the young warrior for timely help, he did not understand how he dared to talk to him in this way, who had no longer dry on his lips. Pek Mugen was clearly slightly disappointed that the old friend would not recognize him. Therefore, he recalled how many times Hanbek was kicked out of the tavern for flirting with girls. Then, in this unknown young man, a man finally recognized the reflection of the god of thunder. He remembered how once they met in a fierce battle and came together to the back, protecting each other from the horde of enemies. Then they still did not know the outcome of the battle. But the warrior promised that if they win, he would certainly introduce the hero to his younger sister. Soon, Hanbek was already standing over the dying body of a friend when he emitted the last spirit and could not believe it. He cried with bitter tears and promised to give the guy a younger sister and his wife. In return, our hero also promised to find him a worthy pair. But in the end, the god of thunder died, and Hanbek was very difficult to put up with it. Now he opened his eyes widely from amazement, still not believing to the end that he met in this life of the one whom he had lost forever. For this reason, they retired in his modest house in order to talk about everything alone. Obviously, Hanbek was still hard to believe that his friend was reborn. As you know, this is not what could be achieved at an ordinary human level. After that, they also discussed their recent battle with the bandits. Those turned out to be more dangerous than the young master expected. In addition, the village was open enough to make it easy to attack it. Hanbek honestly understood that all the wine was lying on him. Last time he left too many enemies alive, so the inevitable reckoning followed. After that, Pek Mugen decided to discuss with his friend that he was still lonely. However, the old man only laughed. After all, his friend was no different from himself in the past incarnation, although now he was frankly pleased to see that Pek Mugen got a beautiful girl. Therefore, he understood that now they could destroy these bandits together and save a peaceful village. But everything was not so simple. Although it seemed that Hanbek with his outstanding abilities himself could easily defeat them, the point was that it was Gurenchi gang, bandits who could be seen anywhere. But behind them were already 72 dense forests, the largest and most influential gangs of robbers throughout the region. After he heard, Pek Mugen only laughed with a sonorous laugh. He did not understand what time he had once been fearless to be afraid of a group of some miserable bandits. After that, the young master explained to Hanbek that he had a woman dear to her heart, and he also worried that the peaceful city would suffer. For this reason, our warrior had something to protect, and he promised to help to deal with this delicate issue. After that, they went out and began to wander around the neighborhood in order to go on the trail of the robbers. Soon the travelers saw their fortified camp, surrounded by high picket fence. However, Hanbek understood that the mission would not be so simple. Indeed, according to rumors, on the island of Zhou, the leader of the bandits possessed the abilities of the highest level. They should not be underestimated. However, it is obvious that the heir to the Pek family was confident and easily deal with a bunch of bandits. His self-confidence was no different from behavior in a past life. However, the gray-haired warrior was clearly interested in why the young man took his lover with him in such a dangerous enterprise. Then she explained that although they had excellent martial arts, the problem was that the bandits seized innocent hostages. Therefore, they needed to act extremely carefully. Of course, an experienced veteran tried to explain that they still did not know for sure whether the hostages were alive and whether they were in real danger. But Tansol Yona believed that if such two great masters of martial arts unite, they will be able to save everyone without loss. It was also obvious that a beautiful girl did not have such abilities in martial arts as these legendary warriors. However, instead, the beauty prepared a completely different, cunning plan. By clicking graceful fingers, her personal loyal warriors skillfully appeared, like shadows in the night. Of course, our hero was shocked by the fact that Tansol Yona had already managed to restore the former power of the organization in such a short time. In addition, all warriors behind her were masters of the highest level. For this reason, the young master, barely bowing, trusted their skill and help in this delicate mission. Immediately after this, a group of spies ran to a high fence and instantly crossed it like ghosts. After that, they also silently eliminated the guards who stood in their path, while not making a single sound. And when someone noticed them, agents instantly killed these people, so that they would not raise a panic. So skillfully they found the first prisoners and explained that Tan Salt Yonoma were sent for salvation. Frightened prisoners said that other residents of the village were also imprisoned somewhere nearby. However, the experienced spy reassured them, assuring them that all the hostages would be saved. At this time, 2 men, along with the Tan, stood behind the fence, tensely waiting for a conditional signal. Finally, one of the scouts gave a sign with a bright burning torch. Therefore, both men ready for battle grabbed the weapon, realizing that it was time for them to go into a decisive battle. After that, without any embarrassment, they rushed towards the enemies like 2 angry dragons. Only when these 2 broke into the camp, the bandit group finally realized the attack. However, it is obvious that they could not control the strength of 2 unsurpassed masters. From above, our hero has already dealt with the nearest enemies and noticed 2 archers on a sentinel tower. However, in an instant, it neutralized these guys using his golden shield for a throwing attack. After that, the young warrior drew attention to Hanbek, who, it seemed, was very amused by this simple battle. But unexpectedly, a rather strong bandit attacked a veteran from around the corner. The old fighter managed to avoid a serious wound only due to the fact that our hero intervened in time. As it turned out, this opponent was the leader of the robbers, who praised the men for the courage that they together attacked his fortified base. However, the leader was sure that they would never last against such a huge number of fighters. However, soon the villain realized how insignificant his warriors were. After all, they could not stand a single attack from Hanbek. Looking at this battle, our hero only calmly let the man understand that he was very miscalculated. After that, the young master without ceremonies immediately hit the leader with his shield and threw away, as if a boring fly. So our warrior, without further ado, said that he was not going to bother with their miserable gang for a long time, and arrived in order to destroy them all to one. Despite the fact that the demonstration of power was impressive, for some reason the leader only grinned with a brazen smile. After that, he called the arrivals of the heroes real simpletons, and, barely restraining a malevolent laugh, he said that he had long been ready for their attack. Then the bastard also said that he took Hanbek's woman in hostage. Therefore, he ordered his thugs to rush after her in order to kill the unfortunate in front of everyone. The bandits obviously did not understand why at that moment neither Pekmugen nor Hanbek were not at all afraid of this threat. Soon, sent after a woman came running to report to the boss that they had huge problems. All girls, as well as the rest of the hostages, disappeared without a trace. At this moment, our hero only calmly warned that from the very beginning they thought out a similar outcome of events. Immediately, the young master went into battle against the villain, because he understood that he had long crossed the line of what was permitted. The frightened leader, having lost his former confidence, began to scream away with screams. And Hanbek entrusted to deal with this coward our hero, because he had no desire to run after someone. For this reason, the young man easily knocked the man off his feet, masterfully wielding a golden shield. Hanbek jumped into the air in order to finish off this bastard in flight. In the last second, the leader began in despair to pray for mercy, and promised to tell about the personality of the one who stood behind all this. However, even despite this, the gray-haired warrior did not mercy on him. With a crushing force, driving a villain into the ground, the old fighter prescribed him a magical kick, thanks to which the man instantly learned the art of flying. Our hero decided to use the power of the god of thunder in order to finish off this bastard. He also explained that they knew very well without his help who was behind all their atrocities. Soon the winners returned and saw the beautiful young lady, who stood surrounded by the soldiers of Tansol Yona. As soon as the beauty saw her lover, she immediately rushed to hug him with joyful tears in her eyes. At this time, Hanbek approached Tansol Yon, who was happy that the mission was completed successfully. The warrior explained that the bandits quickly retreated. These insignificants were indeed weakly worshippers. However, he understood that everything was possible without loss, only thanks to the help of Tansol Yona, who gathered all experienced members of the intelligence detachment. However, suddenly their exchange of compliments was interrupted by loud sobs. At that moment, Hanbek kneeling in front of his wife, apologizing to her for exposing such a danger. Such a touching picture could not but touch our hero and Tan Sol Yon. After all, they did not expect such a reaction from such a formidable fighter. After that, everyone returned to the secluded dwelling of the veteran. There, sitting on his knees, the old warrior began to apologize for involving a young master into his problems, and admitted that he had previously not been able to resolve the conflict with the bandits of the 72nd Forest. However, Pek Mugun understood that someday he would still have to finally solve the problem with raging bandits. Therefore, he asked his friend once again not to thank him. After all, most of all now it was necessary to think that they could not hide from the persecution, while the detachments of the gods of the other world stood behind these bastards. After that, the heir to the Pak family reminded Hanbek that those cruel ghouls with whom he fought in the village were dressed in the clothes of bandits. However, some of them wore completely different robes, exactly the same as the henchmen of the gods had. They also had groups that specialized in secret murders. Obviously, Hanbek felt a great guilt that he did not guess the first. However, the young master understood that the unraveling of their true personality remained inevitable. But now they needed to solve the problem. Our warrior also explained that these villains are gradually beginning to show aggression. First of all, they deal with those who will stand in their way. For example, with such as Hanbek, representatives of the Nakhon clan. Immediately, after these words, the gray-haired veteran experienced wild anger, swearing himself finally to kill all these people with whom he could not fully figure it out 30 years ago. However, Pek Mugun understood that the enemies would continue to return in any case. But he vowed to kill as much as he could. As in a past life, in this they needed to prepare well. For this reason, the young master approached Tan Sol Yon, explaining that the detachments of the gods would continue to attack. Therefore, he asked her along with the agents to make sure that the entire population of the village was evacuated. Along the way, our hero also apologized to the beauty for constantly causing her difficulties. It seemed that for her it was not any burden, especially now that experienced intelligence members were in place. However, before leaving, the mistress decided to complete the unfinished business. Therefore, she approached her lover and without any hesitation kissed him on the lips. Then she looked embarrassedly and asked the young man to be the shore of herself. However, our warrior did not allow her to leave, carefully taking the girl by the face, and promised that he would definitely protect himself, as always. After that, the lady, accompanied by the soldiers, began the way home. The young master did not feel any concern, because he understood that bodyguards would cope with their work perfectly. Then the heir recalled that the purpose of their enemies was to capture the village, so they will soon attack again. The gray-haired veteran quickly translated the topic that our hero did not change himself, and, as in a past life, showed a special affection for members of intelligence clans. Hanbek seemed to be still breaking with jealousy, despite the fact that he already had a girlfriend. Late night, as expected, the secret fighters of the detachments of the gods of the other world arrived in the territory of the Hanbek house. The leader clearly panicked, realizing that this time he could not fail the mission to capture the old man. In addition, he was previously reported to him that one of the bandits' groups disappeared, and he was angry with their mediocrity. In any case, the enemies arrived here to pick up their prey. Therefore, when the leader gave the signal, his fighters began the operation. However, as soon as they tried to enter the house, everything around was illuminated by a huge explosion of lightning. After dazzling outbreaks, it became obvious. Their goals initially guessed that the enemies would come. As a result, Pek Mugun and his friend began to attack opponents together. By wielding his strength, our hero instantly scanned these enemies and realized that these killers were different from those he met before. All of them were masters of the highest level. In addition, there was a leader who possibly belonged to the class of higher warriors. It was a clearly difficult enemy. If the young master was alone, it would not be so easy for him to cope. But these two were cooperated and agreed to fight, as it was 30 years ago. While our hero fought with the fighters with the help of his lightning, they tried to prove that they were not ordinary people. They could not overcome them with such tricks. However, Pek Mugun clearly surprised that these guys from the gods' detachments constantly lose to him, but always erupted with proud speeches. They looked like moths which, nothing sense in life, throw themselves into a flaming fire. At this moment, the leader, looking around the battle, realized that it was our hero that was a more dangerous opponent. Therefore, he decided to get rid of him first, although he was worried that his comrade could make help with him. With the help of his power of lightning, the young master at that moment mortally wounded his opponent. However, While he could still stay on his feet, he rushed to the hero, so that at least his death would not be useless. Paik Mugun was clearly struck by such a stubbornness of this guy. But soon the hero was wounded, but not at all the weapon that this brave man was displayed for him. The leader was so merciless that he even pierced his comrade, just to at least touch our hero. Obviously, the young master was madly angry, because he could not understand how a man could do so vilely towards his own people. Immediately after that, dazzling lightning dancing around the young master, and with his golden shield, he threw the enemy away with such a crushing force that even a steel helmet, which the warrior covered his face, split into small parts. Therefore, looking at the enemy in bewilderment, the mercenary wanted to know who this guy really is. After that, a fierce battle started. The killer chose the moment in order to encroach on our hero from the back. However, in the end he still lost and was instantly struck by a response attack. Then the heir to the Pek family only looked around with contempt at a man who so proudly called himself the best mercenary. Now he was constrained by the lightning of the warrior and could not move a single step. Therefore the enemy realized that in front of him was the very legendary god of thunder. However, the young master clearly did not want to report to this enemy. He also explained that none of the people who recognized his essence until this moment survived. Realizing how mortally dangerous the enemy was, the leader had already rushed to flee, ordering his warriors to retreat. Paik Mugun really understood that in their case, to run away, with his tails, was a very wise decision. However, our hero has already rushed the shield after being run away, like a lightning of heavenly anger. At that moment the leader tried to escape, realizing that they were extremely unlucky. After 30 years the god of thunder appeared again. At least one of them had to survive and tell about this fact to his leadership. However, the young warrior swore that none of these scum could leave alive. Therefore, when his shield flew up high into the sky, the young master directed the power of his lightning at him, which he spread to all the runaway insects, like a web of death. While the enemies were connected by the forces of the thunder, Hanbek approached them in order to help finish these dirty deeds. Our hero at that time approached the leader who was most interested in him. Armed with a sword, the heir promised that he would send each of them to the next world. Before the man had time to say anything, he was instantly killed by one exact blow. At this point, the gray-haired veteran also quickly figured out the rest of the fighters without missing. Now these two could leave, realizing that in this case they could catch up with the fugitives on the border of the province. However, apologizing, Hanbek made it clear that he could not follow the young master. Paik Mugun clearly did not please this news, so he was waiting for any explanation. As it turned out, despite the desire of the old warrior, he had something that he could not avoid. Our hero had no desire to listen to miserable excuses. Therefore, he decided to say goodbye to the old acquaintance here and now. The young man did not want to keep around him the one who runs away because of the fear of the detachments of the gods. Because the Hanbek whom he knew was not afraid of anything. Looking how Paik Mugun openly jokes over him, the gray-haired veteran was only amazed at his arrogance, which has not changed at all from a past life. After that, the old fighter nevertheless explained that even for the hero who possessed supernatural forces, the bandits of 72 forests were a serious problem, because they had tremendous destructive power. Maybe it's normal that the power of Paik Mugun could replace 100 warriors. However, if 3 kings of 72 forests are gathering, then one young master definitely cannot cope. Our warrior himself perfectly understood this, so he counted on Hanbek's help. Then the old man realized that the heir was missing at the time when they were together in the church of the Nachon. Of course, our hero did not hide this obvious truth. Therefore, his old friend promised to independently deal with these bastards. As it turned out, he knew the approximate location of their old friends in general terms. Paik Mugun perfectly understood that if a messenger of the Nachkon came in their souls, then they would not have serious problems with the division of the gods. Therefore, I entrusted this important matter to a friend. After that, they parted in different directions. Much has happened since Hanbek went in search. The young master rejoiced at how fate suddenly turned. However, it seemed to him that all this indicated the upcoming changes. In addition, Paik Mugun no longer wanted to wait for the attack of the detachments of the gods of the other world. Instead, he decided to come up with a good plan in order to attack and destroy them first. Soon, having decided all his affairs, our hero finally arrived in a fragrant flower garden. Immediately having heard about this joyful news, the happy Tonsol Yona rushed to meet him. As soon as the beauty saw her lover safe and safety, she immediately rushed into the arms of a young man, after which they secured the joy of the meeting with a sensual and gentle kiss. Then the lovers also spent a passionate night together. Immediately after that, our warrior, waking up, was about to leave. As it turned out, he needed to make sure that Tansol Yona safely got home. But he was in a hurry, so he had to serve. Obviously, the lady perfectly understood how much the young master was busy. But despite this, she experienced some kind of sadness. Then Pek Mugen approached his lover and promised that he would try to return as soon as possible. He also recalled that the following opponents will be the detachments of the gods, as well as the bandits, 72 forests. Because of what they will not be able to avoid a bloody war, he had to go as soon as possible to fight them quickly. Of course, he was ashamed that only he answered the feelings of Tansol Yona and heard the call of his heart. He immediately had to leave. However, it seemed that the girl perfectly understood that our hero could not refuse her sacred duties. Therefore, she promised that she would wait for him forever if he promises to return. After that, the young man firmly pressed the beauty to himself and gave a solemn promise that they would soon meet again. Then they already ended up in the Vegi Mountains with his father and brother. Pek Mugen did not expect to be so fast here. However, this became possible because for the construction of the community base, they used the old estate. In addition, in order to achieve such a result, the young man's father had to quickly inform the General Corps. After all, they have already heard about what happened, and they were really bothered by the problem of the bandits of 72 forests. In addition, given that the detachments of the gods of the other world behind them stood behind them, this war will clearly not be easy. Pek Mugen was ashamed that his handy act brought big problems on them. But the father consoled his son, believing that this group of bandits would still return. And in any case, they could not leave them unattended. What bothered them most, if the bandits of 72 forests are announced earlier, then they are unlikely to be able to prepare for this blow, while their forces were almost on a par. However, the emerging Mawk immediately stated that in this case, the best solution was to use the tactics of preventive destruction. Before the attack on the bandits' 72 forests, it was necessary to hold a meeting, organize groups of troops and capture each gang from the wild forest separately. This will maintain a numerical advantage, as well as minimize damage. Our hero praised his brother for such a brilliant strategy. However, it seemed to him that they could not use it this time, and there were exactly 3 reasons for this. Firstly, the warriors, following the difficult path, will be exhausted, and nothing else will remain how to fight in a weakened state. Secondly, while all their main forces are looking for bandits, the risk of a sudden attack on their temple is great. But the third reason was more important than the previous 2, because the young master will have to tell people about the complete defeat of enemies. Thus, they will have to somehow frighten these bandits so that they do not dare to hide in the forest. In order to do this, they had to suppress their fear. After all, this fear said that the bandits of 72 forests were those who cannot be defeated. Therefore, the heir believed that it was necessary to deliver the first crushing blow to the enemy. A total war with total power is necessary in order to reveal the detachments of the gods standing behind the bandits. Obviously, Mok was struck by such an outstanding strategy that the older brother invented so quickly. However, the younger strategy, according to our hero, was definitely good. Hearing the boy's plan, the young master came to mind better. Therefore, he asked the young man not to blame himself, because he helped a lot. Finally, when the main concept of the strategy was completed, our hero with his father decided to develop it in more detail. For this reason, he asked the parent to gather the entire leadership of their community as soon as possible. At this time, the 3 kings of the Green Forest appeared in front of their leader. He, sitting on his gloomy throne, decided to explain to his subordinates why he collected them. They already had to find out that one of their gangs was completely destroyed. Of course, he did not know exactly who did this, but he was sure that the killer was a real master, and he believed that it was the work of one of the hostile fractions. The leader was surprised, because he expected that at least one of the kings of the Green Forest would worry about their destruction. Immediately, all 3 kings said that they wanted to take revenge. Then their leader recalled that recently many have glorified one warrior. He believed that most likely this man was the one who broke their bandits. Therefore, the leader ordered the bandits of the Green Forest to gather all their forces and destroy the enemies to one. However, a frightened man recalled that recently rumors crawled about the appearance of 2 invincible masters. Immediately, seeing the doubts of his fighter, the leader grabbed his neck and began to strangle him. He could not understand how the man had enough arrogance to show his fear with him and offer to escape instead of fighting. He also recalled why the detachments of the gods of the other world decided to take care of such puppies, and he warned that if they dared to disobey his order, then he would simply remove them from his post as useless garbage. Suddenly, one of the men, who until that moment observing what was happening, asked his friend to stop. He understood that if now they crippled each other, then this would be completely beneficial to the enemy. Therefore, the strong man listened to his words, discarding the man away. He also understood that they should not lower their power before the final battle. Therefore, I decided to merge before this weakling. However, he warned that if he at least once again show his fear, then he would really break his neck. After that, turning around, he ordered the bandits of 72 wild forests to follow him in order to destroy the enemies together. And he promised that reinforcement of the detachments of the gods would arrive with them. Immediately all three bowed, promising to fulfill the requirements of their leader. Immediately after that, the frightened warriors ran away. After they disappeared, the leader decided to find out if they recognized the personality of the one who destroyed their gangster group. As it turned out, they already knew that it was Hanbek from the Church of the Nahon. Of course, it was difficult to believe that a person who was hiding for 30 years alone destroyed a whole gang. Therefore, he evaluated whether the information was really true, although in fact this did not have the greatest importance. However, now the leader has another reason to destroy this faction. After that, his friend said goodbye and left, offering the leader to find a strong enough guy so that Hanbek would not kill him at once. After all, there were rumors that in addition to Hanbek, a very strong master appeared in the same area. However, the man has already matured thoughts about who can be sent for this operation. But his comrade was clearly worried about the personality of this person. The leader was not going to listen to the opinion of the assistant, asking him to stop interfering his insults in their affairs. And of course, these plums could not but angry a fighter. Somewhere at the same time, the community union was collected, where the head of the PEC reminded that the war against the kings of forests became inevitable. Therefore, the leader considered that the time had come to collect together the armed forces of the community in order to destroy the bandits and restore justice. One of the chapters warned that the bandits of 72 forests are very difficult opponents. They have an awesome force. Therefore, it was believed that even by common efforts they cannot be fully confident in victory. Of course, our hero himself understood that the enemies had more gross strength and skill than their. However, if you look at this from a tactical point of view, you can crush the whole mountains of bandits and their patrons. In addition, given that the young master already had a carefully developed plan, for a start, before the chapters they make their choice, Mok wanted to explain a detailed strategy to them. As the intelligence was known, the 72 forests detachments concentrated their main forces in the village of No, not far from the prosperous Hangzhou. They were supposed to mobilize the military forces of the provinces present in the port city, because it would be easy and quickly to sit on warships. However, according to the intelligence information they received, the enemy's power exceeded about 50%. Obviously, the chapters believed that it was too big and dangerous. Therefore, we decided to find out the details of their strength among martial arts. Of those that they could accurately confirm, the military king of the mountain was present there, one of the 3 legendary kings. There was also an energetic Tiger Fist, the leading detachment of 12 elite fighters, and also a great winged dragon and many other illustrious warriors. All of them were the strongest masters of martial arts, although, of course, they have not yet joined the main shock force. According to the confirmed intelligence, there was a movement from the armed forces that took their troops to the province of Chan. These mountain bandits will certainly take the opportunity to invade the headquarters of the quarter, when all the forces of 10 families will be mobilized. The chapters thought that the enemy forces were twice as many of their own, and the headquarters could be in mortal danger if they mobilize all their military forces. However, there were no changes in the plans of the young strategist. They will continue to mobilize their forces in Hangzhou, as planned originally. One of the chapters tried to explain that if the boy said was true, then the mobilization of their strength would be the most reckless plan of the possible. However, Pek Mugen politely asked the elders not to interrupt Muok until he finishes the strategy. After that, the young tactician explained that the enemy is trying to deceive them with a cunning trick. They exaggerated their strength to confuse the intelligence sources. In addition, the source of the information received was somewhat suspicious. The number of mountain bandits hiding in dense forests cannot be so huge. Everything indicates that the detachments of 72 forests have no chance that their armed forces are superior to an allied army. In addition, Pekmugun believed that chapters should not be afraid. Their chances of victory would be high due to superiority in the skill of martial arts. They also should not ignore the possibility that the enemies are aiming at their headquarters. The allies could bear heavier losses if they fight the bandits after a sudden attack on the base. Therefore, they needed a strategy that could protect the headquarters, as well as instill fear in the careless units of 72 forests. First of all, they need to mobilize the forces in Hangzhou before the enemies gather there. Meanwhile, With the help of this maneuver, they will be able to focus on increasing their military valor. You should also begin to implement the plan immediately after mobilization against 72 forests. At this time, a man on his creaky wagon was calmly rode along the forest road. However, he soon saw an ominous haze rising in front. His horse had already stood on his hind legs and clearly worried. The woman he was taking in the wagon decided to find out what was the matter. Frightened, the cabman explained that they were surrounded by bandits and should immediately flee. This beauty was already well known to us with Manhwa. For this reason she, along with her frightened hero, hid upstairs in order to observe the bandits from afar. The cabman tried to explain to the young lady that they would have huge problems if they are caught. However, it seemed that this beauty did not scare at all. She was interested in why the bandits move in such organized groups. However, the charioteer did not know whether it was their usual business, because he saw such a huge number of armed fighters for the first time. For this reason, the mistress felt something strange. She first saw the bandits act as regular soldiers. It seemed that this was definitely evidence of something extremely abnormal. Therefore, the swordsman decided to stop surveillance, generously paid the cabman, and asked him to return home. The beauty herself realized that she would have to postpone her leisurely walks in sights. Somewhere at the same time, Hanbek wandered along a thick bamboo grove. He did not understand why the villains, whom he was so persistent, hid in such a deaf and forgotten place. However, soon a pungent smell of blood, as well as the ringing of crossing swords. Therefore, he immediately rushed in that direction, fearing that he might be late for the decisive battle. But when he approached, he saw a beautiful woman who had already dealt with all the enemy fighters. It was the legendary Sunset Swordsman, which was surprised to see Hanbek in these parts. She even calculated that he came to her for the 17th time in order to admit romantic feelings. However, the embarrassed man immediately recalled that he was already married, and also explained that he had come here to warn the woman. People living in hermitedness have now become a target for killers. Finally, the mistress realized for what reason he was visited by uninvited guests with unkind intentions. Hanbek explained that these were killers sent by the well-known group of detachments of the gods of the other world. Of course, the woman was in shock when she realized that the detachments that destroyed everyone returned from nothingness. However, the gray-haired veteran was confident in his words, but asked the mistress not to worry about anything. He had already heard that 9 great factions began mobilization and would deal with this issue. But the main news was not this. Therefore, joyful Hanbek said that his best friend, the god of thunder, finally returned. The shocked woman already thought that the poor comrade had gone crazy and began to regret him. Hanbek was clearly amazed that the lady continued to treat his words with such distrust. In any case, she believed or not, but the killers will continue to come to her home if she remains alone here. Therefore, the woman realized that she could no longer live in solitude, as before, especially if Hanbek's words were true and the god of thunder really returned. For this reason, they decided to hit the road to other old friends. The mistress could not believe that after long 30 years their company would gather in full force. Somewhere at this time, events moved to the noisy Hangzhou. Our hero watched how their warriors carried out intense training every day to become stronger. He was pleased that their military power blooms and flourishes every day. In addition, he and his father also conducted joint training daily, thereby increasing their combat power. However, suddenly a muck appeared with important information that arrived from a flower house. The young man turned the letter and began to read. Then he said that the main forces of the 72nd Dark Forest detachments arrived in the village of Noha, as they expected. The remaining detachments penetrated throughout the province. Therefore, everything went exactly as they expected. Therefore, Pek Mugun suggested starting their mobilization. He immediately asked Mok to convey to the military leaders that they would begin to implement the strategy. However, the boy was excited that the 4 external troops still did not arrive at the gathering. But our hero knew that everything would be in order. They, as always, would arrive at the right time. And when Mok began to worry that they would not have time to explain the strategy to them, the young master dispelled all his doubts. After all, he knew that these people are one of those who understand his intentions, simply seeing the situation. Because the 4 external troops were legendary fighters who glorified their names in this world. At this time, one of the bandits' Lazuckers ran to his King Mountain with an important report. He said that the warriors of the enemy forces who arrived at Hangzhou finally retreated. With the exception of one clan, all the military forces of the province left Hangzhou. After that, the scouts began to discuss the movements of other clans. However, they all took the ships and left the city. The king considered it just wonderful news, because then their chances of victory increased. The enemies escaped, holding their tails. especially considering that even the high-level martial arts retreated. Now all that they had left was to exterminate worthless garbage. Therefore, he immediately ordered his fighters to convey this message to the other kings. After all, now they could calmly advance to the destruction of their enemies. Over time, all the bandits went on the road until they finally collided with opponents. Seeing the enemy warriors, the robbers only laughed, considering that most of them escaped like cowards, and only some stayed here. Many strong fighters did not even see the point of fighting here, believing that they could send even the weakest of their ranks to battle. However, the king noted that even in such a small composition, their opponents used their brains to the fullest. After all, no one expected that in such a crossed area they would be able to arrange the right combat construction. But of course, their strategy was still useless before the superior bandits. Therefore, the king sent his people into battle in order to kill enemies for one onslaught. However, unexpectedly, one of his advisors noticed the suspicion of the whole situation. He pointed out that it was too reckless. Their opponents were not so stupid that in a small number to go into an open battle. But the king was sure that the rats driven into the corner were not capable of anything. Considering his fighters simply too alarmed, the leader said, if he is so frightened, he could just stand aside and watch them trample these people. As a result, the advisor realized that he had no chance to dissuade the commander, and agreed to join the battle that their king wanted to see so much. Soon, all the fighters on the command of the king rushed into a fierce attack. Soon the scouts said that the enemies had already begun an offensive. However, looking at this, Pek Mugun still retained calm, realizing that he had nothing to worry about. He also inspired his fighters, recalling that they would be the only ones who would come out of this fight. Immediately after that, the spearmen put their long spears forward, forming a wall of death. Thus, the first bandits, bumping into their spindle, instantly died. Then, as soon as the first line of defense was broken, a real bloody battle ensued. However, the robbers were in shock. Their vanguard could not advance a meter, although they had to easily win. At this time, the rest of the detachment was hiding in a dense forest. As soon as the bandits came close enough, the soldiers immediately ran out of their hiding place under the leadership of experienced commanders. Only then did the unfortunate bandits realize that they fell into a cunning ambush. Therefore, one of them came running in order to report to the king about a huge trouble. He said that the enemy's armed forces hid the troops in the forest and ambushed them. It was also evident that the enemies gathered only elite fighters, and now greatly reduced the number of attackers. After that, the king's pride was hurt. He was amazed at the tricks of enemies who acted in a similar way. Therefore, the enraged leader decided to go into battle on his own and ordered his subordinates to follow him. At that moment, Nakilban noticed the approach of one of the leaders of the bandits, and at the same moment he had already moved, landing right between the opponents, ready for a decisive battle. However, the next instant the enemy was struck by a rolling attack of thunder from our hero. Pek Mugun decided to take a showdown with this person. After all, he considered himself the only worthy opponent for such a master. At the same time, while the main troops fought on the main front, the remaining robbers broke into the city and began to destroy it. These bastards understood that the strategy was developing exactly as Mr. Pak Mugun predict. At that moment, the bandits caught women and killed men, leaving no one alive. However, brave warriors, ready to repulse the invaders, came out to meet them. The defenders immediately gathered together in order to protect civilians. After that, they ran into the bandits in close combat at once, showing masterful possession of blades. They managed to defeat the first approaching enemies. Among the defenders, there was also one of the 4 celestial warriors, the legendary Blade of Wild Wind. The man arrived in order to help the remaining city defense. Then the 9th dragon also arrived at the 9th fist, which, only starting to fight, realized that he had really encountered morons from the detachments of the gods of the other world. After that, the violet-haired mistress joined the comrades. The woman only made her friends understand that now it was not the most suitable time to relax and communicate, and asked them to hurry. They had to take care of people who attacked civilians. Then she also turned to the young soldiers who called them out. One of them, in blue clothes, bowed, thanking the benefactors for their help, and decided to find out their names. However, when they introduced themselves as 4 heavenly warriors, only then finally the guy realized who he saw. These were righteous people, known in the whole Murim, who went down to them in order to show their legendary power. From the moment the great masters fought along with the defenders, the battle began to be much easier. In addition, they joined them with Yonchi. She fought her enemies over and over again with elegant blows of the sword. At this time, our hero with his warriors still continued to conduct an unequal battle, but he was sure that he would definitely win. The enemy king of the bandits, it seemed, not understanding his fate, attacked the Piek of Mugun, wielding his massive axes. However, the young man easily stopped such a crushing blow with his golden shield. The young master also admitted that his opponent was too impressive for a simple robber. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of our hero, the king only grinned predatorily, feeling his strength. He believed that the guy already understood his sad fate. One of the king's assistants decided to help him, so as not to leave a wet place from Pek Mugun. However, as soon as the other friends noticed the danger to the master, they immediately rushed to his aid. Obviously, the heir was grateful that they saved him from participating in an unequal match. The king was only indignant at how such a young warrior considers himself worthy to look in his face. He considered the young man too arrogant, so he sent the strongest fighters to battle. These were animal kings. Seeing them, Young-ho only laughed at animals who considered themselves more worthy to be called people. Then he rushed into the thick of the events, fighting everyone to the right and left. The leader was amazed at how our hero turned out to be so many faithful minions. Pek Mugen saw that the man was clearly scared, and also warned that this place would soon become a cemetery for them. But the king did not even perceive his words seriously, considering the young master only some kind of jerk. After that, applying the black wind destroying souls, he decided to teach the boy to respect the elders. The attack was really very powerful. The king only looked predatorily at our hero with a satisfied smile, realizing that the guy would never repel such a strong attack, using his insignificant shield. Soon, the attack on the target led to a huge explosion that enveloped the battlefield with smoke and dust. The king, looking at this explosion, only hoped that at least it would be able to kill the Pek Mugen. But still, the golden shield managed to withstand this blow. Of course, the leader considered the boy's ability quite impressive. However, I decided to divide it into 2 parts along with its shield. But the young man was able to fight back from this blow. In addition, due to the force put into the attack, even the king could not freely move his axe. Only then did he realize that, it seems, the internal energy of his enemy exceeded his own several times. Then he noticed, when they collided in a battle on the swords, his axes began to crack at the seams. Soon his weapons scattered into the smallest pieces, and Pek Mugen pierced his shoulder with his sparkling blade. The king's assistant, watching this, realized that Pek Mugen had clearly had something unusual in his skills. He considered that our hero could probably be the very person who destroyed a huge group of killers. At this time, an unfortunate robber turned to one of his comrades who asked him to hurry and help. The observers standing aside understood. If they do not immediately intervene, then all the bandits would be defeated. Of course, they could not allow it. Therefore, they went into battle, wanting to eliminate all the obstacles on the path of their commander. Immediately, first of all, they aimed at the strongest, namely on our hero. Pek Mugen was clearly glad that the warrior, known as the Heavenly God, the demon, finally began to act. He exuded crazy bloodthirstiness, and judging by his combat valor, he turned out to be a master of the highest level. The man also scolded the king that the battle was now going so tight only because he did not know how to take his own strategy correctly. In the end, he constantly has to save them. But still, in a friendly manner, he promised to kill these people. And the king took responsibility, so that this would not happen again. Looking at the attack of the enemy, Pek Mugen realized that there were 2 high-level martial arts. The battle with them was obviously quite difficult. Therefore, our hero decided to fully use his strength of the god Thunder. At that moment, the king attacked him with rage in order to chop off his head of the arrogant guy, as a sign of gratitude to the Sur clan. However, the young master instantly neutralized the man, throwing his shield in his direction. He had no desire, as well as time to fight with such a weakling. Then he instantly cut this old man into 2 parts with one exact blow. Then the heir looked at the attacks of 3 fighters rushing in his direction. The main of them ordered his guys to restrain the Pek Mugen to the last. At this time, he had already prepared the deadly attack, Crazy Blood. The strongest blow rushed towards our hero, and he seemed to be not going to run away. At this moment, his old friend arrived to protect the young master. He only laughed and hinted that Pek Mugen clearly would not interfere with a little help. Then the violet-haired mistress appeared. She was glad that they were not very late. After that, everyone apologized to the delay at once, explaining that on the way they eliminated several more obstacles. However, Pek Mugen reassured his friends. They arrived just in time. At this moment, the enemies recognized 4 heavenly warriors, the strongest fighters of the generation. Looking at our hero before that, they believed that Hanbek carried complete nonsense. But now they were convinced that it was really their old reborn friend. In principle, the young master understood that it would be difficult for them to believe it. However, he had no doubt that they would come to his aid. Hanbek immediately laughed because he proved his case. Then he laughed and explained to our hero that even if he had to beat someone from the 4 to death, he would still drag their bodies to the aid of the thunder. However, Dissatisfied friends only recalled that while the gray-haired veteran was looking for them, he also brought a bunch of assassins along their trace, thereby delivering many problems. They made sure that even with age the man did not change at all. They were even surprised by the fact that there was a woman who decided to live with him. At that moment, the negotiations of the 4 heavenly warriors were heard by the head of the PEK family. He was amazed that these people who fought with demons with the god of thunder returned in the past. The old man could not believe that the warriors who had not been declared in Muram for 30 years reappeared and came to the rescue. Our hero only smiled, looking at his comrades, realizing that despite the past years, they remained the same. As soon as the enemies realized that 4 heavenly warriors arrived to support, they were clearly worried. The enemy understood. If he had fought one-on-one with Pek Mugun, he might have had a chance to win. But definitely not now, when 4 more strongest arrived to help. For this reason, he asked his assistants to try to detain 4 heavenly warriors. At this time, he himself decided one-on-one to meet our hero in a decisive battle. Immediately after that, the soldiers dispersed across the battlefield. The violet-haired lady immediately recognized the brutal martial art of crazy blood used by enemies. Our hero asked his comrades to try to restrain 3 arrogant masters. He and Hanbek will try to detain this master of the absolute level. One fighter had already rushed at the warriors, believing that although they were once legendary, they were now old, expired fighters. Obviously, this could not but angry the mistress. This insult also hurt the rest of the strongest fighters. However, the beauty was the first to attack the man, because she could not forgive that he called her an old woman with dry, wrinkled skin and age spots. They decided to punish this guy who had not yet dried out the milk on his lips, because he dared to compare them with the dust remaining in the urns after cremation. Our hero clearly understood that all the fighters were very torn by any mention of his age, and could not stand at young shameless upstarts. However, it seemed that it was only in his hands. Therefore, they went to their enemy. The young master immediately warned Hanbek that this warrior was not the one whom they could underestimate. However, 2 friends were sure. While they were together, no one would be able to overcome them. Hanbek beat off the first attack sent by a fighter using his strength. At that moment, our hero took advantage of the force of thunder in order to defeat the enemy. The enemy repulsed the attack, but he understood that a huge amount of energy of our hero was already spent in past battles. He was sure that he would not be able to spend his energy so thoughtlessly. However, when the young master touched a little more, the enemy's confidence was diminished. This caused only a mockery of our hero, who noticed that now a man in the go invents a strategy. In fact, the fighter was simply shocked by the fact that Pek Mugun could produce so much strength. Even having spent such a huge amount of energy, it seemed that he became even stronger than he was at the very beginning of the battle. And soon our hero managed to destroy the barrier, which all the time stopped his sword, opening his way to the final victory. However, at that moment he bounced off, because the sinister sparks of blood-red energy dangled around the fighter. The guy also realized that he really spent some forces. He will need at least a little time to concentrate energy. Therefore, Hanbek rushed into battle on their hot-tempered enemy. He began to fall asleep the enemy with many strokes, preventing him from resting for a second. However, here I already understood. The enemy was really good in a fight. At that moment, the comrades began to worry about their bloody lord demon, after which he sharply beat off the attack of the elderly rushing at him, and also hurried to the aid of his leader. Then this guy, the black devil of crazy blood, attacked our Hanbek, and he was clearly not ready for such an onslaught, although he managed to reject the attack. After that, the leader attacked them. The man only at the last moment managed to create a protective barrier in order to hide from the blows. At that moment, noticing the difficulties in battle, the hero arrived at his aid. The heir was glad that his comrade is still alive, and thanking him for his work, he decided to take the rest of the battle. Only when Pak Mugen used the technique of Stream of Thunder, the enemies finally realized that he was his reincarnation. And the young gentleman only reminded with a smile that no one survived after he recognized this information. Applying a heavenly thunder, the hero decided that the man would share the same fate. First of all, his comrade was instilled in an instant. The leader himself until the last tried to defend himself with a built barrier. As a result, he managed to resist, despite the fact that the mountain standing behind him was instantly destroyed. Then he realized that the enemy level was much higher than the absolute. This meant he was indeed a reincarnation of the god of thunder, who once destroyed their ancestors. The devilish level of this fighter was not enough to overcome the heir. He had to survive at least in order to tell about it. The hero, of course, was amazed that their whole gang acted equally. Understanding his strength, tried to escape. Immediately seeing his escape, Hanbek approached the king's body, stretching out a golden shield out of him. Then he threw him to the young master, and he beat off the attack, which rushed to the enemy. Soon the heir had already caught up with the enemy, after which in an instant he blew his neck. Seeing this, the surviving assistant could not believe that even the bloody devilish lord crashed. Due to the fact that he was distracted, the mistress managed to cut the body of her enemy in an instant, and the hero only loudly reminded that, as promised, no one would run away after he finds out who he was. However, the guy realized that he was clearly overdoing with strength. His head began to spin. The young gentleman apologized to Hanbeck. He still could not fully control his martial arts. After that, Hanbeck finally helped him come closer to his comrades. They honestly admitted that they considered an old friend crazy when they first heard about the return of the thunder. But now, seeing him live, as well as his strength, they were convinced that it was really their comrade from the past. After that, the former team gathered again. By this moment, with the help of the rest of the forces, the entire 72nd Division of the Mountain was completely broken. However, the head of the family quickly noticed that their enemies tried to escape. Hanbeck quickly guessed that his friend would probably want to pursue these weaklings. Therefore, the hero raised his sword and invited his fighters to get rid of all martial arts masters in the mountains. The heir recalled that this victory is completely belonging to the warriors of their community. Immediately, the fighters raised joyful exclamations. Then they went to finish off the escaped enemies. Soon, the news of the victory reached Mok. The chapter approaching him immediately realized that they were probably reported to him by the postal pigeon about the outcome of the battle. The boy immediately joyfully reported that their victory was undeniable. They successfully defeated the main forces of the 72nd Unit with minimal losses. But, of course, the war was not over yet on this. They destroyed the main forces of the 72nd Unit, but the troops that penetrated the province will not be easy to win. The chapter understood that the boy was right, and it was too early for him to rejoice in victory. Mwok asked the head to come to the rest of the clans on the battlefield and inform them of the news. After all, she would definitely inspire the troops. Immediately after that, the head immediately went at the request of the young boy, and he only then showed the joy of the news. He literally danced with happiness, because he was sure that his brother would win from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the soldiers continued the battle with the bandits who were found in the province. However, it seems that their number was not reduced at all. No matter how many people they kill, new ones appeared. They had to protect the village even at the cost of their own life so that the inhabitants were not in danger. Therefore, they could not give up. And how lucky they were that at that moment a pink-haired girl decided to speak to the aid of us. She instantly figured out the nearest bandits that she had in her way. Obviously, men only opened their mouths from admiration for her power. The beauty explained that there were a whole pack of such bandits. They were very fierce. There were a lot of them, so it was hard for the fighters. Therefore, it will help them in the name of justice. At that moment, the head arrived with the warriors of his clan as reinforcements. He also said that the main forces of the 72nd Detachment were defeated, so he ordered his soldiers to be brave. Obviously, it was difficult for opponents to believe that they had already defeated their king of the mountain, as well as the 12th unit. After that, the enthusiasm in the battle of them diminished. Therefore, having thrown their weapons, they immediately rushed to run. In principle, about this with Manhwa expected from people who relate themselves to mountain bandits. In addition, she was proud of a hero who knew very well how to win an impressive victory, even in unprofitable conditions. Now the beauty believed that the military forces of their community would become widely known throughout Murim. Soon after a stunning victory, it was time to collect the same stunning banquet in order to note the triumph. And Mrs. Tan Soleong also came from Mok, who reported that their battle was also successfully completed. The hero understood that it was a brilliant victory, although he expected that the bandits were reheating and could attack. In addition, given that the military forces of their community still could not determine and destroy the remaining forces. In addition, while the Heavenly Block has still controlled the Forest Alliance, enemies can use mountain bandits to raise the rebellion. Therefore, Pekmagun planned to destroy absolutely each of them in order to avoid problems in the future. Tan Sol-yong guessed that the hero was worried about the fact that other bandits, such as the Union of Bandits, can be used against them. The heir only admired the girl who again understood him at a glance. She was a very wise beauty, so the hero irrevocably drowned in love for her. However, the young master understood that he had a couple more unfinished things. For example, I wanted to make amends in front of Tan Sol-yong for the fact that all this time she was left alone. Soon the postal pigeon also arrived at the Nanjing family. The old man realized that the battle was completed with brilliant success. However, it seems that their comrades still needed help. The families of the great clans were faced with the 72nd Division of the mountain. Meanwhile, the young Madame Namjin only wondered what kind of man this hero, about whom she had heard so much. She obviously would like to get to know him better.